funk. Thoughts deep, boys steeped in the depths that he sunk. Big stress, depressed in the middle of fall. Sky gray, I late in the thick of it all. I wonder, how long can a human survive just staying alive or carrying the rest of the tribe? Waiting for the day to arrive or struggling dies, and I be doing way, way more than getting by. So why? Cop myself a cup of coffee, sipping water in it softly, cleansing me of stress I hold. Hey, cop myself a cup of coffee, sipping water in it softly, cleansing me of stress I hold. Realize life is so much more than just living a day. Every day I can sit and reflect and breathe and connect to myself and all that I've been given. See, giving up is not an option. So when I'm looking at gray skies, I'll be adopting a new way to deal with a test. Lord, relieve me of stress. The rain be looking like when blessings drop in. And so I cop myself a cup of coffee, sipping water in it softly, cleansing me of stress I hold. Sipping water in it softly, cleansing me of stress I hold. Hey, here we go. Yeah. Let's do this. Y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. In times of test, let no harm beset me, oh my Lord, oh my Lord. Test. Let no harm beset me, oh my Lord, oh my Lord.
Warning, the following image and/or content may be disturbing, offensive to some viewers. Viewer discretion is strongly advised.
Captain America. Anthony Mackie. Captain America. He's walking to save. He's walking to save. Anthony Mackie. Captain America. He's walking to save. He's walking to save. Anthony Mackie. Captain America. He's walking to save. He's walking to save. Anthony Mackie. Captain America. He's walking to
Anthony Mackie, he finna get fired. So here's the thing. He been out here, he been doing interviews, podcasts. We don't really hear from him, okay? So, he's been talking a lot of pro-blackness. And you do know, as these superheroes, as these Marvel film franchises like you to be very clean, like you to be diversified. They don't like you to be too black. They would rather you be too white than too black. And he on the pivot, talking as a black man, how black masculinity is being drowned out daily by his industry. He did an amazing interview with The Pivot and sat up there and told him that the very company that he works for is aiming to kill black masculinity. And so he raised his sons to be black and masculine. Now, you know these studio heads like butts. You know they do. And honestly, I was trying to figure out. Now, I'll tell you in a minute. Let me just hold that thought right there because it's going to make sense after you watch this clip. Go!
Business 24 years, right? And I've seen people go from nothing to the biggest stars in the world. I've seen people go from one role to winning Academy Awards and doing all this shit. And what I realized yesterday thinking about it, we're lying to our kids, dog. And I think that's a big problem in our community. We tell our kids that and this is fresh on my heart, like I literally just came to this conclusion last night. We tell our kids if they do right and they make the good grades and they go to the programs and they will become successful. If you work hard enough, your work will be paid off. And that's not true. Success is given. It's not earned. Because you can be the most brilliant. If one person don't tap you, each one of y'all. There were people who could hit harder, who could catch better, who could run faster. But somebody said, you're the one. And the other 50 behind you fell off. You know what I mean? And because of that, I don't know what that emotion or that feeling is the scary thing. Because I went to all the programs. I've done Broadway, I've done off-Broadway. I've been in the business 24 years. I've been in 2 Academy Award films. I've done independent films. I've done major motion pictures. Now I'm Captain America. So now what?
You know what? It's butt time. You went the long way, okay? You went the long way. Some people take the short way. And I thought it was very bold of him to get out here after 24 years of working for these people that give you a choice, butt or no butt. What are you gonna do? We're finding out actors now that have played the most gangster roles are married to men. But his interview was powerful. And to me, it was a little too true. And it's quite scary because it's like we're about to watch him probably silently go away before our eyes instead of just continuing to climb like Denzel and others like him because he feels that he should have been given what he feels like he's worth a long time ago. Now, this is where this energy is coming from. He's saying that we're lying to our kids. I don't understand, like, if we're lying to our kids, like, what are we lying about? People taking a short way and a long way. If you work smart, not hard, what you work for will come. The problem is I just feel like you're just tired of working hard and you want to take this shortcut. But he's right. But he is in a very, very highly competitive industry and not everybody can make it.
It's time to cook, y'all. It is time to go to work. It is time to go to work. Come on, get on in here, y'all. Come on now. Get on in here. Get on in here. It's Tuesday. I know y'all been waiting on me to go live. I know. Y'all been waiting on me to go live. It is Tuesday. It is Lounge Tuesday. Yes. Another phenomenal show tonight, y'all, that we're gonna talk about, man. And I want to get y'all perspective on this, like always. Of course, I'm gonna give you my perspective on this as well too. So, without further ado, we're gonna get into this content. But before I get into this content, hey, Lytle, you still there, bro?
Yo, I'm in the lounge.
We got Lionel in the lounge, man. Lionel in the lounge. Yeah, Lionel said he wanted to pull up for this one for sure, but he said that he did not want to cam up at all. But it's all good.
That's bullshit.
We will honor his request because he normally cams up all the time anyway. So we'll honor Lionel's request. But
they don't deserve to see my face.
He said, "Y'all don't deserve to see his face." God damn. But salute to Lionel in the building. We got Sweet Rita, SBK in the building. We also got Katie in the building as well too. Salute to y'all, and salute to each and every last one of y'all who are watching in the bushes or you're catching the replay. Salute. Yes. I mean, Lionel, before we get into the main topic, man, how about we have this little quick icebreaker thing real quick, all right? So you sent me something, man, in the IG, and I want people to check this out, all right? And see what they think about it, all right? So let's check this out real quick, bro.
What's your age?
26.
25.
Should he have any say in how you dress when you come out the house?
Absolutely not. I'm going to dress how I want.
But you don't think that attracts a certain kind of attention when you're out?
I know the way I dress attracts a certain type of attention, but I mean, my man should be secure, you know?
I think I should take her for who she is.
Yeah.
So if I like her for who she is right now, I should be okay with that in our relationship.
Yeah, exactly.
Would you still want to have girls' nights even if you were in a relationship with him?
Absolutely. I think it's very healthy to have girls' nights. I'm not going to stop hanging out with my friends because I'm in a relationship. Of course, I'm going to prioritize my man, but those are my girls. I'm not going to stop hanging out with them and having girl time.
Do you feel like this would be appropriate to wear on a girls' night out with your girls?
100%. I think it's appropriate.
What gives you that idea?
What's wrong with it?
I think she looked like a damn snack. I don't know what's wrong with it either.
I don't know what's wrong with it.
You don't think it gives the message of, I'm on the market, you know, any guy can come talk to me?
Because they can't come talk to me.
You can't help how good you look, but you can help the response you give to other people.
Exactly.
So let's talk about it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yo.
Let's talk about it. First of all, go ahead and cook, my boy. Go ahead.
She's literally wearing a red flag. Just to start it. I don't know what's wrong with this dude. You can't even pull him over and tell him what he's doing is wrong because he's so caught up under her dress. Like, he's too far gone. He gonna be having a red pill moment soon, though.
I mean, check out his age, though. He said he's, what, 25, 23, somewhere around there, right? And so
Yeah.
he's already accepting this type of behavior from his girlfriend. He's saying that she's a snack. So real quick, everyone in the chat, both lady and the men in the chat, will you allow your girlfriend or your wife to go out dressing like this? I don't care if it's date night. I don't care if y'all going up to Walmart. I don't care if you're going up to Rainbow or whatever the case may be. Would you allow your girlfriend to dress like this? Would you? Go ahead, put it in the chat. Salute to la 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 la. I guess that's your name. Salute, welcome. CKJ, salute, welcome as well too. We got G Garan in the building as well too. Welcome to the lounge. So, question: would you allow your girl to go out in public and dress like this? If you do, why? If you don't, why not? Why not? Because Check this out. Check this out, y'all. Those of y'all who know and those of y'all who don't know, right? I am a married man. And my wife, she has some, different type of clothes that she wear. She have clothes, where she be casual. She have clothes where what she wear when we go out on our date night. But I guarantee that she do not have nothing in her wardrobe that be super revealing how the way this young lady is dressing right now. To be honest with you, this is where this whole concept about men who end up having insecurities and stuff comes from. It don't come because the dude insecure about how the way the woman is. It's because she blatantly is choosing to dress a certain type of way and she don't care. And on top of that, she literally convinced this dude that it was okay, that it's appropriate. And matter of fact, she convinced this dude that, hey, you allow me to dress this certain type of way, guess what? You get to snack on this snack. Therefore, that's why he said, man, she look delicious. She's a snack.
That's bullshit.
What say you, Lionel?
Bro, she really got this dude's head messed up. Again, he about to have a red pill moment in a few months. Ain't no way my girl dressing like this. But all the girls I had, they wouldn't even want to dress like that because they do want to represent me as well. Because when I go out, I'm looking presentable. When they go out, they representing me. We not even married, but they representing me. That's how much they respect me. That's telling you this girl has no respect for this dude.
Hey, CKJ said this, and this is very important. He said, while my wife is sexy, fit, and can pull it off, we move as one. Hint the part, we move as one. And we always consider how we represent each other jointly and separately. So when it boils down to it, you are a representation of each other. A matter of fact, you're considered as an extension of one another. So the situation could be in reverse. You know what I'm saying? The situation could be this. Should a dude dress a certain type of way, it'd be considered as appropriate or inappropriate. The answer to the question is that the dude have to conduct himself the same exact way as he want his girl and or wife to be conducted too. That's facts. That's facts.
I agree 100%, man.
So that dude, he shouldn't be going out of the house, sit up here smelling out good like he about to get ready to go and catch somebody, you know what I'm saying, or holler at somebody, you know what I'm saying? Because he's a representation or an extension to her. That's where it boils down to. But a lot of these modern women, they don't think like that at all because they don't, see, they may say this term, right? They'll say that, hey, we are equal. We are equal. But when it comes down to it, they don't want to deal with the responsibility of being equal. They just want the privilege of being equal. They want to be equal, but at the same time be separated. It doesn't work like that at all, period. That doesn't mean that the woman loses her identity. That ain't what that means. That doesn't mean that a woman deal with a dude who's controlling and a narcissist and different things like that. That ain't what that means. That means that she still have her own individuality, right? She still have her own thought process. She still can make certain decisions, which even within the decision making, you know, of course, she's going to consult her husband about the matter and vice versa. But when it comes down to the representation of it, right, it should be a level of respect, period. Should be a level of respect. Absolutely.
And remember, this isn't her husband, though. This is her boyfriend. So it's the same rules, in my opinion. Because we're committing to each other, we should still be a representation of each other.
Facts. I agree. I absolutely agree. Hey, SBK said this. He said, what folks don't understand is that you can still dress sexy and don't have to show your skin. Facts. Hey, SBK, my wife does it all the time, bro. She does it all the time. Well, she don't have to show her skin. You know what I'm saying? She have to show all this stuff because at the end of the day, who is it for? Is she trying to show skin to other people? Or is she trying to show skin, you know what I'm saying, for me? Because to my understanding, her body is my body, right? And my body is her body, right? So we only reserve that right towards each other, correct? How the way I see it. Not everybody else has, unless you out there trying to recruit. That's the only other thing I think of. Like even at work, there's some women that be dressing inappropriately at work, knowing good well you have a boyfriend, knowing good well you have a husband. That's how they be getting these work husbands, right? I'm just saying.
That's right.
I love a lady that leaves things for the imagination. Facts. Facts, I agree. Absolutely, I agree. Absolutely, I agree. But let's get into the main topic of the hour, y'all. Once again, salute to each and every last one of y'all. Appreciate y'all tuning into the stream. Once again, I appreciate my boy Lionel in the building as well too. So let's go ahead and get into this topic. All right. So the topic of this show is how society is destroying masculinity. All right. Once again, how society is destroying masculinity. Let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all believe that society is destroying masculinity? Or is this one of these cliche things? What do you think, Lionel?
Masculinity is definitely under attack.
Now, the question y'all should be asking is this. How is masculinity under attack? How does that look like? Glad you asked. I'm going to present the actual full clip of Anthony Mackie, okay? Anthony Mackie is the one who got this whole conversation started, all right? Even though we've been talking about it, right?
Yeah.
But by him being, popular like he is right now, he really got this conversation on fire right now. So let me go ahead and show you the actual clip of what Anthony Mackie was talking about regarding this topic.
So you got to have a little guard in there, And so for me, it's always that idea of American masculinity is very.
All right, so let's talk about this. First question I want to ask y'all tonight is this. What is a man? Now, I know that me and Lionel, we had covered this on what was it, almost a month or so ago? We had asked the ladies in the chat this question, what it means to be a man. But once again, everyone who are watching the show right now, everyone who's participating in the chat, and also those of y'all who are catching the replay of the stream as well too. What is a man? What does that look like? Well, what is a man? What is a man? And you go on chime in at any time, Lionel.
Yo, I don't even remember what the women said, if I'm being honest. They be the first one to tell us what a man is or what a man should do. But I don't even remember what they said in that chat.
Well, for the most part, they were saying that a man is a person who protect and provide for them.
Oh, that's right. They were the ones saying that a man is someone who bends over backwards for a woman. That's what they said.
Facts. And this is going to lead into what Anthony Mackie was talking about, because part of this clip, I got this dude looking ugly as hell, like damn. but part of this clip, I understand where he's coming from, but there are other parts where I don't agree with him on. You know what I'm saying? I don't agree with him at all. And the reason why is because just what Lionel just said about the ladies in the lounge was talking about when we addressed this topic almost a month ago. Majority of the ladies in the chat, they said that a man is pretty much a person who bends over backwards for them, a person who protects and provides for them at any given time. A man is a man who's pretty much a beta.
Beta.
A man is pretty much just a simp.
He can't have any hobbies that he enjoys unless it's making money for them. They want him to tell no. They want him to say no to them, but not really mean it.
Facts.
They want him to be aggressive, but only when they want him to be aggressive, and he's supposed to just automatically know when he wants that, when he's supposed to be that. They want him to be soft like a teddy bear, but they want him to be a grizzly bear and start fights to protect their honor. They want him to want to make a ton of money for them, but they really mean her.
Yep. Hey, you remember that saying that they say all the time, right? My money is my money, and his money is my money as well, right?
Yup. Happy wife, happy life.
So with all that being said, right? With all that being said, when you listen to this clip that what Anthony Mackie is talking about, right? Is that truly being a man? Is he actually truly teaching his sons how to be a man, or is he teaching them how to be a beta simp?
Beta.
I mean, that's an interesting question to ask, right? Is he actually teaching his sons to actually be a man, or is he teaching them to be beta simps? Because so far, even though the things that he said sounds good, it sounds great to the ear, right? Especially to women, you know what I'm saying? But overall, that still does not solidify the point about being an actual man. Now, just like I say, I understand the whole concept where he said that he teaching his sons how to be the protector of the house when he's not there. I understand that concept. But also, we have to take in consideration of this, that Anthony Mackie is an actor, meaning that whenever he go out on these acting gigs, he is not at the house. Whenever he going to these award shows, he's doing these podcast tours, guess what? He is not at the house. He's not at the house to be that living body for his family. So guess what? Instead of him being the actual man of the house, right? He appointed his sons to do the job that he's supposed to do. Is that not how the way it sound like? Or am I misreading that?
That's exactly what it sounds like. And think about it. He's gone 80% of the time. So he's already appointed them as the man of the house.
Isn't this the same concept about the boy child that women talking about? Yeah, that's my boy child, or whatever the hell they say.
I knew you were going there. That's exactly what it is.
Where the boy child is actually both the son and the husband at the same damn time.
That's bullshit.
And what's sad about that is that they're in a good home, they're good in a good environment, but you could honestly say that the father is an absentee parent. Let's call it for what it is.
He is.
He's an absentee parent due to his profession. So he literally is appointing his sons to do his job. Now notice this. We're gonna play this clip again. We're gonna break this thing down, and we're gonna get into also what Joe Budden in there was talking about this as well too. All right. So we're gonna play this clip. We're gonna break this thing down because I want y'all to understand, where we're coming from about this perspective. All right. Let's examine this particular part where he just said about his 15-year-old son. To me, it also sounds like that he appointed his son to be the manager of that house. Because when you be the manager, right, your duty is to make sure that the other employees comply with the demand of the CEO, right?
You on point, man.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So that's what he literally did. He literally appointed this dude to be the manager of the house. And so whenever things get out of line, he the one who's checking his brother instead of his father doing it, even though he's an absentee parent. Instead of him doing it, he appointed his son to do it. So here's another thing that's interesting too about what he's talking about. He was saying this. He was saying that he don't give his sons, like name brand stuff like Jordans and different things like that. You know what I'm saying? Now, to be honest with you, I actually have an issue with that. The reason why I have an issue with that is because just because it's name brand stuff, right, that doesn't mean that they don't deserve to have it, right?
He's trying to keep them humble.
Exactly. He trying to allegedly keep them humble. But let's consider this. Once again, Anthony Mackie is a celebrity. So even in a celebrity status, it is going to be very difficult for him to keep his sons humble the way how he want them to.
I agree.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it's very difficult for him to keep his sons humble due to his social economical status. Now, check this out. I'm a father as well too. Now, I do award my children with different things. You know what I'm saying? If they want some Jordans or whatever stuff like that, I have no problem with getting that for them. If they want other things, you know what I'm saying? I have no problem with providing that for them. As long as they're doing different things to earn that. You know what I'm saying? Now, if they're doing it to earn it, then there's nothing wrong with awarding them with that.
But think about what he said, though, and I might just be picking, but he doesn't do it. That don't mean the wife not.
Good point. Good point.
It's not like you don't have access to the funds, and you know how women can get, because I know the wife must want some nice things.
Mm-hmm. Good point. And he know that, just like what Lionel say, he know that his wife gonna want something, right? He's not humbling her. Because he know good and well if he try to remotely humble her, she's gonna humble him. And y'all know what I mean, right? When she tried to humble him. The number one assets that women have is what? Is their bodies.
You're right.
That's what they have, their bodies. So all she got to do is put that dude in the doghouse one time. I'm going to put you in the doghouse so she ain't buying me no Jerry, Anthony. I'm going to go take the kids and go stay over my mama house, Anthony. And guess what that dude he going to do? He going to comply and instantly become a beta.
Beta!
Oh, man.
But the core part of this is essentially he's telling him that as a man, your job is to just protect the woman.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically the core of this.
Yep.
So he's not really helping the argument about masculinity being well, let me reword that. He's killing his own argument, or maybe he's adding to it, because it doesn't sound like he's helping his boys to be masculine, but he's showing indirectly how we're taking the masculinity away from the men.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Exactly. I agree. Absolutely. And it is interesting because, like, when we get ready to review this Joe Budden podcast, that's exactly what some of the dudes were saying. They're saying, like, hold up, well, what does this have to do with masculinity? what does it have to do with masculinity? It don't have nothing to do with masculinity at all. Hence, he's literally killing his own argument. Shout out to everyone in the building. Once again, Vons, I see you in the building as well. Shout out to you. Right now, we are reviewing the topic, how society is destroying masculinity. I asked a question earlier, and I'm going to ask this question again. What does it mean to be a man? Okay, what does it mean to be a man to you? And ladies, you can answer again. You can answer again. What do y'all believe what it means to be a man? All right. So we first to go deeper into this, right? And so I'm going to I'm gonna do this. Did I miss something on this part?
Wait, did the comments say anything?
Oh no, they're just
Right.
saying, hey, what's up and all that good old stuff. And CKJ, he said this. He said the interpersonal distribution of male leadership is a very slippery slope. Why? Each house has its own rules and application of the role kids play in absence of the apex guardian of that house. Male or female plays the role of the apex guardian for clarity.
Okay.
Feel about
See, even on this part right here where he said they'll always open up the doors for the lady, right? When I hear that, if you don't clarify this particular part, then instantly it becomes a beta move.
beta.
This is the reason why I say this. I believe that if you do open up the doors for that say a woman, right, that woman had to be privileged. In other words, that woman had to have a certain type of quality about herself that she deserves that type of honor and respect. Okay. I'm also like this with Lana, because me and Lana, we went back and forth on this too. I'm also with Lana on this where he said that, hey, if a man opened up a door for the woman, why the woman can't open up the door for the man? Because that deals with, reciprocating, right? But even through that, if that dude is reciprocating for that woman, open up doors for her, he's, buying her gifts, admiration, and all these different things, right? It has to be a certain type of woman that deserves that. You don't do that with every woman that you see. Once again, you don't do that with every woman that you see. Case in point, when I'm out, right, either if I'm by myself or I'm with my wife, right? Guess what? The only person who I open up doors for is my wife, and that's it. I don't care if I see a woman coming. She coming. I'm not opening up that door for her. I'm gonna open up the door for her wife. I don't even let the woman go before my wife, neither. Because there have been cases where I opened up the door and it was like my wife there and there was another woman walking, right? And she kind of walking fast and I opened up the door. What I do, I gently tap my wife on her back so she could go ahead and go. When she go, I go, and that woman be behind us. Or if I'm by myself, I don't open up the doors for no women. No, I don't. Because they don't deserve that honor and privilege. Because when you put yourself in that situation, right, guess what? You are operating as a beta. You're operating as a simp. Right? I'm dead serious on that. I don't. I had one woman got upset at me, right, because I didn't open up the door for her. I looked at her like, shoot, you ain't my wife. I'm not opening up the door for you for what? Let your man open up the door for you.
So the thing about that is that's what a gentleman is supposed to do. That's part of the code of being a masculine man. As a gentleman, you're supposed to open the door for a woman regardless. That's one of the roles one of the attributes that's been assigned to our roles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which that's understandable, but at the same time, the whole concept of a gentleman or being chivalrous, comes with social norms, meaning that this is what we're supposed to do as men. But they don't clarify that. They don't say that the reason why you should do that is because that said person deserves that honor and privilege. Right? That's the same argument with women. Women shouldn't give their body to any type of man. They should only give their body to that man who deserves their body. Right? Because if they do that, if they give their body to any type of man, guess what she's considered as? She's for the streets.
She belongs to the streets.
Automatically. Culture is going to consider her being for the streets. Automatically. It don't matter if she's a good woman, a great woman, phenomenal woman. She opened up her legs to any dude. She's for the streets, period. She's a 304. Same thing with the concept about a gentleman. That gentleman thing isn't for every woman. That gentleman thing is for the woman who deserves it. Matter of fact, let's take it back further about the gentleman and the chivalrous thing. Do y'all know the original concept about gentleman and chivalry came from the knights? The knights was being chivalrous towards the queen. They were literally giving up their life for their queen. That's basically where that concept come from. So you mean to tell me that we took that concept, the original concept, right, and distorted and said that this honor and privilege is for every woman?
That's bullshit.
That's like saying this. I'm gonna let you cook, Lana. That's like saying this, right? That's like saying that a man's supposed to protect every woman that he know. Every woman that he know. Hell no, that's bullshit. I'm not for give my life up for a woman I don't know. That's crazy. Nor I'm not going to be a gentleman for every woman who don't deserve it. That's facts. Go ahead, Lana.
But that's being a man. Being a man means you got to be a gentleman to every woman. Being a man means you got to treat the 304s like they're a lady. Being a man means you got to be nice and kind as just a human being, but also because, you're a man. And they like to throw the human being part out there because we know plenty of these women are nasty and disrespectful, but you're a man. That means you still have to be on code at all times. They don't, though.
Mm-hmm.
So
Facts.
you're supposed to protect all of them. You're supposed to see all of them a certain type of way. And if you don't, they will attack your masculinity.
Mm-hmm. Facts. They'll say that you're less than a man because you're not giving that same privilege to every woman. When you should have. There are only three type of women who deserve that privilege. That's your mother, that's your wife, and that's your daughter. That's it. That's it. Now notice I didn't include your aunts, aunties, cousins, and different like that. Notice I didn't include that because they don't deserve that privilege because they're not part of your immediate circle. Them three women deserves that right.
Auntie? I like my
no,
auntie.
not even the auntie, man. Not even the auntie, not even the cousin. None of them. No, they don't deserve that. They do not deserve that honor.
Not grandma?
Not even grandma. Hell no. Not even grandma. Nope. Not even grandma. Nope. Because the auntie, the cousins, the grandma, they should already have a dude who's doing it for them. That's reserved for that dude who's doing it for them. Now, if they don't have a dude that's doing it for them, that ain't my problem. I'm not here to fulfill that role for other dudes. I'm only to fulfill my role as a man for the people in my immediate circle, which is my wife, my mother, and my daughter.
But isn't Anthony Mack technically telling his sons that though?
In the technical sense, yeah. In the technical sense, hey, I even throw my sister in there, for free. We'll throw my sister in there. How about that? So she's part of the immediate family.
I got you.
But everybody else, sorry. Sorry. We got on George Chit Chat in the building. She says this. She said, as a boy mom, I would say that to my boys, just because it doesn't seem like it emasculate a male in terms. And she said, oh, hey, Mr. Urban in the chat. Salute and welcome to the lounge. Vaughn say this. So you don't like to be a gentleman to strangers? Nope.
And I knew that was coming up.
Nope.
I knew that was coming up.
Now, I want y'all to understand this. Just because I'm saying I'm not being a gentleman towards women that I don't know, that doesn't mean that I'm an asshole towards them. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean I'm being mean or being a dick towards them, anything like that. I'm still the same person. I'm still cool and all the stuff that even respectable. But when it comes down to their privilege, exactly. But when it comes down to that privilege that I'm talking about, right, of being a gentleman, right? No, y'all don't deserve that from me. You don't. Y'all do not deserve that from me at all. Period. You don't get that honor because that honor is observed from the people who are in my immediate circle only. Shout out to Barb. We got Barb in the building. Appreciate you a whole lot. CKJ, he like, man, come on, Irby, you tripping, bro. Nah, I'm just saying, I'm dead serious, bro. And I'm dead serious, even as a man, right? We need to, even as men, we need to make sure that we protect what needs to be protected. One of the main things that need to be protected is the whole concept about a gentleman. And I'm just being dead serious about that. We need to protect that, and we need to observe that for people who deserve that privilege, not people who don't deserve it. As a matter of fact, here's another situation. Gentlemen in the chat, and also online as well too. Have you ever opened up a door for a woman, right, and she didn't even say thank you?
All the time.
Gentlemen in the chat, have you ever opened up a door for a woman that you don't know and she didn't even have the decency to say thank you?
They're not supposed to. You're a man. That's your role. That's your job. You're supposed to be a gentleman. That's how society's built it.
Mm-hmm. So, case in point, if she already done made up her mind that she's not going to even do the simple courtesy of saying thank you, why in the hell are you wasting that time doing it to begin with in the first place? And I could tell you that there are men in the chat right now that have experienced that, where you get that one woman, right? You open up the door, you being nice, they don't say thank you. Or they'll do this. The reason why they say they don't say thank you is because they think that you're flirting with them. Am I lying?
You're not wrong, bro.
They literally be thinking that you're flirting with them. Oh, he just opened up the door so he could get my phone number. He just opened up the door so he could look at my booty. Vaughn say, it depends. Vaughn's asking for the link. I'll drop the link later, Vaughn, if you hang this long.
What do you mean it depends? What do you mean it depends? If you're opening up the door for 100 different women, but you get one thank you out of that 100. If you stop to help a girl change her tire because she's stranded, but these women don't say thank you, but you being a gentleman, you being quote unquote a man, you kind of start looking ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Here's another situation, bro. And they believe that we should be a gentleman over this. We've been talking a lot about domestic abuse over here and stuff, right? We've been talking about domestic abuse, raping, and different situations like that, right? Here's another scenario. These same type of women, right? They'll literally want you to come to their rescue when they sit up here dealing with a toxic boyfriend that's putting his hands on them in public. They'll literally want you to stop what you're doing and come rescue them. They literally want you to come and risk your life to come rescue them. Where have been plenty of cases where when dudes do that, right, there been plenty of cases where dudes literally either got beat up bad or they literally lost their life in an attempt to try to save this woman's life off of a situation that didn't have nothing to do with him to begin with in the first place. So you mean to tell me that even in that situation, we still supposed to be a gentleman and go and protect a woman that we don't even know? That she chose to be in that situation instead of leaving it? Go ahead, Lionel. I know you got a lot to say.
You know they're gonna say yes. Let me stop, because they're gonna be like, you don't know what we're gonna say, and then that's gonna end up triggering them. Then they're gonna change their answer because of what I said, because women don't want to admit that they're wrong. But as a man, it's the brick conversation. We got almost a universal response from the women with the fake lady who got hit with the fake brick, and how so many dudes was like, I wouldn't have helped her. And then they're mad that nobody helped this woman in this situation because she got hit with a brick. And so many men said, yeah, I wouldn't have helped her. That's not my girl. That's not my sister. That's not my mom. Why should I do anything? Based on the responses from the women, almost universally, as a man, you were supposed to help her.
And that's based on social norm. That's based on what been programmed. That's based on what's been programmed for us to do as men. But not understanding the whole reality of that. Once when it's all said and done and that dude end up doing that right, all they're going to do is hold the funeral. And you know what? What's even more messed up about the situation, bro? They'll sit up here hold the funeral and they won't even pay for the funeral costs, bro. They won't even start a GoFundMe for this dude. Hell, they won't even have the simple courtesy of going to that dude's family and say, you know what? I had this dude go out into the fire and I got this dude killed. They don't even take accountability for that. But yet it's still, that is a man's duty to protect someone that he don't even know.
That's part of being a man. That's part of being masculine.
Some will argue this, bro. They'll even argue this. They're like, well, Urban, what about men who serve in the military? What about them? They literally protect us, right? They protect both men and women, right? And they give their life. They put their life on the line. What about men who are part of the law enforcement as well too? They give their life as well too. So what about them? What about firefighters as well too? You know, they give their life and stuff too. So what about that? What about that? What about that, Urban? Them situations right there is two totally different situations what we're talking about. We're talking about a dude who literally is up here trying to protect a woman that he do not know just because society deemed to him that that's the right thing to do, but reality is not. Versus a dude who signed up as an occupation to do that. That's totally different. When that dude sit up here and signed up to be in the military, he signed up to be a firefighter, to be a first responder, different things like that. He signed up to do that. Meaning that's his job to do that. That's his career to do that. Versus just doing that with some random on the street. That's the difference between the two. So, just in case y'all was going to use that argument, I already killed it before you even started. I already killed it. CKJ, he said this. Is it possible that the parents both could each teach such gratuities as matter cultural down passing of being a value, civil civility. So I'm believing that he's on responding as the whole point about being a man. So in other words, can both parents teach a boy how to be a man? Or even how to be a gentleman. So what do you think, Lionel? Can both parents teach a boy how to be a gentleman and also a man?
I got to answer this a different way. And I got to answer this a different way because if we're looking at the communities, let's say we're looking at.
Oh, give him a second, y'all. He come back.
So if we're looking at the black community, this isn't a situation of both parents. 9 times out of 73 to 81% of the time, it's a single black woman raising the man. And evidently, how is it really coming out looking in the last 30, 40 years? If we're looking at an overall basis, I got to think on that. I mean, they can teach you how to be a gentleman, but it's going to be off of their perspective or what they think society is going to cancel you for.
Mm-hmm.
But as a man, I'm still on the fence about that. Because if we're looking at a lot of these men, aren't the women complaining that these men aren't men? Aren't we saying that masculinity is under attack? But the majority of people that's raising these boys into men are women. So at the end of the day, it's starting to really look like the answer is no, a woman can't raise a boy into a man.
Mm-hmm.
But being a gentleman and being a man are two different things.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I agree. Thank you for the $10 cash out for Thrive and Glow with Joe. Appreciate it a whole lot. Once again, everybody, we are examining the main topic is how society is destroying masculinity. All right. And so we're examining how society is destroying masculinity. Anthony Mackie, he had presented a very interesting argument behind this that sparked another interesting conversation. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and jump into the second part of the show where we're going to literally jump into what Joe Budden, down. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Had to say about this conversation, all right? So without further ado, let's hear this. Let me say this real quick. When I was younger, right, even when my own siblings was younger and stuff, right, my own father didn't teach us this concept of what Anthony Mackie is talking about right now, that, you know, you're supposed to be the man at the house, you're supposed to lock up doors and different things like that. My father didn't teach us that concept at all. The reason why my father didn't teach us this concept is because he was present in our life. So he took on that role to do that. He did. Once again, my father was present in our life, and so he took on that role to do that. And guess what? When I became an adult, I had mimicked that same behavior because I had seen my father do that. It wasn't because my father told me to do it or told my siblings to do it. I did it because I mimicked his behavior and did it on my own. But let's continue. Unless you got something real quick, Lionel.
No, keep it going.
So real quick, everyone in the chat, do you agree with his argument? Do you agree that women, well, preferably modern women, had took over the role of being masculine in the relationship? Do you agree with that? And the follow-up question behind that is, why do you believe in that? What are the actions that the said women are doing that is masculine, where they're taking over these roles from men? All right. Go ahead, Lana.
I'm going to answer it now and tell you no. I don't believe it. because everything they're going to do, anything they can say that's being more masculine, it sounds like you're just being a responsible adult at the end of the day. The women are being responsible adults, so we're going to say that they're being masculine in the relationship.
Mm-hmm. So that raises another question. What does it mean for a woman to be masculine? How does that look like?
Vaughns, I mean, I got to think.
He said Vons. Those of y'all in the chat as well too. How does it look like for a woman to be masculine in a relationship? If this is the argument, how does that look? What is that gets the woman doing that she's portraying herself as being masculine? Because this is an interesting segment of what we're talking about right now, because in this particular segment, we're now dealing with what is known as gender roles. Okay. I said this in the past on the show that I don't believe in gender roles. A matter of fact, I believe that gender roles need to be redefined.
But you know what they're going to say, though, right? Because if we're going to talk as a masculine woman, it's that she got her own car. She's the one whose name is on the lease of the house. She's got the side gigs, or she's got 2 businesses. She's the one that's making the money. She's got the degrees. She's the one who has hold over the finances. They're going to say that because that is what she's doing, or what they interpret a lot of modern women are doing, they've now taken on the masculine roles.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's the argument that they say.
Yeah, they're going to say that basically Sweet Rita is the man of the house, or Bougie Barbie is the man of the house.
Mm-hmm. See, this goes back to what Lionel was saying earlier, that at the end of the day, the woman is just being a grown-ass adult. This is the reason why I say I don't agree with gender roles, because at the end of the day, all you being is being 2 competent adults. I don't believe that the woman's duty is for her to cook and clean and take care of the kids, and that's solely the woman's responsibility. I don't believe in that at all, period. I don't believe that the sole responsibility for the man is to go and cut the yard, get his oil change, and different things like that, because it seems manly. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in that. I believe that when you're 2 grown, competent adults, you can handle the responsibility of being adults. Case in point. Before that man and that woman became one, right, in that union, whether y'all boyfriend and girlfriend, y'all come along married, or actually married, right? Before that, what the hell y'all was doing as grown adults? You was taking care of your bills on your own as a grown adult. You was cooking on your own as a grown adult. And this is both men and women. You were both cooking and cleaning on your own.
And Daddy was taking care of all their bills.
He said Daddy was taking care of their bills. Damn. God damn. Hey, so Daddy was changing they tires and everything too, huh?
Yup, they just called her dad.
That's bullshit.
Daddy's sitting up here simping out big time, instead of allowing his daughter to be a grown adult and figure it out.
Nah, they want to say their dad is a real man. And they're going to tell you how their dad was a real man by telling you all the things the dad did for her while she just got to glide through life.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But at the end of the day, all she doing is being an adult. Prior before a man came into her life, if she didn't have that beta father in her life, or that simp father in her life, guess what? She was doing it on her own. Remember the whole concept about being an independent woman? You was doing all that on your own. Same thing with the men. You sitting up here cooking and cleaning and take care of your clothes on your own. Unless you was that beta man who's allowed his mama to take care of that for him. Like cook for him and wash his clothes and stuff, even while he's a grown man. That's some bullshit.
That's bullshit.
That's some bullshit. You should know how to do that on your own. You should know how to balance your checkbook on your own. You should know what type of expenses is coming into your household. You should know how to do all that before entering into the relationship. All y'all are doing when you do come into a relationship, all y'all doing is enhancing what you already know. That's all you're doing. Y'all both should be capable of doing these things. Like case in point, you know what I'm saying? Like with me and my wife. There things that my wife do. I don't care about she doing it. Like say for example, the car oil need to be changed, right? Guess what? Social norms will say, Urban, you need to be a man to go take the car and get the oil changed. That's what they'll say. But guess what? She does it. She don't do it because I make her do it. She do it because she want to. She's like, babe, I'll be back. I'm finna go to the place to get the oil changed. The only thing that I had educated her about while dealing with that is this. I'm like, hey, look at this. They are going to do this to you. They are going to try to upsell you or upcharge you on different things. Be advised that they're going to do that. All right? Go in and be firm and do what you need to do. You want to go and get the oil change? Fine, go do it. But make sure you know the game behind it. That's what I do. And I taught her the game. And she go do it. Without no problem. Does that mean that I'm less than a man because she want to go out and go get the car oil changed? No. Not at all. When she's on working right and she's not able to want to come in, if she come in late and she be tired and stuff, right? Guess what I'm doing? I'm cooking. So just because I'm cooking, does that make her less than a woman because I'm cooking for her and the family? No. That means that we're being two grown, competent adults.
Nah, Urban,
taking care of the household.
She's supposed to have a soft life, man.
Soft light.
You're the one that's supposed to be doing all the heavy lifting, all the heavy work. You're supposed to be cooking anyway. Her life's supposed to be soft because a real man would make sure that his wife's life is easy and soft so she can be in her feminine Peggy Bundy ways.
I'll digress said it too, the Peggy Bundy theory. I'll just digress say that, bro. The Peggy Bundy theory. Hey, real quick, real quick, Lionel. Explain to them about the Peggy Bundy theory so they could know where you're coming from.
If y'all have ever seen Married with Children from the 80s, Peggy Bundy was Al Bundy's wife, and this was a woman who was worth nothing. Despite the fact that dudes look at her and be like they'd smash, she didn't cook, she didn't clean, she didn't drive, she didn't take the kids to the hospital, she didn't take the kids to get the driver's test, she didn't buy the kids clothes. Everything Al Bundy had to do on that show, he had to do literally. It was a 100% zero relationship where he gave 100% and she gave 0. She got to sit on the couch all day, eat bonbons, watch Oprah, and that was it. Her life was made. Soft, pretty, feminine, her life was made. Offered nothing, no value whatsoever. That was Peggy Bundy.
Well, the only value that Peggy offered was her kitty cat, and that was it. That was it. That was the only value she had was her kitty cat so she could procreate.
Al had to do all the work there too.
I agree.
She was like, dude, I'm horny. Dude looked at her and like, he had a wife begging for the D. and he'd rather look at Playboy.
Mm-hmm. Or look at the women who come to a shoe store.
Yeah, because that's how much she was worth. Nothing.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Speak said, but her walk was mean though. Hey, Barb, she was saying this. She said, so is it masculine if we learn how to change our own tires, or should we be relying on someone else to do it? No, it's not masculine at all.
It's not
That is you
masculine.
being a grown adult and
Yeah,
doing it.
a lot of women. Oh, go ahead.
Even let's say even if you don't know how to change a tire, that's fine. You could call roadside assistance to do it. A matter of fact, I had this situation happen to me, right? My car had broke down in the middle of the highway, right? My car had broke down in the middle of the highway, right? And I had to pull it over on the side. I had called roadside assistance. 2 black dudes pulled up, right? These dudes looking at me crazy. These dudes looking at me crazy because in their mind, they're thinking that since I'm a man, that I'm supposed to get out of my car through that busy highway and change my own tire. I say, hell no, that's bullshit.
That's bullshit.
I like, look, I pay insurance and everything for this very situation to happen. That's the whole point of having vehicle insurance. Just in case something happened, you'll be covered. Case in point, roadside service was covered with my insurance. So guess what I did? I didn't get out of my car and change that tire. I called roadside service. Hell, don't do it because I'm paying them to do it. But they looking at me crazy. So, and they had the audacity to ask me, so you don't know how to change a tire? Bitch ass nigga, y'all know how to change a tire, but I'm paying you. I'm paying your salary to do this. So change my tire. Damn it. I'm just saying.
I don't. Oh shit. I don't consider it, masculine for a woman to change her tires. I mean, if I'm around, I have no problem changing a female's tire at all. But it's her car at the end of the day, and she needs to be responsible for her car. No one else should be responsible for her car. So her car needs an oil change, needs a tire changed, any of that. That's her responsibility to get that handled. It doesn't make her masculine just because she's taking care of her responsibility.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Hey, she asked a really good question. She said this. Who is the man of the house when you live alone?
You, sweet
Who's
Rita?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I was going to say this as well, too. I was going to say that whole concept about the man of the house, or as y'all say, the breadwinner, right? I believe that they have to be redefined. I believe it have to be redefined into the concept of who is the main provider or caregiver of that home. If you're single and living by yourself, of course, you're going to be the main provider and caregiver of that home. If you're living with somebody, right? Let's say that you have a roommate, right? That roommate is not going to be the man of the house. Their roommate is going to be the caregiver or the provider of the house as well as you. When you want to get married and have a husband, both you and that husband is the main caregiver or the provider of the household, period. It ain't just one person, it's both of y'all, period. So that's why I say, once again, I don't even subscribe to gender roles or nothing like that, because that gender roles is bullshit. It really is. It really is. But let's continue.
What he's saying is that.
Oh, Bar, she asked a really good question too. She said, so what might cross into the masculinity territory for a woman? If we still talk about this topic of gender role, right? It shouldn't nothing that crossed the line of masculinity. Because all you are is just a competent adult doing what you got to do to take care of the household. Period.
Trying to dildo a man.
Oh, my bad. Oh, go ahead, Lionel.
Trying to dildo a man.
Oh, he said trying to dildo a man. that is a very interesting point. That's a very interesting point.
Absolutely agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Facts. Here's another reason why I was giving pushback on this whole thing that Anthony Mackie was talking about, right? Even though it sounded great, you know what I'm saying, to people, but one of my main reasons why I have pushback on Anthony Mackie is because this dude is a celebrity. Not only that this dude is a celebrity, but this dude is an actor as well too. I have this thing where I really don't believe nothing what actors say at all, period. I honestly don't. I honestly don't. And the reason why is because actors are considered as hypocrites. Meaning that you don't never know if they being serious or they rehearsing the script. I don't know if this dude sitting up here went on to that podcast being serious or rehearsing a script for something. I don't know. That's what actors do. They're hypocrites. Case in point, Anthony Mackie sit up here talking about, masculinity dying. He be sit up here talking about, the things that he do with his sons and stuff, right? Even Joe Budden, hey, it's coming. Even with Joe Budden mentioned them sitting up here gayifying men, right? Let's go ahead and review Exhibit A. Exhibit A is this. Those of y'all who don't know, Anthony Mackie, the reason why he blew up the way he did is because this dude did a Hollywood humiliation ritual. That's exactly what he did. He did a Hollywood humiliation ritual. That's why that nigga is Captain America now. Because he did a Hollywood humiliation ritual. Think I'm lying? Watch this.
We're not gonna fight. We're gonna kiss.
Kiss.
Like, kiss. It's the only way. We gotta know.
No.
If there are fireworks, then okay, bam. It's an us thing. Whatever. At least we got a foothold on it. So let's just fucking kiss.
Okay. I said okay.
I'm working up to.
You want me to start?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I want y'all to understand this, right? Understand his role in this. Now, those of y'all who don't know where this came from, it came from the Netflix show Black Mirror, all right? There's an episode on Black Mirror that featured Anthony Mackie and this dude right here, all right? So on the episode, there was part of a virtual online game, right? Where they was literally using virtual reality to become somebody that they wasn't. In this particular situation, I believe that the dude right here was a man, right? And Anthony Mackie was a woman. Is that correct, or was it the other way around?
No, that's what it was. Anthony Mack was the girl. He was the maybe he was the woman, and Anthony Mack was the boy. Yeah, I think Anthony Mack was the boy, but he was the girl.
Gotcha. Yeah, so Anthony Mackie was the dude in this virtual simulation, right? And this dude was the girl. On this show, right, they had a scene where they were so attracted to each other where they end up not only kiss, but they end up having sex with each other virtually.
Scenes
of them having sex with each other virtually.
And they knew who each other was. They knew that the other one was their homie.
Yep, they knew each other was each other homie. And they shared their intimate scenes with each other on this show.
This is the role he took. He accepted.
He accepted his role. Now, keep in mind, based on this previous argument, it's all right. One of the main things he said is that if he catch his son doing things stupid, right, then guess what he said he was going to do to them? But yet and still, it doesn't apply because he's the man, right?
He the man.
Right? But let's continue.
Ready? Just fucking kiss me, man.
That's your boy, Captain America, right there.
Also, think about this role right here. He's the one asking the dude to kiss him. He's asking him to kiss him. And then if something happens, if there's sparks, let's make something happen.
Mm-hmm.
Masculinity is under attack.
Nope. Not a damn thing.
And then at the end of the scene, right, Anthony Mackie was disappointed because there wasn't a spark or anything happening.
This is the role he picked, y'all. This is the role he picked.
Mm-hmm. This is the role that he picked. This is the humiliation ritual that he decided to do to land these other roles,
And
including Marvel.
Netflix had this particular episode highlighted on their Netflix platform for the longest time.
Facts. Facts. Oh, matter of fact, online, you know they coming out with a new season of Black Mirror, right?
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
Those of y'all who watch Black Mirror, yeah, they got a new season coming out, I believe next month or so. They got a new season coming out.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this man did all that, and afterward, that's when his career skyrocketed. Just because he had did a humiliation ritual. And y'all know how Hollywood is. If you want to go up in Hollywood, you have to do humiliation rituals in order for it to happen. So he did this thing, right? Now keep in mind, this dude is an absentee father, right? Who's an actor who appointed his sons to take on the responsibility of being the man of the house. And on top of that, he set up here encouraging his sons to don't do anything stupid. But don't mind me, sons. I could do things stupid. I could do things stupid. Don't worry about it. I could do it. Don't worry about it. But now back to this. See, even in that argument right there, I don't even agree with Joe on that at all. Because he keeps saying a man. That's what a man's supposed to do. Which, in that sense, yeah, a man, that's part of his job is to protect and provide for his household. That's true. But we're talking about children. We're talking about boys. Boys don't supposed to be doing the duties of their father, period. They're supposed to be boys. They're supposed to be learning. They're supposed to be educated. But literally putting his boys in that situation where he's supposed to be doing right, to be honest, it's putting them at a disadvantage. That's how the way I see it. What do you think, Lionel?
So everything they just said, and your rebuttal to that, that is how my mom felt when I was around 19, because I was helping her, no man in the house, helping pay the bills, taking care of the kids. She trying to get her stuff figured out. She told me she didn't want me doing that. She said this is, well, for me, I've been doing it for a minute, but she was like, she's put way too much responsibility on me. It's not my job to have to take care of her or the kids. I'm my own man. I need to be out. And she was just feeling some type of way because of that. And she just kept apologizing because, again, she said everything you said.
Mm-hmm.
But she didn't like how I was doing it for so long.
Yeah, facts. And it's crazy that they're grown men who literally think like this, think like Anthony Mackie, who think like Joe in this situation, but not consider the possibility thereof, not considering the ramifications behind that action, where you're literally teaching these dudes to literally be beta simps. Because that's what it's boiled down to. You're literally teaching these dudes to be beta simps. You're not teaching them how to be men. You're teaching them how to be beta simps. Because in their mind, they believe that that's the expectation for every woman that they meet. Instead
That's
of
exactly
put it.
yeah.
Oh, go
You're
ahead.
right. That's exactly what that mentality, that mental becomes.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Instead of them understanding that that privilege is only reserved for the right person. See, this is the reason why the dating market and relationships, even marriages, is in the condition that it is right now. Is because we're not setting these proper boundaries. We believe that everybody deserves everything, especially with these said type of modern day women. They believe that they deserve everything. And then if you don't give them everything, then you need to figure it out and give them everything. Even if it's impossible, you still need to figure it out and give that. All because of the mentality of what been taught in the past. Hell, I'm going to say this. A lot of these boomer generation, right, have taught this generation wrong. They had taught this generation wrong. They taught it was okay to simp out for these women. They taught it was okay for women to open up their legs to any old Pookie and Ray Ray dude, as long as you could get something out of it. They taught the generation that it's okay to go around and procreate babies, long as you can manipulate the system and get child support and all this other weird stuff. They taught them that it's okay to have I'll have abortions and all those other different things. It's okay. It's all right to do that. It's okay. They taught these dudes that if these women get out of line, it's okay for you to put your hands on them. They taught these dudes that, hey, if your daughter, if you have a stepdaughter, right, that's not really your daughter because it's your stepdaughter. So you have every right to touch her when she become older. I mean, let's keep it real. Let's have the conversation. That's what they literally taught them what to do. They taught that all these things is okay and acceptable, but it is not. It is not okay. It's not. It's not. Are you have something lined up before I start the clip again?
No, you're good. You're good.
All right, let's continue, y'all. Make sure y'all hit that thumbs up because it helped the stream out a whole lot. Let's get it.
No, actually, Urban, I actually missed something. It'll come back later, though. It'll come back later. It was something she was right about.
Oh, what how do y'all feel
Anthony
about
Mackie
that?
was giving an interview.
How y'all feel about that closing argument with Joe? Do you believe what he said is valid? That we're having a conversation talking about men and the daughters shouldn't be included into this conversation, or do you disagree with that? Go ahead, Lana.
I disagree with him. When you have a daughter, it does change your perspective a bit. And by him trying to negate that, it makes him look bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even with this argument, I agree with that as well too, because like me, I have a daughter as well too. When you have daughters, it do make you see things differently. You know what I'm saying? It really do. It really do. It really do. So he can't negate that at all. Period. He can't.
But he brought up the bear. And wait, do you have the other part of this conversation?
No, this clip.
You got to get the other part also. Because
so we'll do a part 2.
yeah. So there's another part of this clip. Because you got the first half. There's a second half of it. And this becomes a real heated argument. But the problem is he's dismissing the logic with Melissa Ford's trying to bring up and what the other dude trying to bring up, because he's essentially telling you that you need to protect these little girls.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I agree. Absolutely.
What do you mean depends on the point she was trying to make? As a woman, you know the point she's trying to make. A lot of these dudes are predators. That's the point she's making. You can't trust these older men. That these men, they're talking as men trying to have conversations. You tell me with a straight face how many of these conversations you're hearing with these men that are talking about abuse. That's the point she's making.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, check this out though. One of the main points of this is that they're saying there was an attack on masculinity. And we just showed the clip of Anthony Mackie kissing the dude and all that stuff, right? But we seen that clip. I'm going to do a show talking about this in more details, but I'm just going to give y'all a preview of this, okay? Those of y'all who've been keeping up with the political arena and stuff, right? Y'all know that President Trump has been passing a lot of different executive orders, right? A lot of different executive orders the Democratic Party does disagree with. No matter what it is, they just automatically disagree with it, you know. But one particular executive order that they totally having a problem with, and it caused a controversy, is the executive order dealing with surrogation. Okay. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I'm going to reveal this to y'all. And once again, this is just a preview. All right. What I'm going to tell y'all is this. The whole issue of that segregation bill is not what you think it really is. Okay. Now, I'm gonna want to just break it down and just say this. The whole concept about the segregation, right, where it had like whites only and stuff like that, where you go back and look at the bills from the former president, right, former presidents, right, that original bill dealt with segregation, right, where it allowed for blacks and colors to segregate into the same place or cohabitate in the same place, in the same building. Later on down the line, former President Obama had added an amendment to that bill. The amendment that he had added to that bill was to include who? People who were part of the LGBTQ community. So he added this amendment part to that bill. President Trump saw that bill. When he seen that bill, he did an executive order to go back and amend what former President Obama added on to that bill. To take it away. To make it back originally what it was built for, which is dealing with segregation for only where blacks could now segregate in or cohabitate in certain areas. But in that bill that Obama had amended, right, he made it that it was okay for the LGBTQ community to cohabitate as well too. Now y'all asking a question like, well, what's wrong with that, Urban? Well, what's wrong with that? Do y'all remember during I believe it was during Obama's second term, right? Do y'all remember that it was this whole issue with having transgender enter into the public restroom? Do y'all remember that? It was like a huge issue where they was having an issue with transgender into the restroom. So they had to create a unified restroom, right? But before that, you was having transgender men or women enter into the opposite sex restroom. Like, say, for example, if it was a woman, a transgender into their woman restroom, if it was a man, the man entered into their restroom, and all they had to do to say that they're trans. Now, this was probably before a lot of them was going through the transition. They was still literally, they assigned sex, but enter into the restroom and declare that they are trans or going through the transition. So it became a big issue. So therefore, they end up creating a unified restroom. You know them restaurants that we have now where be man, woman, didn't have family in there. They created it because of that issue. But that issue happened because of during President Obama's second term, because he added amendment to that bill. President Trump saw that bill and he ratified that bill. It put the executive order on that bill, said, no, we're not going to do that no more. There is going to be only 2 assigned genders, period. That's the whole purpose of that bill, why he did what he did. But the Democratic Party, right, they would tell you that now he is only doing that because he's trying to put us back in segregation. And the reason why they're doing that is because, once again, that said party believe that y'all ignorant and stupid and y'all not going to go and investigate the truth behind it. But like I say, the reason why I'm bringing all this up is because, yes, it is an attack on masculinity. It been an attack on masculinity. It been an attack on masculinity. It's hard for a man to actually be a man anymore without him being counseled because of it. Let's talk about that. Go ahead, Lionel, before I go deep into it.
What are the comments are saying?
Let's see. Let's go. Barb said this. She said, I thought they were talking about the erasure of straight men. And then she said, the order to erase black people from history. Yeah, that one. But I'm telling you, no, that is not what that is. That's what they say. Part is make you believe that's what that is, but it's not. It's not. That is not the truth behind it. Now, there are things that I agree with that President Trump is doing that I agree with. There are things that I don't agree with. But one of them things that, you know what I'm saying, what I'm telling you about that bill, about that segregation, I'm telling you, that's what it really is. That's what it's really about. But they're not telling y'all that. They're not telling y'all the truth behind it. Because once again, even there, we did a whole shows, right? We did a whole shows talking about the whole political race with Kamala Harris and everything. We exposed her agenda in everything. Her agenda wasn't to unify black people. Her agenda wasn't to unify even African American people. Her agenda was to unify black Americans and also unify the LGBTQ community. That's why she made a whole push about the reproductive rights, because their reproductive rights didn't have nothing to do with women. It had to do with the LGBTQ community. Therefore, it's an attack on masculinity. I'll say this. Even though the show is talking about attack on masculinity, I say that it's even an attack on femininity as well too. Where they literally have y'all ladies guessing your own gender. I remember I also did a show where a trans dude was up here literally arguing, saying that a cis woman, that's what they call y'all, cis women. They say that cis women do not have the right to have a period. I did a whole show talking about that. Transgender telling y'all that cis women do not have a right to have a period, but they do. Now, y'all can't tell me that it's not no attack on anything. You know what I'm saying? There's no attack on masculinity, nor it's not attack on femininity as well, too. Matter of fact, I'll probably do a show talking about attack on femininity as well, too. I'll sit up here and get my own self-content. What you got, Lionel?
I was about to say something. Give me a second. 'Cause I was about to say something.
Hey, Bob, talk about that picture. Well, that picture of Joe doesn't help your plight. Yeah, he was looking weird as hell.
I mean, but the thing about Joe was he was outside of the picture. From this first half of the video, he's not helping correct anything. He's not helping by explaining what it is to be a masculine man or a strong alpha masculine man, like he was saying. He didn't say
Mm-hmm.
anything that could help the narrative. If anything, he was hurting his argument, but he didn't say anything. Melissa
Mm-hmm.
Ford questioning it also wasn't helping the argument. The women in the chat definitely don't help the argument. So basically, a lot of people can't really sit here and just tell you, oh, this is what a man is or what a man's role is, because there has legitimately been an attack on the role of being a man. Too many
Mm-hmm.
people are proving it. Like the
Yeah,
gender
absolutely.
roles or the gender identities have become blurred,
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately.
Yep. Facts. Facts.
But
Facts.
women have no problem telling you what a man isn't qualified to do or how he loses his manhood if he doesn't do something. If she don't like that he ain't doing something or he's just not doing something that she considers a man is supposed to do, they'll take the qualifications of it away from him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it say that he's not a man at all. Yep, I agree. Say that Buddy is not a man at all. Well, you ain't a man anyway. Yep, absolutely, absolutely, I agree.
That's why you ask. That's why we ask the women, "What is a man?" Because most times their definitions is going to be what they are as a woman.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, exactly. So, what I'm doing now on this part of the show, I'm going to go ahead and drop the link for you. Those of you who want to come up and have a conversation with me, I'm going ahead to drop the link right now for you. Matter of fact, I'm working on that as we speak right now. Give me 1 second. All right, so here's the link right now. Those of you who want to come up and have a conversation, y'all let me know what y'all think about this whole entire conversation. What's your perspective on this? Do you believe that masculinity is dead? Do you believe it's nothing happening with masculinity at all? That's a figment of people's imagination. What do you believe about this whole entire thing? Do you agree with what Anthony Mackie was saying? Do you agree with do you also agree with Melissa? Do you agree with the dudes that was on the panel? Hell, do you agree with me? Do you agree with Lano? Do you disagree? Whatever. I want to know. I want to know how the way y'all feel about this. So come on, pull up, and we'll have this conversation. Von, salute, welcome.
Hey, Mr. Lounge.
Hey, Vons.
What? Okay, I got a question. So you said you only hold the door open for your wife, your mother, and your daughter, right?
That's what I said.
Okay.
And I added my sister in there too, so she's part of our immediate family. Yep.
Okay, so you telling me if you was outside with your granny, you don't hold the door open for her?
Nope. Unless my wife
Are you
there. Unless my wife there.
your granny, Mr. Lounge?
Nope. She don't deserve that privilege. She got Papa to do that.
I'm talking about if it's just you and her, the two of you.
Nope. She go put her on though.
What?
She go put her on though, unless Unless my wife is, if it's just me and her there, she just riding in the car when we go somewhere, I'm not opening up the door for her. Get out the car.
What?
Where we when we going into a public place, I'm not opening up the door for her. She go up that door unless I just beat her to the door. Just so happened, and she just so happened walked in. Then that's different. But I'm not intentionally opening up the door for her because she don't deserve that.
Okay, all right. So next phase. So you outside and you see a woman. Let's say you see a woman with her kids. She got groceries, whatever, or whatever. You don't open the door for them. What?
Nope. Sure don't.
I just don't believe you. I don't.
And I'm dead serious. I don't care. I don't care if she have a hand on one hand, she have a bag for the grocery, the other hand, she got an infant, and then she have a 2-year-old or 5-year-old, and they trying to get the door open. Guess what? I'm just better figure it out.
That's just like that's rude. That's not even rude. That's just you don't. So you telling me you don't have common courtesy? Common courtesy? Is that what you're telling me?
I do.
Is it common courtesy?
Okay,
or is
so
that
if you
just-
have explain
Vaughn.
your definition of common courtesy.
Vaughn, is it common courtesy, or is that you expecting him to play a male role?
I don't know why I can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear him? Oh, that because he ain't on the panel. the street.
Lionel talking?
Yeah, Lionel, he was asking, was that common courtesy?
No, I can't hear him at all.
Oh yeah, my bad. I forgot. He's on the West Coast College. Yeah,
put me on there so I can hear both of y'all because I can't hear him. It's like I seen your bubble moving and I was like, I thought you were talking.
Mm-hmm. Hey, but now if I put you on there, then you're gonna be on camera. But I'm not putting you on screen.
Oh, you ain't got. What happened to the regular Zoom link? What's up with you?
Man, I got tired of paying for that subscription with Zoom. So no Zoom.
Oh, okay. Well, man. This is a good conversation because that's some BS. Like,
if you don't want me
what?
on screen, just send me the link.
What?
Send me the
I just
screen
don't.
link.
Oh my God.
Okay.
So
I say too. Oh, it's in it. Well, you'll have to leave off of her. You'll have to leave off of her line and hit the link.
I'm hanging up.
All right. All right.
Okay.
All right, Lionel. He said he physically hit the StreamYard link.
Okay. I mean, I didn't really have a problem with camming up. I just don't want to. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't feel like doing all that.
No. I'm saying that you automatically gonna be on camera, but I'm not gonna show you on camera. Just like I'm doing with Lionel. I'm not showing them on camera, but I could see you. That's what I was saying. But it's okay. He coming.
Okay.
All right, Lionel.
Okay. Now, what was your question, Lionel?
Oh, give him a minute. Give him a minute. But yeah, the answer to that question, like, head no. So she got them kids. You better get them kids to open up that door for you.
That is okay. So you mean to tell me you're not respectful to the elderly? You see elder women going to the door. What about elderly men? You just don't open the door for them. You don't try to assist them. Nothing.
I don't make it intentional for me to do that because I need to define being a gentleman. That's the point that I'm making. I'm not doing it intentionally. Like, I got to open up this door so I could be considered as a gentleman. Now, I don't do that. Now, if I decide to do that, that's different. If I just decide, like, hey, I'm just be nice and do it, then I do it. But for us, me being a man to do that or being a gentleman to do that, hell no. Mm-mm.
I mean, but okay. So in my book, hold on, Miss Lynn.
So we read it. She said this on Urban bought his co-worker lunch. I don't believe he treats people that way. You be utterly surprised.
And
You'll be
that's what I'm
surprised.
saying. Like what? So, because you say if I decide. So if you see somebody, you know, if you see, like I said, you see it. First of all, no, I ain't going because you just said if you're out with your granny, your grandmother, who's also your elder, you she got to open the door for herself and all that, and it's just like what?
Yeah, why
So
not?
no,
Why she?
I ain't going for buying
So
lunch.
hold on. So why she's incompetent to open up the door on her own? Well, if it's my one grandmom or grandpa, why they can't open up the door on their own?
I mean, they can. Don't get me wrong, and I get what you're saying when you say like if you decide to. Dang, Jenny, really? Did you have to snap like that? But at the same time, it's like for me, that's like how do I explain it? Especially when I see elderly people, I'm kind to them. You know, I'm not gonna say go out of my way, but it's like you just you wanna treat people good, especially when you can see, for example, if I see a mom, right, and she got all these kids and groceries or whatever, what's wrong with me opening the door? Same thing with a man. If a man is out and he got all these bags in his hand or whatever, open the door for them. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not no all. Like especially when you see it. It's different if you don't see it or if you're not paying attention. But I'm not gonna see someone, and then be like, oh, I don't feel like doing that. Huh?
And I mean, why not? Because at the end of the day, that is your right to decide whether you're going to do that or not. If you decide to do that, it's fine. But just like I say, the point that I'm making is that culture have it defined as being a gentleman, meaning that it is a requirement for you to do that. And so the point that I'm making is that no, it is not a requirement for you to do that to prove that you're a gentleman. Now, if you decide to do that, fine. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Ain't nothing wrong with it. But I ain't finna do it just so I can get a high five. Oh man, you're a gentleman. Fuck y'all. I do it when I feel like it.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. Just like what Sweetie was saying earlier. Now, that doesn't negate the fact that I'm a nice person, that I do things to be nice to people. But just like I say, there have to be certain conditions met for me in order to do that. You know what I'm saying? It had to be on certain conditions met in order for me to do that. If they're not meeting them certain type of conditions, then I'm not going to do it. And I'm not entitled to do it, nor they shouldn't have the entitlement thinking that I'm supposed to do it for them. Hence the point about opening up doors.
So what's the conditions when it comes to, just like I said, common courtesy?
See, you're talking about common courtesy versus being a gentleman. And you're trying to equate that as being the same as that thing. Well, when you just doing something just to be nice, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're being a gentleman. When we talking about the concept about gentlemen, we're talking about how the way culture deem men as being gentlemen, meaning that, in other words, them dudes have to be a straight up simp towards women, period. Open up the car door, put your coat out on the ground while it's wet and muddy. You let the woman walk across your coat and you put that dirty, wet coat back on. That's being a gentleman. You sit up here taking a bullet for a woman that you don't even know. That's being a gentleman. No, it's not.
Where did you hear that?
That's what they say. That's what they say part of being a gentleman is. Taking a bullet for people you don't know. Putting coats out for people you don't know.
Was that
Open
in a
up
book?
car doors.
Because I swear I ain't never heard that.
Open up car doors for people. Want me to be a darn valet.
Okay, opening a car, the car, like for example, okay, if I'm out, okay, with my grandmother, okay, me opening the door so she can walk in first, me opening the door so she can get outside of her car. I don't see that as a man. What did you say? That's simping out. I don't think that's simping out.
That because you would say woman who's being nice to another woman, and the whole argument is about being a gentleman. You keep equating, your personal anecdotal experience into being a gentleman, but you can't do that because you're a woman. I never heard.
Huh?
I
Okay.
never heard in history of a woman being a woman man. That only applies to men being gentlemen. So once again,
Okay. Okay. You're okay. So what you're saying is you don't feel that you have to be a gentleman to strange women on the street, even your grandmother because she got a husband, or anybody that you feel isn't worthy of your gentlemanness. Is that what you're saying?
That's absolutely what I'm saying. Yep. That's absolutely what I'm saying. Because being a gentleman is a privilege, not something that's given freely due to people who think that they earn it. No. Or feel like they they feel like they entitled to that. No. Mm-mm.
But I also feel like one of the specifically the whole car thing, laying your jacket down, even though no man in 2025 is doing that, laying their jacket on over the water. Those are things that are done in relationships or when you're dating someone. You will hold her umbrella, instead of the whole jacket thing, or you'll take your jacket off if she's cold. If you're dating a woman
Y'all
and
hear
you
me?
feel like,
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
yeah, we can hear you
Okay.
now. We can hear you now, Lionel. If you're dating a woman, you should do those things. Now,
I never said that. I gave conditions behind it. I
so
said,
then this whole conversation is irrelevant
no,
because
no.
it
Look, Vaz, you coming up here and sit up here being you sit up here being defiant, being a modern day woman, just want to argue, doesn't be arguing. Well, you clearly heard all the conditions that I said earlier. Did I not explain this, Lionel? The whole conditions about why I said what I said about being a gentleman. I said that is a privilege that you give to people of your immediate circle, meaning your girlfriend, your wife, your daughter, your sister, your mom. Did I not say that?
your grandmother is a part of the immediate circle too.
No,
Just wanna
she's
add
not.
that.
She's part of the extended family. If that be the case, I might as well open up the door for the mother-in-law too.
Yeah, that Mr. Lounge, that right there to me, now that is being a gentleman to your mother-in-law. Absolutely. And it also is like a sign of respect. She's the mother of your wife. Like that's rude. And it comes off as like, ugh. Like why would you want to treat your mother-in-law that way?
Because she's not part of my immediate circle, and she doesn't require me being a gentleman. Just like I said, even with the grandma, she go open up her own door. Whatever happened to being an independent woman? You're independent. Open the door to your own self. Whatever happened to that? We're equal, right? A matter of fact, before Lionel speak on, let me drive home this other point too. Do you want to drive, Vance? Or you're a passenger princess all the time?
It depends because you got to remember Jim drives for a living. So majority of the time, if he like, I'll say I'll drive for you because I know he drives a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But when he drives, yeah. So yeah, I drive.
Gotcha. So, whenever you be out by yourself or you just out with you and your children, right, and you just so happen have to stop and get gas, right? Do you have the expectation for another man to come up and pump the gas for you that you don't know?
Mm-mm.
Why?
Well, one, if I'm being honest, I feel like when men see me by myself, especially with my kids and my experience, they try to talk to me. Two, I think it's weird because I can do it myself. And yeah.
And you just proved my point.
Okay, what's your point?
Repeat what you just said. The reason why.
No. You asked me a question without the
Repeat,
point. What's the point?
Repeat what you just said. Repeat exactly what you said. Or do you want me to repeat it for you?
I know what I said. I'm trying to figure out what point did I prove I said what I said.
The point being is that you're not going to want to do it because of these certain conditions. You don't want this dude to do it because of these certain conditions. Correct? But keep in mind, the whole argument is that he's supposed to be a gentleman towards women, especially women he don't know. So if he walking up to the car and being a gentleman, hey, let me pump your gas for you. I just want to be a gentleman. Your response was, that's weird, or the dude probably trying to holler at me, right?
Right.
Ain't that's not what I said earlier about this whole concept?
No, you did. Okay, so what you're saying is you do what you do so that, like basically to protect yourself from women thinking that you're trying to come on to them. Is that what you're saying?
That could be part of the reason too, because I have.
No, I know your initial statement, but I'm adding that to it. Like I can see that.
That could be part of the reason too. Absolutely. Because even when you offer that to these entitled women, they be thinking that you're trying to holler at them and different things like that. Even like when Sweet Rita brought up the point that I buy lunch for my coworker, right? I even have to be careful with that because they think that equate to me not only being a gentleman. I'm like, oh man, my man doesn't do this for me, buy me lunch and stuff, and
right. But Mr.
And that's how that started trying to make you be that work husband.
I need a baseline from Vaughn's.
What?
I need a baseline. I need to know what a gentleman is in your perspective so I can answer appropriately.
Okay, well, when I go outside alone, men open the door, and it's not really. I'm being honest, y'all. It's not an expectation. Okay,
I see your question, Side Patch. I answered it a little bit.
It's not an expectation, but I've been in positions. No, seriously, I've been in positions where I open the door, and a man will say, "You're not supposed to do that." Like just being funny. Allow a man to be a man. So, and from my perception, that's what men do. Like they like to open the door.
That's the only thing. That's the only way to be a gentleman.
No, I'm shut up, Lionel. I'm trying to say what I think one is, but I do. I feel like a gentleman is like not like what Mr. Lounge is describing. I'm not saying. Okay.
That's not helping me. I need you to.
I know. So, what I feel a gentleman is, he, like I was saying in the chat, if you see a woman getting the crap beat out of her by a dude, you intervene. You call the police, stop. If you see a woman having trouble with her car, you can stop and say, hey, do you need help? That to me is like being a gentleman. Just, I don't know.
So if you see
doing what men do.
So when a woman's getting the crap beaten out of her, he's supposed to intervene.
I mean, you got to understand where I come
from.
No.
I'm not saying it to be funny. I'm asking a legit question. Is that how you see a gentleman intervening? Like, hey, stop this. And then calling the authorities.
I mean, yeah, because it's another man about to damn near kill another lady, right?
Now, I'm with you. But let me note that Urban, minutes ago, brought up how women expect a man to take a bullet for a random girl. And you literally asked, who said that? Was that in a book? And you're literally saying it right now. Just to highlight that.
Can I ask a question, though?
Go for it.
What's wrong with that? Okay.
No, I was asking the question.
I mean, not the bullet part. Not the bullet part.
Hold on. Don't get off track just yet. I'll answer it, but I still want to get your full baseline of what a gentleman is. I just wanted to highlight that because you contradicted yourself right now.
I feel like a gentleman is the type of man that looks out for his fellow man and his woman. And the woman. Okay, that's what I feel a gentleman is.
So I'm trying to help you understand where Urban's coming from now. He's asking, what does he get out of that?
Respect.
No, you don't. No, you
yes,
don't.
You do. Yeah, you
don't.
No, you do. Come on, Lionel. When you see, it could be a man or a woman. When you see people being kind to others, caring for others. You know what I'm saying? People
Okay.
respect people for that.
So let me.
Don't do that.
Okay. So let's hold that theory for a second, because in the last since the '60s, what's the number one thing they say? Nice guys finish last. They constantly highlight what is one of the issues you hear the men crying about. How y'all didn't choose the nice guy over the dude that was cussing you out, that was pistol whipping you, that was calling you out your name, that had the ratchet mouth Vaughn's love. The nice guy wasn't getting that type of attention. He get a pat on the head. Oh, you're a good boy. Oh, you're so cute. But he wasn't the one winning. They respect the nice guy. If anything, most nice guys feel like they've been nothing but disrespected.
I didn't say nice. I said kind. There's a
Oh
difference.
my goodness. It's semantics. We're not playing that game. It's semantics.
No, it ain't about semantics. There's a difference between the nice guy and a kind guy.
It's
Kind girl,
really
nice
not.
girl. There's a difference.
It's really not.
It is
Because
because
it is.
because when you're nice to everybody, you pretty much let everybody
But
walk all over
you
you.
see,
But when
and that
you're kind,
it's the
you
same
have
concept.
standards, you have integrity, you have morals, you have
So
values. You're not
you,
gonna stray away from
so
them
you see
just to
what
come
you've
off.
done now. You're
What?
literally playing the game of semantics and trying to separate a word that's literally the same thing.
I am not. I'm not.
But that's what the women have done, because they don't want to admit what they've done to the quote unquote nice guy. Why do they keep saying chivalry is dead and women killed it? Because if I go off of your angle, being kind has gotten these men nowhere.
I disagree, but okay.
That's what Urban's trying to tell you. Or else you can disagree, but then that's you just being personal with it. But then look at all these conversations that's been happening over the last 3 decades. They're saying the
I
same
mean,
thing I've been saying. So you can't be like, you can't ignore it. It's clearly what's been happening. The dude can't be nice unless you think he's trying to holler at you.
but that's been my experience too, though, Lionel.
But
You have to understand
I'm
that.
not knocking your experience, but you're literally trying to sit here and say something else. That's the thing.
No, 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 no. I'm not saying. See, that's what y'all problem is. Y'all view it as all women feel the same.
I
I
didn't
don't
say
look. I
all
don't.
women.
I don't. Okay, well, let me finish what I'm saying, because based on what y'all are saying, coming off from a conversation of men who's having this conversation, and they view all women the same, right? I don't go around expecting random men to just be there at my every need. That's weird to me. Just like, with women, it's like, especially once you get into a relationship, things change. You know what I'm saying? But on the flip side, Lionel, you can't look at it as, oh, we women think every man is trying to talk to us, because now if a man is trying to talk to us and we don't like them, they want to cuss you out, pull guns out on you, try to
You
kill
know,
you, all
it,
kinds of stuff.
it's funny.
So for me,
I was just going off of what you said. I didn't have to include all women.
okay, but I'm also telling you that I don't expect a random man, to come and pump my gas, and so he can be considered
No,
a
no, no.
gentleman.
I asked you what your definition of a gentleman was. I got your baseline, so I'm only replying off of that. You're still going off of things Urban said. You haven't even got my opinions on anything yet.
Okay, go give me your opinion.
No, no, no. My opinion's irrelevant because this is the women. I'm asking a woman how she's viewing men. Like, how are you seeing a
Right.
gentleman? Do you see masculinity as under attack?
Me,
Yes.
in a lot of ways, yes.
Okay. Honesty. And do you see women doing anything to protect masculinity or enforce it?
That's a good question. Okay, let me ask you this though. What When you say protect it and enforce it, like how should that look?
a man's supposed to be a man based off of his gender roles and what you want a man to do. Do you see women trying to sit there and be like, no, I'm just gonna let him be a man? Or I'm gonna remind him, yo, this is what a man is supposed to be. But at the same
Yes.
time, not telling him what a man is supposed to be.
Well, I do see women speaking on what a man should be. Um,
And what do they say a man should be?
a protector, a provider, loving, caring, gentle. The list goes on. Yeah.
Damn, a beta?
What?
Beta.
What, my?
Damn. Hey, at least you said you do see the attack. Damn, a beta man.
So you okay? So wait. See, now I got a question. So you feel that a man that has those characteristics, or he's a beta?
9 times out of 10, he's a beta man.
Okay, so then what would make him an alpha then? If being a provider and a protector, loving, caring, kind, whatever.
Wait. Why does he have
What
to
would
be
make
an
him?
alpha though?
Because that's alpha, beta, omega. Ain't we doing the Greek alphabet? Like, I'm
No.
trying to understand.
'Cause that's literally what y'all have in the beta do. That's literally what you got the beta guy doing though. I'm using that as a way of explaining like this is a submissive man 9 times out of 10. Most of these men that these women have are submissive men. A lot of married men have no choice but
Huh?
to admit they're submissive men. What you mean, huh?
But wait, what exactly makes them submissive?
They're
That's the part I don't
listening to
understand.
you.
How they? I don't do this
Hold
kind of
on.
content. They
No.
ain't sending
Listen,
me.
when I say that, I'm saying women. I'm saying women. And trust me when I say I don't believe a lot of you
Mhm.
women when y'all say that crap, because a lot
Mhm.
of these dudes are listening to y'all. They have submitted to y'all. The women are definitely in the black community are running the household.
You think so?
There's still a lot of happy wife, happy life mentalities.
Wow. Well, I'm gonna be honest. I think I need to maybe dive more into the relationship conversation or the male versus female conversation, because
It's
I
not
don't.
male versus woman though. It's literally just
Mhm.
listening. It's literally listening. What are the men struggling with? What are their issues?
Mhm.
Like that's what again, like I say, a lot of women don't listen to the men. But then women will say that the men don't listen to the women. Ironically, if you go back to the late 80s, it sounds like the men have been doing nothing but listening to the women. Hence why they're in the predicament they're in right now.
Yep.
Okay.
Is it safe to say that women listen to react versus listen to understand?
That's what Vaughn was just doing.
Shut up, Lion. No, I feel like I'm a great listener, to be honest. As long as
Interesting.
I'm not the problem. I'm gonna be honest. As long as I'm not the problem. If I'm being honest. It might take me a couple days to be like, okay, I see where you're coming from.
The women
But
have been asked, the women in the late 80s into the 90s were asking men to be more in touch with their feminine side, to be more soft, more gentle, more caring. And now the women are complaining these men are too feminine. They too soft.
because
Sassy.
it's
How
like
they
a
can
lot of there's like a lot of whining and getting
But
their
women
nails
asked for
done
hold
and
on. Women asked for this.
Mm-hmm.
Women
they
wanted the
ask for men.
men. No. It comes with it. Women
Mhm.
asked for this. So women spent years going on talk shows, on the radio, in the newspaper articles, saying that this is what they want men to be. And then men became this. And then the women are bitching about it. Who does it sound like was listening to who? It sounds like the men were absolutely listening to the women. Because they ended up transitioning to more sassiness, more quote unquote feminine energy. Y'all begging them to go to therapy. They're going to therapy. They breaking down and crying. Now they can't stop crying. And now the women are saying, y'all doing too much complaining. Y'all not acting like men. Y'all not acting like DMX from Belly. So
What is
now
with
you
you
got
and the thug, man? Like
so
I'm
now
screaming.
so now you have the women. My bad, y'all are listening though, right? You have the men doing their thing. They're coming back now. And you have men trying to tell them this is what it means to be a real nigga. But the women are like, y'all shouldn't listen to that. That's toxic. How are they supposed to win? Y'all, how are y'all gonna get what y'all want?
But which posed the question about what it means to be a man.
Exactly. Because anything you women can say, I can instantly counter it.
Wait, you said what?
Oh, speaking.
Anything. Go ahead.
Oh, speaking of which, Sweet Really, she asked a question to me and you. She asked, define a man.
Yeah, why don't y'all tell us what y'all think a man is? Because
But hold on.
apparently alpha and beta ain't good enough.
Hold on, because we've been asking the women the whole time to define it. There's a reason we're asking y'all to do that. I have no problem dropping a definition for you, but I'm asking the women on purpose for a reason. Because in the black community, the majority of the women are the ones raising the boys into men. The same men that y'all are clearly complaining about.
And here's something I want to add on to that. Let's say that we give the definition, which we didn't did before. Me and Lionel both gave that definition before. But however, when we get that definition, guess what's going to happen? You're not going to agree to it. You're going to say, "No, that ain't what it means to be a man. You should be like, this, and that."
I feel like y'all should try and see, because I really want to know. I don't recall hearing you and Lionel speak about this, so I want to know what y'all definition is.
Actually, I think that's when Vaughn was on her hiatus, by the way.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she was on sabbatical during that time.
Because she wanted to be causing all types of drama, so I think she was gone. But there's a reason I'm asking the women. Trust me, my definition ain't gonna sound nothing like what y'all say. So as a woman, if you look at your husband as a man, what makes him one?
I'm still waiting on y'all to answer Sweet Rita's question.
But you're
Y'all
on the panel right here. You're right here on the panel.
But Mr. Lounge addressed his chat though, Lionel. So y'all got to answer the question.
No. But as a woman, because I've been waiting for a woman to talk, I want to hear it from a woman.
My definition of a man. Okay, now I just feel like if you want more, I just feel like I don't know.
Interesting.
Because you ain't gonna be up here calling my husband a beta. I get mad. So that's why I'm like, no, you need to answer the question.
No, because you should be able to answer.
I mean, I have my own definition because there are other, men out here that I don't agree with how they do things. And I like the way mine does his things. And some things I don't like.
So explain it for us. How is your husband a man?
Well, one, he has a penis.
That's true. That too.
Two, he's 30-something years old. Okay. And that's all I got. I mean, that's what makes him a man.
What does he do for you that makes you all tingly and wet?
What, Lionel? What type of shit?
What does he do that makes you basically compliant to him, submissive to him?
So you're talking to the wrong one.
What makes you respect him as a man?
I mean, of course I respect him because he's a good father.
Okay, here we go.
That's that.
Okay.
Like his I really like his character.
Okay.
Of course he works, so he's a provider. I'm a stay-at-home mom.
Okay, you got to eat.
I feel like he loves his family. He takes care of like everybody. Like he's that person, people can talk to. I mean, those are the things that I like about him. I mean, to me, that's why I decided to kick it with him.
No, that didn't tell me why he's a man.
I
I
mean, but that's
I
why
worded.
he's a man to
I
me.
got it
I mean,
for you. Because you worded it
go ahead.
wrong. I got what
Okay,
you
go
were
ahead.
saying.
Go ahead.
No, I got what you were saying, and I'm telling you, those were nice things to put out. But do you understand how hard it was to get you to say that? And this is
Because
literally giving me PTSD because this is what we went through in that chat when we asked about this. The women took forever. Took us 2 hours to get them to answer this question.
2 hours. That's a long time. I mean,
I
because you have
remember
to.
why.
But Lionel, it's because one, you put me on the spot. Two, like I said, you know, you
You've
ain't
been
finna be up
married
here
to this dude
attacking
for
my
like 20
husband.
years. He's not
I mean,
in
but
the chat.
these are things that I know, but somebody else may not. You know what I'm like? Okay, I'm gonna give you an example.
It's irrelevant what anyone else is thinking. I particularly
No,
asked you.
no. What I'm saying is like other women, you know, may not, and I know this because I'm around them. They don't want that. You know, they want something else.
So tell me,
So
what do other women want?
you know, I don't know what the hell they be wanting, but
From
to
what
me,
you
it's like
experienced.
okay, that my type of guy isn't their type of guy because he's
Okay.
considered the lame or whatever, right? But
Okay, you like lame guys. Okay.
no, because to me he's cool, like cooler than me, and I think I'm the shit. So I
Yeah,
don't.
okay. You must be kidding.
Whatever, Lionel. Whatever. So, like, what I notice is they get with guys that don't really work, you know, don't really want to be a dad, you know,
Okay.
like, so to me, I have like the creme of the creme, or however you want to say it. Now, like I said, there are some things about him that I don't like, you know, that do, you know,
I'm not
you know
asking
what
you
I'm
about that.
saying?
Yeah, I'm not
But
going to ask
yeah,
you about that. I wanted to know what things that made you look at him as a man.
um,
And I think you gave a decent answer.
yeah, I was gonna say, didn't I just answer that?
You gave a decent answer.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I got to
Okay,
say.
I was gonna say, so what's a man to y'all, Mr. Loud?
I'm gonna define it real quick. Side Pat, she sent up her line in the chat. She told me I have never heard y'all define a man. Yes, we did. We had defined a man months ago. Sour Patch. That's when you and Annette and other people was in the chat. And we was trying to get the answer from y'all, but y'all couldn't give us a clear answer. Then finally, y'all went back and said, well, what does it mean to be a man to y'all? And we told y'all exactly what it meant to be a man to us. And then after when we told y'all that, oh, no, that ain't what a man is. Like, what the hell? We told y'all that. But since Vons wasn't there during that time, I explained it to her. See, being a man, it has different layers to that. Now, being a man personally is, of course, the first word that you mention is deal with his gender, you know what I'm saying? That's what makes him be a man, his assigned gender, where he has a penis and he could have sperm where he's able to procreate. That's the first part of that. Second part about being a man is him and his characteristics, you know what I'm saying? Men have a certain type of characteristics where they're providers, they're protectors, they're leaders, they're teachers. You know what I'm saying? They're strong and independent, but also humble at the same time, depending on the circumstance and the situation. A man is also always unconditionally loving as well too. A man is a leader towards not only his wife, where his wife respect him, his wife respect him to the point where she's submissive to him. Not because he's demanding it, but because he gives that energy that he deserves that type of submission. So she does that. He is a pillar of his community as well too, where his community look up to him. He is also connected spiritually. He could be connected religiously as well too, depending on if he's a religious person. He respect everybody. He respect people, and also at the same time he demands respect. But when he demands it, it ain't out of toxic narcissism or anything like that, but it's based on his character or how the way he is, where people automatically will end up respecting him. He is not a weak dude. He doesn't put up or tolerate with bull crap. He is there to uplift his fellow brother, to uplift him, where he teaching him how to be the same type of man how he is. He's not a toxic man. He's very calculative on the decision makers that he make. He don't he take risks, but even when he take risks, it's a calculated risk versus him just doing this dumb stuff. So all of these different things or qualities of what make a man be a man. Now notice that I didn't mention nothing about gender roles. I didn't mention nothing about changing tires or anything like that.
Mm.
So that's what it means to be a man.
You telling me you said all that, Mr. Lounge, and nobody agreed with you?
Yeah, they gave me pushback on it. They did.
What I will say is,
Lionel essentially said the same exact thing, but in a different way. They gave him pushback on it.
Well, what's Sweet Rita saying in the chat now? Before I say anything, what's she saying?
oh, nothing now. She ain't saying nothing yet.
Well, what I got from that is a man is thoughtful. Okay, he's intelligent.
Oh yeah, the emotional intelligence part as well too. Yeah, we move with emotional intelligence.
Wait, that's the question I wanted to ask. So, Mr. Lounge, do you feel that men who kind of like a woman, if a man can't have children, that makes him less of a man? Because you went into like this whole sperm thing.
Mm-hmm. Does that make him less than a man if he's not able to procreate?
Yeah.
I mean, for him not procreating, then he's not doing his duty as part of being a man. Then yeah, I would say that.
Even if he really can't do it, for real can't do it. Doctors and testing stuff.
Yeah, because part of his duty of being a man is to procreate. If he's incapable, if he's incapable of doing that, that doesn't overall disqualify him for being a man.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Wait, do you feel that way about?
It doesn't disqualify him for being a man, but that means that he's incapable of doing one of his divine duties as a man.
You feel that way about women too?
Yeah, if she's sitting up here can't give out babies, then that's part of her duty as being a woman. Hence the reason why I be giving pushback about abortions and all this stuff, like free really giving abortions for no apparent reason, unless that's a legit reason behind it.
So you feel like women who get abortions and stuff, like they're basically taking advantage of their ability to procreate or something like that, or they're not grateful for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, either not grateful for it or they incompetent. But once again, I say it does depends on the reasoning behind it.
Right. You're right. I mean, I don't agree that, people who can't have kids, I don't agree with that part, but I understand what you're saying. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, I don't see nothing wrong with your definition.
So look. So you think I'm playing about this, right? Now, this what Sour Patch did. She did this the last time. Boy, what she always get
What
pushback.
she say?
she said Some of your definitions was considered as a beta.
Okay, there we go. What? Because we love the beta button. Okay, we know that's a part of your thing, Mr. Lounge. But why does it make a man a beta to be caring and providing? Like, why does that make him submissive? From what Lionel is saying, like, I don't get that.
Because a man don't supposed to be submissive towards his woman. Period. We really talked about this before, Vance. But what a man don't supposed to be submissive, it's supposed to be the woman who's supposed to be submissive to the man. So
okay.
So
we probably have talked about this, but I don't get it because I don't see how that's being submissive to a woman when you like really care about like I don't see that. I don't understand it. So he's just supposed to be cold hearted, giving his money and nothing. Like that's it.
what does that have anything to do with how the way he feel about that woman? Being a beta don't have nothing to do with that. Well, let's revisit this. What do you think the definition of a beta is? And start that with you, Sal Patch. What do y'all believe the definition of a beta?
Like a beta male is like a punk or a wimp, like.
And what makes
I
him
feel like a beta male is.
And what makes him that way?
He don't work, he all like okay, I'm gonna put it to you like this. He don't work. He feel like a woman's supposed to submit to him and he's supposed to be treated like a king, but he really trash. That's how I see a beta male. Because to me, an alpha male is the opposite. He's the provider, he's the protector, and he cares, he actually cares about his significant other.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like, the other dude only cares about himself, right? He's like self-serving, if that makes any sense. But an alpha male is gonna be the guy that, fix the holes in the walls and, can fix the washing machine. You know what I'm saying? Like they got something going with themselves. You know what I mean? Like the full package kind of deal.
Okay, I'm back.
Mm-hmm. So let me explain to y'all what a beta is so y'all can understand this, okay? A beta male, first of all, is a dude who is totally and absolutely submissive, meaning that not only he's submissive, he's a yes man. He don't have no backbone to make any type of decision. He want that woman to make all the decisions, and also he do things to solely only please that woman because he believe that if he do these things, then he is going to be loved by that woman.
Happy wife, happy life.
That's what a beta is. That's why when we saying them different things, like a dude opening up a corridor and stuff, if he's not doing that because he does truly care about that woman, and he's not expecting anything in return other than respect and different things like that, that doesn't mean he's a beta. That means that he's just being a normal man. That's who's kind. You know what I'm saying? That's all that means. But if he's doing it intentionally because he's trying to get the coochie, then yeah, that's a beta. That's what betas do. That's what normally betas do. That's what beta simps do. They're the ones who be sitting up here buying flowers, buying you clothes, sitting up here paying your bills and stuff because they want something in return, as an exchange. That's what betas do.
Okay, I can agree with that. Yeah, because that don't even sound right.
You say it don't sound right, but that's a lot of married men. That's a lot.
But no, Lionel,
that's true.
I'm not gonna say no because I'm not gonna say no because I don't know that. What I will say is, I feel like a lot of guys that aren't married do that. Not necessarily even with the intent to marry, but just to, like Mr. Lyon said, get the cat. They don't have no type of commitment. They don't have, what?
Happy life. Happy wife, happy life. That is where that connotation came from. A bunch of dudes submitting to their woman. And you damn sure not about to tell me you ain't never heard that.
No, I have. It's just that I'm sorry, y'all. My experience has just been different.
About your experiences. I'm telling you, I'm sure you can look around and listen to people or know people that can confirm this.
Okay, yes, then yeah, I can.
This is where your beta men started to take center
It's h-
stage.
I guess it's hard for me to see a man that's married as like lower than a husband because what a husband is supposed to be, it shouldn't be a beta. He should be the alpha. He should be the one leading the household.
I don't think y'all know what an alpha is, and mainly because I have a dark interpretation of it. 9 times out of
Hmm.
10, the dude that's an alpha is most likely a predator.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
Most of
okay.
the
Okay.
guys that y'all dictate as an alpha, 9 times out of 10, ranks on the predatory chart.
Mm-hmm. And here's
Oh, oh, so then
here's another thing too. Traditionally, they make alpha the top of the food chain, but in reality, alpha is not on top of the food chain. Do you know what archetype is on the top of the food chain? Sigma
no.
males. Sigma males. Because
Oh, I've heard you talk about that. I've heard you talk about that.
because on Sigma males, we're the true leaders. See, we know how to lead without leader to be, toxic. We don't have to demand anything. It is our whole aura, how the way we carry ourselves, how the way we move. People will automatically follow us. Well, matter of fact, if you look at the wolf pack, right, you'll have the alpha at the front of the pack, right? But people think that because that wolf is at the front, they're thinking that that's the true alpha, but that's not the true alpha. The true alpha is normally in the back of the pack, at the very end of the pack. That true alpha is considered as a sigma because the true alpha, he's watching the pack from behind. And he's doing that for a reason because a true alpha or sigma is a leader. And he's always observant, not only the front, but he's also observant in the back as well too. Just in case if any enemies were to come from the rear, guess what? He's already on top of it. He's already planning ahead. You know what I'm saying? While everybody else is moving forward. That's what sigmas do. Even like in business and stuff, right? You always have that one dude that's always outspoken, want to be the center of the attention and stuff like that. That's not the true that's not the true leader. The true leader is the dude that sit up there and observe and be planning stuff. Then finally he executed. And then when he do it, he don't mind getting the recognition and different things like that. But at the end of the day, all that matters to him is that he completed the task. That's it. So yeah, there are people they love to fantasize about the alpha as being the true leader, but the alpha is not the true leader.
Well, that's something for me to do research on because okay, I didn't know that. But never mind, because I was gonna ask another question, but never
Don't say
mind.
never mind. I mean, we up here. Go ahead and ask.
You know what, Lionel?
Oh,
Okay,
Lionel.
so
Lionel. By the way, South Pat say your way of thinking is dark.
and is
Well, I
Lionel.
mean, it's not naive at least.
So so if you say the definition that we throw out is are actually predators, so then what is an alpha from your dark way
Just
of
told
thinking?
you. They're predators. It's just point simple.
Okay, so I'm gonna give to you what I think you're gonna say. So, or what you would say. So, would you say an alpha man is that man that basically, he works, he can pretty much do every and anything all on his own. He really don't need a woman to cook because he can cook. Okay, he doesn't need a woman to do laundry because he can do laundry. You know, um,
What kind of
self.
definition?
I'm going into something
Go ahead.
self-serving. He just
Hey, she
he
said.
no wait.
Hey, Lida, she said, let her
What?
land, bro. Let her land.
So, so you know, he's like that until y'all like move in together, and then he completely flips on you. Like now all of a sudden you do all the laundry. He pretty much all the things he was doing while y'all were dating or before y'all got married or super committed, he stops doing it once he got you locked in. Is that the alpha?
No,
No,
that's a
that's not
beta.
alpha. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
like,
so well
what?
then tell me what it is so I
I
can
literally, I told you what it was. Alphas are
all
predatory
you
men.
said all you said was predatory.
That's what they
How?
are.
What are the signs? What are the actions? How?
Okay, time. We got to flip this conversation now.
Define
All right, there
predator.
we go. What do you mean define predators? The dude that's literally coming after your 7-year-old daughter, the one that's going after your 11-year-old daughter, the one that's going after your 16-year-old girl or boy.
What?
It's the one who has the resources to administer complete domination and subjugation over these youth. They don't care about your feelings. They know they have the resources to get what they want, and they're going to take it whether you say yes or no.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
Okay, so how does he
hey, Vance.
okay, because huh?
Hey,
Huh?
Vance, real quick. Hold that thought real quick. Hold that thought real quick. Hey, Side Pat, she said that. She said, all my time following Urban's channel, I have never seen him act or present himself so cold. Look,
I'm not gonna lie, Mr. Lounge. They're not opening the door for the granny. I ain't expect that for you. No, I ain't expect that.
look,
The
look,
mother-in-law, I ain't expect that.
look. How the way I am, I always been this way. It is that y'all chose to look at my kinder side all the time. Oh, he's cool. Oh, look at him. He's dressing real nice. I like that. And you chose to look at that particular side of me. And so that's what you gravitated towards. But I always been an asshole for real. It's people when I go on their panels and stuff, right? People be saying, damn, everybody is a complete asshole for real. Like, yeah, I am. But I would try. But see, the only difference is that I'm a respectable asshole. You know what I'm saying? I'm a respectable dick. If that makes any sense, you know what I'm saying? I'm not this type of evil, conniving type of dude. When I do stuff and I say stuff, I'll be saying it with intentions for real, because there's a point I'm trying to make out of that. So yeah, I always been this way. To be honest with you. The bad fact, when I be reviewing shows, I'll be an asshole. Reviewing different topics all the time. Whether it's pop the balloon or this topic, whatever the case may be, I always been this way. But people
So you
just choose
telling
to see what they
me
want to see.
So you telling me I done told all my buddies behind the scenes, no, Mr. Lounge really cool, you know, he
I
not
am
stuck
cool.
up like we thought he was, and
I
you
am
really
cool.
not, because that's what I'm hearing.
I am cool. I am cool, and I'm also stuck up too, as well too, depending on
What makes
who it
him not
is.
cool though? Because he won't open up his door for grandma.
Yeah,
I'm gonna keep
what
it
kind of
real.
craziness is that?
I'm gonna keep it real, Mr. Lounge. For me, when it comes to, maybe it's because of how I view I'm gonna say my own real life elders, right? If my husband was rude to his elders or mine, it just wouldn't work because that's our people. You know what I'm saying? Like how you treat other people is how I'm gonna, that's how you're gonna treat me.
See,
You know,
but that's the point that y'all missing, is that it's based on a choice. Now, if I choose to open up a door, I'm not doing it because I'm being a gentleman, which is based on what we was discussing earlier. I'm not doing it because of gentleman. I'm doing it because I'm being kind and nice at that particular moment. But I'm trying to get y'all to understand that that's not a requirement for me to do. I'm not required to do that. I
right.
do it because I choose to do it. If I don't do it, that doesn't make me not be less of a man or less than a gentleman, whatever y'all want to call it. You know what I'm saying? They don't make me less than anything. It's that I just don't want to do it.
I don't respect
Just
No,
that simple.
I'm gonna keep it real. I don't feel like it makes you less of a gentleman. Like you said, it just makes you an a-hole.
Vaughn, I don't respect my elders. I'm gonna keep that
Father
one.
God in heaven, Lionel, what is wrong? We're not gonna get into that tonight. Can you tell me if this predator does not care about the woman's feelings and his only goal, which I've 1,000% agree with you. What I'm asking is, how does that man show up to a woman? How does he appear? You
Like
know what I'm
your
saying?
definition of a gentleman.
So like a savior. So it's all fake, right?
Of course.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Yes, I agree with you. Those kind of men are big, 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 big red flags. Yes.
But y'all women can't tell that.
Don't do me. I know
No.
how to
So
spot a
I'm going to
predator.
say a lot of women think they do until they actually encounter one. That's the
But see,
reality.
you can't say, but Lionel, you can't.
Actually, on this one,
No,
I
no.
can. There's too
Why?
much.
Are you a predator?
Well, I was born from one. There's too many cases that show this. There's too much data that shows how, what is it, a 90% ratio of women in these cases? They didn't know this. And then they got caught. They got trapped. They got assaulted. And then there's the cases that go under the radar. You will lose this argument if you try this because it's that bad out there.
I ain't trying to argue with you.
I'm
I
just
know
letting you
how
know.
to. Lionel, you ain't finna fight with me, so me and you could be going back and forth.
I'm not arguing. No. You're good.
Real quick, y'all. George Chit Chat, she said, I can agree Urban is an asshole that kept me in line. This is him from when I met him back in 2022. Facts. So I have not changed at all. I have not changed. I'll probably evolve even more than what I am. But yeah, I always been this way.
I don't disagree with Joy, because when I'm gonna be honest with you, Mr. Lounge. I knew you had that reputation. The only reason I gave you a chance is because you gave me a chance, and that's just honest to God truth. You came underneath my first video, and you were not positive, but you gave good feedback, and it was like, oh, he watches me, so I decided to come give you a chance, and voila, you cool.
Urban. What type of reputation you have, bro?
Hey, Lionel. I can tell you. He think he better than everybody. He's stuck up. He always got something smart to say. He always judging people. That's exactly what
I do. I ain't gonna lie, I do.
Yeah.
I absolutely do. Do
So
I
what's
think
wrong
I'm
with
better?
that, though?
Yeah, do I think I'm better than people on YouTube, stuff like that? Absolutely, I believe I do. That's
we
me
know,
and
Mr.
my
Lounge. We know.
that's me and my confidence. See, y'all mistake arrogance for confidence. I'm just confident in myself, but y'all want me to humble myself. I'm not gonna humble for y'all for what? Like, what I need to do that for?
No, I don't know.
Nobody.
I'm gonna be honest. Do I expect you to humble yourself? Sometimes when you doing your content, it be like,
Nope.
really, Mr. Lounge. But on the flip side, no, I feel like, okay, I'm gonna put it to you like this. I feel like when I first dropped down in your chat, your reaction would be, I don't want that ratchet mess over here. You can't be over here in the lounge. That's how I thought you would come off. So when I realized, like, oh, he watching me, so let me go see if he's really like this mean, spirited person. And you got your ways, but no, you're not like that. You get what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. That's why I told y'all I'm respectable. You know what I'm saying? It's a difference between, being an asshole and not being respectable versus being respectable. I'm just respectable with it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But
Yeah, that's right.
I
Yeah,
am
you're
arrogant and
respectable,
I am arrogant. I am confident in everything. You know what I'm saying? Because I have to be that way. Because I'm competing in the world that's against me. So yeah, why not?
That's against you, yes.
Why not?
The world is
hush,
against.
Lionel. Hush.
But we just talked about it. The world is against. If he is displaying any type of masculinity, the world is against him. Everything he says, the women in the chat and on panel, tries to combat against him. Everything the women try to say is to make him soft, to humble him. Even when they say they don't, their actions have already stated otherwise.
So what you're saying is, Miss Lodge, you be feeling like we be wanting you to change. Is that what you're saying?
Well, not me. Y'all can't tell me shit. But how
I ain't
y'all
tell,
come
I
at
said
Urban?
no. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want nobody to be any different than who they are. Like I mean, I pretty much said how I feel. Yes, Mr. Loud think he better than everybody. He come off like he, whatever. But I feel like I'm pretty sure you get that all the time in real life, right? People feel like you think you all
Ab-
that. What's funny
Absolutely,
is
they do. Absolutely, they do.
I'm the total opposite of Mr. Lounge. And as a woman, you think you better, you think you cute, and they be like, I ain't even doing that. I'm just being me. So I get that. I really do. You just be being yourself and people get offended, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Why are they getting offended though?
I reputation. Sometimes people just be intimidated, you know. I think as adults, yeah, don't nobody want nobody coming around, trying to make you feel like you should be different than who you are. You know what I mean? So on Mr. Lounge end, he's always trying to like get everybody to be their greatest selves. And everybody feel that their greatest self is their greatest self,
But
right? I'm gonna say,
isn't that what the women are doing to the men though? Trying to get them to be with something that they're not.
but Lionel, some of these dudes really be tripping though. you gotta admit that they be tripping.
Tell me why. How? How do they be tripping?
Because okay, so it's like this. Like it's like when as women we are expected to do a lot of things by ourselves. Like
Tell me
I know
like what?
somebody, I know somebody who they're divorced now, but their husband was not a dad, and
Okay.
he really wasn't even a husband. So it's like if she had to cook dinner, and take the kids to their events, even though he worked in his spare time, like when he wasn't at work, he'd rather be out in the streets. So to me, when she said like, she tried to talk to him, later on they found out he was diagnosed with narcissism or whatever. But she would try to talk to him and he would be like, you're their mom. You're supposed to do this. I work, I pay the bills. And to me, that's messed up for a man to feel like I go to work and I pay the bills, or I'm gonna say pay what bills you want to pay because they went through like this whole thing
I got you.
where you know what I'm saying? And it's to me that's like what's wrong with a woman, wanting her husband to be a father, be a husband, you know what I'm saying? Like not be all cold in one type of way of thinking,
But don't
especially
but don't women say they miss the way men used to be when the men were working 12, 16 hours a day and couldn't be there and actually do what they should have been doing as fathers? But they were
wait,
chivalrous
say that
per
again.
se.
Say that again.
Don't women say they miss the old man what men used to be when they was breaking themselves working 16, 20 hours a day, couldn't raise the children, which meant the black woman was most likely raising the children then?
But see, Lionel, I don't think I think when they say how men used to be, I think they're specifically talking about being a provider. You know what I'm saying?
That you just said that's all he doing.
Yeah,
You
but
brought up the extra stuff of with the kids and stuff, but if all he feels like he has to do is provide money for bills, it sounds like
you
he's
ain't let
doing. Go
you
ahead.
ain't let me finish though.
Go ahead.
They forget that part that grandma was. Hold on. Okay, y'all, they giving me a headache. But listen, so um, what was I saying? They forget
Grandma
that.
was there.
Yeah, they forget that grandma was literally doing everything and grandpa had a whole nother family down the road. Or they forget that, yeah, grandpa paid the bills, but he sat around and drank all the time. Or yeah, grandpa paid all the bills, but he was always down at the bar with the loose woman, not going to church on Sunday. They forget about that part, right? Because what we really want is for our husbands to be husbands and fathers. Doing what we, taking on the responsibilities of what we do. You know what I'm saying too, and
Basically,
not
you
just
want him to
leave it all on us.
kill himself for his family.
What? Ain't that what we do? If that's the case.
Nah, y'all women still got time to go to the club, have girls' nights, or watch Desperate Housewives or the Real Housewives or something. Y'all women have
or be on YouTube all day.
or be on YouTube all day. Women, they get to have it the Peggy Bundy way, but the men got to kill themselves for their family. He can't even have a hobby he enjoys.
That's not true. And playing the game is not a hobby. I just want to throw that out there.
Damn.
A hobby is building something. You know what I'm saying? Making a new wing in the house. Fixing the washer and dryer, the stove,
anything
refrigerator,
to benefit the woman, huh?
Exactly.
I'm just saying. What?
Nigga can't even have
a hobby. I'm just saying. Okay, even Jesus had a hobby outside of his spiritual work, and it still benefited the people. He was a carpenter, for God's sake.
All they do is fulfill what we say.
He was not somewhere playing hopscotch and rock throwing in puddles and stuff. That's not what he was having folks walk across water. All I'm saying is, y'all can do it.
Dude can't even have a hobby.
Unless
it benefits her.
My wife don't think like that at all. Per, when I do my podcast, right, she considered this as a hobby. Well, when
I'm glad your wife lets you get a break.
Yeah,
but
she
no,
do.
Mr. Lounge,
it did.
No.
Now check this out. Check this
ahead.
out real quick, Vaughn. Check this out. She has a hobby too. One of her main hobbies is that she loves reading books. She's a bookworm. She loves reading books, so she does that. While I'm on her on the podcast, guess what she's doing? Reading books. Then after when the podcast is over, she's going back and catching the replay. Then we have conversations about it. That's what it is. But she not sitting up here saying, "Oh my God, you can't do that." Blah 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 blah. You're not building the wing of the house.
Exactly. So she got to have her hobby. And see, that's the thing, y'all. Anytime y'all do something, y'all want us to do it with you, right? Right.
What?
So
What?
What kind of shit?
I never asked Mrs. Zerber to do a podcast with me. Not like that.
Mm-hmm.
A matter of fact, I put it to you this way: the only time Mrs. Zerber ever came on this podcast was one time, and that was it. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play that episode for y'all when she came on the podcast. She came on and we was talking about our marriage, and so I'm gonna want to play that as a premiere. I'll play as a premiere for y'all.
No.
But that was the only time she ever came on here. But other than that, I don't require for her to do the same thing I'm doing. She don't have to. Just like she don't require for me to do the same thing she's doing.
Right. No, I was really making a joke though, Miss Lodge. You know how they say
Nah,
every time.
that ain't no joke.
No, for real, I was
joking.
making a joke. Honestly, God, I was making a joke because like on TikTok and stuff, some of the women, they make little videos. Like every time my husband starts a new project, I'm included somehow. If he want to start a business, I'm included. If he want to go bowling, I'm included. Something. We always got to do something extra for y'all. That was the joke I was making. But what I was about to say was that, but Mr. Lounge, although this is your hobby, there's a benefit from it, right? You monetize, you get a little check, whatever, right?
Yep.
These guys feel like playing the game, and I'm not talking about the guys that play the game and make it, become gaming channels. They feel like playing the game is a hobby. They feel like their rap career. Okay, they not working. They gonna play the game and get big on YouTube. I'm gonna become a rapper, but they're not doing anything else in life. They sell drugs. They're not good at selling drugs. Lionel, they don't even be good at these things though. Real talk. I got a friend.
That's why y'all y'all not supporting these guys. That's why they're not good. Y'all not supporting them.
Lionel, that's not true.
Y'all not cheerleading on.
No, that's not true, Miss Lon. I have a friend who literally works, and her boyfriend, because they're not married, but they have kids. Her boyfriend has been, and I'm not saying he's not gonna make it, because I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I do feel like he got it right, but it's like that's what. So she works and gives him money for studio time. She works and gives him money, all this stuff, and it's like, can you get a job too? You know what I'm saying?
But wait,
Like,
he's investing in his dream. How he supposed to
what?
invest in his dream if he working for
What?
someone else?
Lionel, he's not. Oh my God, Lionel, this man. So you mean to tell me? Okay, so Mr. Lounge is. I mean, you don't have to say yeah or nay, but let's say YouTube was your dream, right? Right.
Mm-hmm.
If you was doing these podcasts, no income, you not helping your wife going to work 7 days a week. You know what I'm saying? She giving you money to pay for StreamYard or whatever else you pay for to make your lounge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think it's a little unfair to her when you are perfectly capable of going to even work at McDonald's for a couple hours until your dream kick off, right? That's not fair.
Well, if you're talking about me personally,
Yeah.
if I'm not working and she's working and she's providing the stuff, right, I'm most definitely gonna be providing something else in return. You know what I'm saying? Just to balance it out. Meaning I'll be doing something to
Good
lighten the
D.
load. Absolutely.
Right.
Why she's sponsoring my dream.
That's all I'm saying,
He's
Lionel.
gonna be tapping it in the
That's all.
bed. That's all he's saying. He's gonna
Yeah.
make sure he's giving it to her good.
Yeah,
What?
That's what
Mr.
I'm saying.
I'm gonna be wherever she want me to be in the bed.
Exactly.
So basically, you gonna be submissive in the relationship.
How is that submissive? You working for me? It's basically like
Because
You provided a service for me.
y'all are hilarious.
I don't know how you looking at that, but she working for me. She making my
Lionel.
life. She's funding my dream.
Yep.
That sounds like
Sponsorship.
a real woman.
Sponsorship.
But
Yep.
Lionel, y'all are so funny. So you mean to tell me, Mr. Loud, you wouldn't feel no type of way about just giving a woman some good D, okay? Not helping take care of the kids, not helping with laundry. You can't even cook for the lady when she get off work. You know what I'm saying? None of that.
Ugh.
That sounds like Peggy Bundy to me. Ain't that what we was talking about earlier, Lionel?
Yeah.
Y'all trolling. I'm not finna play with y'all.
You want him to work a few hours. In this economy, a few hours isn't doing anything. It ain't paying groceries. It ain't filling up your gas tank. It ain't paying any bill. What is him working a few hours supposed to accomplish?
You know what, Lionel?
Just
okay.
But that's what I'm asking. No, I'm asking a legitimate question now. Because
you got me when it comes to the details of it. You got me right.
No,
when it
Vaughn,
comes to
so I'm being real
what?
in this question. So if the woman, because Dr. Umar asked this question about would you finance a man, your man, if you've been with him 2-3+ years, would you finance him to know that he has a dream and you have it? And the woman hesitated. She wasn't.
I don't see nothing wrong because I feel the same way. However, I've been with my husband for 11 years. That's different. I know he got me right. In the beginning of our relationship, no, especially because we didn't have kids and then we did have kids. No, I wouldn't be going for that because one, it's like, no, Lionel, you gotta see it from our viewpoint too. It's a lot.
I'm asking why.
Because it's a lot of basketball players and rappers and comedians and presidents that had first wives and first girlfriends until they made it. And they throw you away like you was never there for them.
So
you know what I'm saying?
Why can't he be the outlier? Why can't he be the special one? The one where
because
No, and I'm asking this question. I'm using, and Urban knows exactly what I'm doing. I'm using female mentality because whenever we come at the female for things, it's not all women. That's not my situation. I'm in a bubble. I'm not like the other ones. Every time The
I'm an
women all
anomaly.
drop. Hey, I'm the anomaly. Women have a habit of dropping the exact same thing. Y'all actually say this so much, it's universally guaranteed every individual one of you will say this collectively. But yet, when it's like, let's take a chance on my man, now all of a sudden he's not the anomaly. Now we're not in that mindset that he's special. He's not like the other ones. He's
Mm-hmm.
gonna make it. Let me take a chance.
Oh, because they did that too, and they spent their youth. Okay, they didn't get these men babies, only for them to end up throwing them away. No, I'm good. I'm good.
I
I'm
think
good.
y'all throw yourself away.
What? How? 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 Mr. Lyles, he trolling. How? How, Lionel? Come on. How
I'm
do
not
we throw
trolling.
ourselves
I'm
away?
dead serious.
No. How do we throw ourselves
Because
away
y'all
if
become a
we're
headache. Y'all become unbearable. What the hell I look like trying to support you and take care of you and all that, and you a whole headache.
Oh, so you talking about when we be like, hey, I was there for you. I was the only one there for you. That's we a headache now? Huh?
Why are you bringing that up? I already know you was there for me.
Because they start acting funny, Lionel. They get a little money, start looking better than what they did, and
Because
then
they
they think they
because
better than you.
so they being punished because they want to level up.
No, they ain't nothing wrong with leveling up, but like I said, people forget simple. People forget where they come from. They forget who was there for them. They become like gods or something.
I'm
They
gonna
be
tell you
trying to
right
act
now.
like
I don't want to be reminded where I came from. Let me forget.
so so you're saying if a man, comes home and all of a sudden he just acting so different, the woman's supposed to change with him?
He was not acting different. That's who he was. You just weren't paying attention.
Ah, okay. Okay, so then yeah, no.
Hey, case in point earlier, what with on Sour Patch and in your argument about me. I'm not being who I was. Y'all
Bingo.
just seen it differently. Y'all just
Mr.
want, in
Lounge,
other words, y'all wanted me to be something that I wasn't. But I always been to say I don't change at all. I evolve. Yes, I absolutely evolve and level up. But
well, and in my experience, if I ever have to talk about the great Mr. Lounge, I would tell it exactly how I told it. I thought you were like I said, mean spirited towards, well, no, you said it, not respectable. Because there are people out here, that's like that. They jump to conclusions and stuff like that. But no,
Are the comments
I feel
saying
like
anything? I can't see.
no,
you said
no, not
what?
really.
Oh, but okay, all right. That was my question. Mr. Miles said he don't open the door for grannies. But
But why is that so important though? Because you waited
oh
two to
God.
3 hours and you was dead serious about that question. So I'm curious on why was that so important?
Yeah, did also, bro.
Um
She literally left the show and came back and waited, make sure she had her place in line too. That's the
absolutely. But no, for real, so Mr. Lounge,
real quick. Remember when I said that women have chaotic nature?
They do. That's what I've been preaching.
whatever. I I only left because I had two phone calls. That's the only reason I left. But and I honestly thought that the live ended because when I got off the phone, I was like, dang, I was supposed to hit the panel. So when I came back and saw you was live, I was actually excited. But anyway, listen, it's in okay, Mr. Lounge is married, right? So I feel like if that's okay with his wife, that's okay, right?
Yeah.
For me, and I'm gonna just keep it real, as like we're kind of like buddies and stuff. It was just kind of shocking to hear him say that. You know what I'm saying? Just because he is respectable to me, he's not like
Am I respectable to
mean.
you?
No, Lionel, you're
Oh,
not.
interesting. Am I mean?
No, I don't know, but I do think you're a real big butthole. I'm not gonna lie, I
Okay.
do.
Do I have reasons to be?
You said, do you have reasons to?
Yeah.
Based on what I know about you, yeah, I can see why you're not like open, you know.
That's interesting. That's wild. You
Yeah.
had to learn something about me in order to make that assessment.
Honestly, if you see, I don't like saying this because I don't want people to think I'm crazy, but because it's gonna sound crazy. It's not that I have to learn something about you because honestly, the very first time I talked to you, I picked up on it. You know, even with Mr. Lounge, it was just like, he got some stuff with him, right? So it's like you I knew it's like this. Mr. Lounge had the reputation of thinking he better than everybody. The confirmation came in when I actually sat in his chat. My experience with him is not exactly the reputation that people have put on him, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So Lionel, yeah, I did, yeah, I kind of knew you had some shit going on.
Interesting.
Yep. And that's to clarify all this, right? Where without that being said, do I care? No, I don't. Not at all.
Right.
I don't care. Not at all. But like I say,
but we know that
like
too,
when
though. We know that too.
yeah, I know, y'all know. I know. Yo, so whenever I pull up and stuff, right, they're like, oh my God, Urban is over here. Man, say, bro. Well, like you been with me where we be going on
Man, she wouldn't even let me on the panel the other day.
Hey, you say, bro, you be with me where we be going out on our little expeditions, man, to other people on channels, right? So when I pull up, man, they be like, Urban is in the chat.
Yeah, that's exactly the feeling.
They be excited as hell because I be up in their chat like, bro. All right.
I thought Vons was nice. She's not.
That's okay. You're right. I'm learning not to be nice, but
she literally left me hanging in the chat.
Nah, I'm learning. Don't be nice. Be kind.
You wasn't even kind. She had a whole conversation about this dude who was challenging her mentally and spiritually.
Hey, what? Mr. Lounge, you know me. It wasn't no way I was finna. That was like, okay, I can deal with the two of you, right? Because Mr. Lounge, you, unlike others, you know your responsibility. You know you're not trying to deter nobody away from the Lord, okay? Him and Neutral, no, I wouldn't have been able to handle it.
I don't try to deter nobody though. I don't deter nobody.
You don't. Okay, because I don't know what you be. I don't know you like that, Lionel.
No, he don't deter nobody.
I just ask questions.
Mm-hmm. He asks questions. He respect people's beliefs too, even if he don't agree with it.
Okay, well then maybe next time I give you a chance.
No, she lying.
But no, for real though, Lionel, that was my first time talking to Neutral about that in depth. Like we've talked about it or whatever, because we like cool with other people and stuff behind the scenes. But that was my first time talking about it in depth, and that it was a lot. Like my head, I was spinning, man. I couldn't handle you on the panel.
But
it would have been too much.
Needed someone else in that conversation because you wasn't.
You said what?
You needed someone else in that conversation. You wasn't quite getting everything he was saying.
Wait, huh? Say that again.
You weren't getting everything that he was saying.
Well, yeah, that's true. So what you say? You was coming up there to help?
I was coming up there to help.
I don't even believe that. It's not you believe that.
Not her laughing.
Hey! If the man say he's coming up there to help, that's his word. His word is bond.
Man, y'all bro code is so toxic. But hey, I love it. Y'all cool.
Toxic. See, masculinity under attack.
It is, bro. It is, man.
It stays on, like she shows it that it's under attack. The women in the chat have shown it's under attack.
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't take
y'all crazy.
Where we go in other spaces, they show it's under attack.
It's under attack. You shouldn't have to take so long to tell me what a man is, and you with one for the last 20 years. You shouldn't be able to tell me, and you're raising kids. Are all your kids girls?
I have 2 boys.
And she's raising boys. That makes that even worse. And she's raising boys to men, and she can't tell me this.
No, because Lionel, I know you. If I would have said some other stuff, which is what I was trying to get my conversation together, you would have been up here being funny. And it's like, see, nah, I ain't got time for that. I ain't got-
Or don't say nothing that's going to allow me to be funny.
but how else are you going to get an honest answer out of me, right? Right?
I can get honest answers out of you. I got honest answers out of you last week. And I didn't have to be funny.
Right. Right. That's true.
These women, man. But it's good you came up here because the rest of these women be scared.
Yeah, kudos to that. Hey, I could honestly admit that Vaughn, she about that life for real. She like, hey, drop that link now.
That's why I respect Vaughn's.
No, you can't say everybody else scared. Everybody's not content creators, and everybody don't want to have these conversations. It's
only a very few people who will literally come up on the panel on the lounge. You was one of them.
Mr. Lounge,
everybody else who are women be scared as hell.
They be scared.
But be talking their nose in the chat all the time.
Because
but it's cool because I like the feedback.
Mr. Lounge, have you experienced y'all? I'm gonna need you.
What do you mean?
Do y'all know who y'all are?
I mean, elaborate that.
Yeah, what kind of question is that?
Y'all like to, like, for example, Sweet Rita asked y'all a question, right?
What she asked?
And she said, she asked y'all to define a man. Like, how do y'all define a man? Instead of Mr. Lounge, it was like after Vaughn did it first. Y'all be playing mind games. Y'all be like, no, you go first. No, you go first. And it'd be like, just tell us, because y'all want to hear what we got to say to make y'all answers better. Boom.
Actually, no, because you can go back to his other podcast, and his answer is going to be the same that he gave tonight.
I'm gonna go back. Mr. Lounge, how far back is it?
I don't know, Vaughn. So let's go back to the chapter. I don't know.
But the reality of this is, we're not. So again, we're telling you that masculinity is under attack. In order to create a baseline, we need to know what the women are thinking. If the women don't tell us what they're thinking, how can we formulate an appropriate response? Now, my answer is already made up no matter what. So nothing y'all could have said could have changed my mind. But I wanted to know, as women who are primarily raising the children, whether single mom or not, 9 times out of 10, a child has more than 150% of feminine influence in his life daily. It's irrelevant if the dude is around or not. I want to know how these women are viewing men. What is your definition of a man? What is your definition of a gentleman? It is important for us to know how the women are thinking. And the problem is the women take too long to formulate an answer, which also clarifies a very serious situation. There's a reason why women have been complaining for decades now about the men. But guess who's raising the men?
Okay, so you pretty much just told me that a woman can raise a man.
A woman can raise a man, but that's not generally speaking. That's more than likely the outlier.
Right.
Generally speaking, women can't raise men because y'all are complaining about men today, and guess who raised them? Women.
Okay, I see where you're coming from with that. I do.
Not every woman is going to sit here and be able to raise.
Wow, Lionel, you just put a whole lot of pressure on me. That's crazy. Because I never looked at it like that.
It should have been on you, regardless.
No, I'm gonna tell you why. Because, and no shade to nobody, but in my mind, because I'm not just because I'm married, but like even if if we were just living together. In my mind, because a man is in the house, that's gonna be like my boys. You know what I mean? Like they're gonna, and I know that sounds unrealistic, but you got to, but
I
see
got
where
what
I'm
you're
coming
saying.
from
No, no,
with
no, no.
it.
I got
Right?
what you're saying.
Yeah. So in my mind, my boys are gonna, emulate what they saw their father do. You know.
So when I said what I said earlier, now let me throw this at you. When you go to school, we know that over 80% of the teachers across the board are female. So that's a ton of it. That's
Right.
percent feminine influence automatically. We know that the son is going to see you more than his father. Let's add another 50%. And these are literally just the low balls. So that's already 100% of feminine influence he's getting daily. So let's say you take your son to the store. 9 times out of 10, the store clerks you're going to see are women. The cashiers you're going to see are women. The people you see them put things on the shelf are women, at least during the day. Now you have the
Right.
influence of the women doing the work. And now you have social media and TV, which is basically parading. I'm a woman, I can play football. I'm a woman, I'm doing basketball. I'm a woman, I'm at an oil rig. What you're getting is an insurmountable amount of feminine influence. How can 100+ women of influence be under one dude I only see maybe 2 hours a week?
Damn.
What example is he really getting?
Right.
Outside of, hey,
Right.
you got to work your ass off to provide for your family. That's now. I'm not telling you what's happening in your household again, but if I go
No,
just
no,
go
no,
off
no, no.
of,
I'm hearing
if
you.
I go off of just I don't know anything example. That's all he's being taught. That my wife and my kids are supposed to be my happiness. I'm supposed to work my ass off to provide for them. I don't get nothing. Anything that makes me happy is irrelevant because it's all about my family. Because that's what these boys are being taught. And in response, what does that become? A beta man. You're teaching kids that their sole happiness is on that woman and the kids that you will have.
Right.
Hey, real quick, shout out to Mimi. She's in the chat right now, and she actually said that. She said women can raise men, but can't teach them how to be a man.
I agree with that. Hey, Miss Mimi girl.
There are outliers. I don't want to make that an absolute, but the majority of women cannot.
I can agree with that line. Okay, so I'm gonna give y'all an example. So right now, and I said this on my own live, Mr. Miles, so I ain't doing nothing special over here. But right now, my son is on punishment, right? And last night, me and his dad had like a really deep conversation with him. And my husband said to him, he said, "Oh, so you think because I'm at work, you can do whatever you want to do?" Now, this has been my complaint for forever, right? But what I've noticed is, I mean, I've already was aware of it, but it was like, dang, man, like you just said, Lionel, I'm the one that's here with him, right?
Yeah. So it
So
is.
I came up with this new system, and I said this a couple nights ago. Like my worry for him is, like I I get it. It's like everything you just. I'm not even gonna say what I was gonna say, but everything you just said, I'm really starting to understand. I'm getting it now. I'm 1,000% getting it because yeah, I get it.
Like he
I
can't get,
understand.
I mean, he can, but it's irrational for him to get upset if he's not around. So if he's not
Right.
around, who has to make the moves? You.
Me, right,
Facts.
right. And then it's like the kids, they because like my whole thing is they think you're the best and I'm the meanie. But it's like you said, like, man, but the crazy part about it is he still respects his father. Like,
And that's
wait,
okay.
I ain't gonna say, yeah, but it's like, damn, I just never thought about it like that. You know what I'm saying? I just don't, I didn't get it because I don't want him, like, my fear is he's gonna grow up resenting women because I have to be hard on him, right? At the same time, I've been I let him get away with so much. I don't want him to be like the man that walks all over women.
Why you
You know
letting
what
him
I'm
get away
saying?
with stuff?
Well,
Mm-hmm.
Lionel, I'm a softie. I'm a softie, man.
You gotta
Like,
cut that out.
I'm a
Yep.
look, I'm working on it. Okay, I'm getting much better, but I didn't realize that. Yes, like even when he was in t-ball, his t-ball coach was a female. All of his teachers have been female.
And
He
that's
spends
the
time with his dad, but that's fun time. And then he get to kick it with his uncles because my husband has hella brothers. I have one brother. My father's very active in their life. But they
but the
still like
but
there
the
are certain things
influence
I can't teach him.
and the
You know what I'm
influence that
saying?
and that's one thing I think a lot of women also seem to forget because they put and this isn't to you, but women in general, they fail to see the level of feminine influence these boys are getting throughout that entire day. 9 times out of 10, they're seeing their mom more than anybody else. But then outside the mom, who
Right.
comes next? The teachers, and 90% of them are females.
Right.
They can easily say, "Well, my
Mhm.
son has a male teacher," but guess what? Most women ain't gonna be able to use that argument.
No.
So, because most teachers are female, it's getting to the point where the
Right.
coaches are female. So they're getting
Right.
all their EXP and learnings from females.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's the majority of their influence, I mean, seeing the uncles a few times,
Mhm.
seeing the dad a few times, it's only going to do so much. So a
Right.
lot of pressure is on the women. But then
Right.
they're going to say, "Hey, a man can only teach you how to be this." But my issue now is that women can't even define what a man is, and then the men are having problems defining what a man is.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Hey,
So how can y'all go ahead?
real quick. George Chitchat, she said that. She said, "Thank you to the men that just said that. Thank you to the man that say that. You, Lionel, raising a man is different from supporting your child to be a man." And also, she followed up and said, according to society, women aren't being raised by women no more either. And last but not least, she says sassy is the new term. Miss Mimi, she's in the chat. So Miss Mimi, since you're in the chat, I'm going to ask you the same question too. What does it mean to be a man to you? Define
I'm
that
gonna
for us.
I'm gonna correct one thing. Women aren't raising wives anymore. That's what they're not raising.
Now,
They're not
Lionel, that
raising
is true.
girls. They're not
That is
raising girls to be wives. Don't listen to any man that's telling you women ain't raising women to be women. They're not raising women to be wives.
nothing but facts. I wasn't raised to be nobody wife.
Damn, we can tell.
I'm shut up, Lionel. I'm no real talk. Like my mother, her mother, because my great grandmother wasn't married, and but for what's crazy is we're all married, right? But the men, like one of my grandfathers, his grandmother raised him, so he's the guy that can do it all without a woman, right? But he has a wife, right? And then my husband is like his parents were married, until the day his mom passed, but his mom pretty much, did all the hard stuff, and his dad was like the disciplinarian, if that makes any sense. So, but no, when nobody was
I'm
no,
sorry.
I don't remember my mom telling me, make sure you can cook for your husband because my mama was at work. I don't remember my grannies, talking about they were teaching me how to cook to, do something with them. It had nothing to do with a husband.
But that's why it's important we're having this conversation. Although Urban didn't have the full video, but it's why it's important we're having this because Melissa Ford was trying to bring up an argument about having daughters is different. When you're a man and you have daughters, it's different. I mean, a woman too, because you have to teach them how to protect themselves. You have to teach them to be aware. The core of this argument is going to end up falling on the lap of the men. because the men in these spaces do not talk about the abuse that other men initiate on little girls and women.
Facts.
They throw it under the bus.
Mm-hmm.
They say it's just a little bit. They'll say this is why we're trying to give other information to raise good men so they don't have to do that, but they don't talk about it because they know it's going to kill any argument they have.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of these predators, these men who are assaulting the little girls, the little boys, are grown men. The men that y'all call real men, the alphas. These are the ones assaulting and telling these kids, you're a grown man now. Take it. You're a woman now. Take it. But these be like, oh, this is such a hard conversation. But then, next thing you know, here, a caseworker, bam, here's 10 cases of children that's been assaulted. Here's another one. But the grown men don't want to talk about this.
Mm-hmm.
The men who have daughters don't want to talk about this. And you should tell your children to be aware of people, but at the same time, extra careful of these grown men.
Now, can I ask you this, Lionel?
Before.
Can you accept that a conversation like that can be difficult with, people? I'm gonna say this, okay? Just because and no shade, Lionel, but just because everybody isn't. No, because I want you to know that
You're
if
good.
nothing else, I really understand where you're coming from. But for some people, okay, just they don't. I don't know how to say this. Just because I'm loud about relationships, but I may not be loud about my abuse, okay, or trauma, right? Is it fair that it's an uncomfortable, like, you can have this conversation, you don't care, and when I say you don't care, I don't mean it like that, but you've reached a point where this is your testimony, okay? Everybody's not like that, and it can be uncomfortable because it's like, for the people who it's never happened to, they have a different kind of viewpoint. For the people it has happened to, they're not, in a place where they can talk about it. And then there's the simple fact that nobody wants to really think about those things happening to their own children, right?
And so here's the problem with that. And this is where I get aggressive with that, because I do tell people that I help, that you realize by you not saying nothing, all you're doing is creating another victim. And they all can admit that that's true. And I get that the place they're at mentally, so I don't push it. But I am clarifying. You realize you're just creating another victim. Because now this person can go and do this to someone else. And then they're not going to want to say something, most likely.
But what if you did and people
I said most
didn't
likely.
believe you?
People do.
Oh, okay. Because
People
I was
do.
gonna say, what if you did and people didn't believe you,
That's
or like,
that's the other
it's
side
just,
of it.
yeah, like, and then
I
like,
know. I got you. Go ahead.
Because like, to me, there's a there's a shame that comes with it.
There is.
So
But society,
So
our leaders, the men in society, our leaders have allowed it to be that type of way. We're not given a safe space for these children or young adults or teenagers. We're not giving them a safe space to talk. We're too busy saying you're lying. That's not true. They had a whole study that showed that 95% of children who have stated that they lied about being assaulted were in fact assaulted.
Yep, 95. Yep, exactly.
They're literally telling you the chance and the percentages of girls who are going to be assaulted, which is overwhelmingly by men. They're telling you it's over 90%. They're telling you that these boys from ages 8 to 10 are the most likely targets of assault by grown men. They're telling you how bad and dark it really is, but parents are like, it's too hard to have this conversation, or I don't want to be concerned about it when we're talking in groups of settings with men about what men are doing. So what do? we create other victims, and we're not protecting the kids.
Yeah, just like I say, this is the your accountability period. You know what I'm saying? Over here in the lounge, we bring out all this situation up, regardless if y'all like it or not. You know what I'm saying? Well, we talk about a certain type of women and their behavior over here, whether if y'all like it or not. We talk about certain type of behavior of men over here as well too, whether you like it or not.
Everyone
You know
is
what I'm
held
saying?
accountable.
Everybody's held accountable. Everybody gets it. You know what I'm saying?
Because
Everybody.
y'all can listen to these the manosphere spaces or the red pill spaces. They're not talking about this. But what we will do is throw it under the rug and be like, what does this have to do with the conversation? Or this isn't the place to have the conversation. Then when is it? When my sister turned 8, I let her understand what human trafficking was, what assault was. I drilled it into her. And she got scared to go outside for a minute. But good, you know the awareness, you know the dangers.
Here's something else too. I said this before on this podcast. I'm saying it again. I believe that we do need to bring back on shaming for real. We really do, because that's the only way all this
What
behavior
kind of
is going
shaming, Mr. Lounge?
to a group shaming where you get a collective of men who are about their life and telling these other screwed up dudes what they doing. And shame the hell out of them and tell them the errors of their way. Put them out there on display because they feel like that they're protected, but they're not. But the only reason why they're protected because we're not talking about it. We're hiding under the rug. Y'all know, man. Look, let's keep it real. Y'all know good and damn well that your cousin or Pookie, whatever, sit up here touching on your daughter's son. But guess what? In the black community, they say, "Nah, we're just gonna cover it up."
That kind of shaming. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So they'll say up here, we're covering it up because we're family. Blood is thicker than water. Shit, bullshit.
That's bullshit. It's not even just that, because they had a whole video that went viral of this girl that was sleeping in this welding class. But she had 20 other boys in there. They didn't know that she was actually awake. And she recorded them, and these boys were joking about raping her. And it went viral. And while the boy said it was a joke, why is she taking it so seriously? Why is she recording them without their permission? Not what they said is effed up. It's a joke. Why we got to take everything so serious?
Right. I mean, okay. I don't want to talk anymore.
Wow.
because okay, I'm gonna say this. Please hear me out. I don't agree with any of that, right? But because I guess you could say I don't even want to say it, because to me I can't say it because it sounds I'm no, I don't have nothing to say, but I don't have any. I don't. Shut up, Lionel.
Hey, she flabbergasted.
She has a lot to say, apparently.
I really do. I just don't want to do it now, if that makes any sense. Because I do feel, that people, predators should be held accountable. I do feel that it's disgusting. It does ruin people. However, there are people out here who forgive their abusers, right? And really do forgive them. Like they invite them to cookouts, still talk to them. And that's weird to people. So I guess you can say I'm just in a space where I don't really know how to feel about that, if that makes any sense.
And you clearly don't like it.
I don't like what?
Seeing that or hearing about it.
It's not that I don't like it. It's just it's a lot, Lionel.
I mean, I get you on this spiritual journey, and it's all about forgiveness and faith and save.
You suck because it has nothing.
You ain't gotta forgive everything.
So
no. Honestly, I just feel like maybe one day we'll really get into it, but not today. But I will say, I do think.
Point that out. Hold on. What you just did, that's how most conversations go.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm talking about. That is how most conversations go. On damn near any panel I've been on, and I do this and I talk about it, let's have this conversation another time. That's what keeps happening. So when you have someone like Melissa Ford who's bringing it up, and you have the same dudes who are basically shutting her down, and then you have all the reviewers who are reviewing the show, and then they're shutting it down, the conversation never happens.
Yep,
Okay,
it
so
is right
Lionel.
there.
But okay, so check it. I feel like Lionel absolutely should do this because
Wow.
he should. No, you should. Because to me, you've healed and you've examined all those nasty spots, and you want to, stick up for other people. You want to, advocate and be there for other people. And that's a good thing because everybody's not strong enough to do that. Everybody,
Hey, Vaughn.
and I'm not trying to,
Hey, Vaughn, so hold up. Man, was it last week you said that Lionel need to be healed on tap in?
Yeah.
What the
I'm finna
hell?
go. Look, I'm finna go because I know Mr. Lounge is analyzing, and I know they analyzing in the bushes, and I ain't got time. But what I will say is, all jokes aside, Lionel, real talk from my heart to your heart, real shit. You doing the right thing. You are, because everybody ain't got it. Everybody ain't healed, Lionel.
She was listening to me, Urban. That's what she was doing.
Okay.
No,
okay.
you got some healing to do in other places, but
what you mean other places? What other places?
Wait a minute. Is Buddy healed? Wait a minute. Is Buddy healed or not? Dude, last week you said he need to be healed. Right now you said, yeah, you're healed. You're healed in Jesus' name. Now you said just a little bit. You're healed just a little bit, but still got a lot more to go.
Women. She thinks I should be trusting women more.
No, I mean yes, but
Told you.
But I feel like everybody has a calling, and Lionel has found his, and I'm happy for you. I really am. I like it. Real talk.
But people get uncomfortable. That's the reality. If I bring up that, so I was on this other channel, and this girl had brought up a topic that I had already brought up, but it was about the internet forum they found with 70,000 active users, where they literally could trace all their IP addresses to literal people. 70,000 active users where these guys were talking about assaulting women.
Right.
And what did people say to this? That's only a little bit. That's a little number. That's just a little bit of people. That's what a large amount of men were saying.
Mm-hmm. Hey, real quick before y'all land it again. All right, so George Chit Chat, she says this up. A man shouldn't be a predator and abuser and still be supported either after their actions. Mimi, she says this on society teaches men it's okay to be sexually promiscuous, but women get labeled as a 3 or 4, so many double standards. Mimi, men are not promiscuous. It's only women. According to your religion. According to your religion.
You know what?
But
so what do you call a man who's like sexually hungry? But go ahead, Mr.
Him going and being fruitful and multiply, like the Bible say, y'all religious say. But anyway, George Chichak says this. I agree, Lionel. There are too many predators taking advantage of women and children publicly on social media and supported by women and men for acceptance. Mimi, she said, wow, that's crazy. You better have the conversation or we're going to be sorry later. Shoot, I had the conversation with my grandsons because the boys are not safe. In the Black community, it's like what goes on in this house stays in this house. I kind of agree with the public shaming, but this generation is so weak and can't take nothing. They're protected even though they're the perpetrators. There we have to have those difficult conversations. And last but not least, Mimi said this about Lionel. Lionel, I think I righteously judge you wrongly.
Interesting.
Ooh, come through, Miss Mimi.
Oh, so do y'all have any comments on the comments that I share with y'all, or y'all good?
When it comes to the women, I do have to point out, and this is just being fair, that there is a subset of female predators that are preying on little girls and obviously little boys. And there are the other ones, the older ladies, hence why I told you I don't respect my elders, because
Mhm.
I know too many stories of old women trying to pimp little
Mhm.
girls out to their sons and whatnot. And too
Mm.
many old men actually just doing the deed to their younger daughter or whatnot. So I got to get to
Mhm.
know you before I offer that, because there's too many of them that are also in this line of work. Um,
Mhm.
we again, the children aren't protected at the end of the day, and there's too many people that think just because you live in a nice area that it's not happening.
Mhm.
But this is where I say talk to the people who are in protective services, child services, and listen to the stories they have about all the nice neighborhoods that they go to, but daddy's beating on little daughter behind the scenes, or daddy's letting the plumber come in and take advantage of his daughter. Stories like that, and people don't want to hear it because, oh, that can't be my child, when it could be.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
I know parents who were in the house and their child was getting assaulted, but they didn't know.
Facts. Big facts.
So why aren't we trying to protect the kids? Why aren't the men, and I'll go back to this because it's the attack on masculinity, but why aren't the men also attacking that as well? Hence why I called out the alphas, because most of these alphas have a predatory mindset.
Mm-hmm. So most of our alphas have a predatory mindset. Most of them alphas, they are toxic masculinity for real. They are narcissists and all that good old stuff.
So
Okay.
the men don't hold themselves accountable the way they think they do. And then when I come and hold the men accountable, they catch an attitude. And so I immediately start thinking you guilty.
So
Right.
in other words, they get converted to that beta mentality, acting like a beta. Oh man, oh Lord, acting just like how the women be acting.
Like I've had and don't get me wrong, because when I've told stories, grown men will hold me accountable and say, why didn't you protect your mom at 1 year old when she was getting assaulted?
Yeah, I remember that
This is
bullshit.
what grown men would tell me. But this is where I say women don't listen to what men are talking about, because they don't have the mentalities y'all think they do.
Mm-hmm.
They're not protecting the kids, and they're not creating a safe space for these young children either. So what is a real man? What are they doing?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not guideposts, they're not the leaders, they're not creating safe spaces. Some guys might be taking care of their family and home and whatnot, but now you just have individual conversations. This isn't what men are doing.
Oh, real quick, Lionel. Mimi, she did give a definition of what she believes a man is. She said, I think most importantly, a man is a provider, a protector, a comforter, a companion, a lover. I could go
Damn,
on and on.
shit, that's a lot of work. I'm already,
Lionel.
I'm already tired.
Lionel, whatever. Ain't nothing
Send,
wrong with what she said.
send me home.
He said
But
he don't
Thank
want to
God
sign up
you
for that.
damn.
thank God you are single, Lionel. Thank God. Lord, don't ever send a
No,
wife
no,
his
no.
way.
So see, you say that, but like I wouldn't get a negative report from the girls I've been with outside of, oh, he was probably overprotective or a dictator, but
Mhm.
they got everything they needed. They had a home. If they needed a car, I got them a car. If they needed to get places, I made sure they got there. If they had bills they need to pay, I got that. They wanted to get extra shit like clothes, nails done, wigs, pick something. I was there. They needed dinner. Dinner was there. If they had kids, I took care of the kids. Like I was their father. That, some beta shit, you know, pick something. Anything you ask, I did it because I could.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Mimi, she asked a question. She said, "What are your thoughts on the role black women play in emasculating black men?"
I think talking down to them plays a huge part.
All Vaughns do is talk down to us.
Oh,
You're
I
right.
think being and I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Okay, so for me, when I get angry and I don't communicate well, I feel like, and I only know this because I've been through therapy. I talk to my husband. I know that makes him feel away. So for me, no, because then my son is seeing that, and if I'm angry, I'm talking to my kids that way, and
Damn
because
it.
I've had someone tell me, bring this to my attention, like, hey,
Calm down.
I'm not going for that, I don't like this. I didn't understand at first until, like, he was honest and told me how it makes him feel. So to me, I think that plays a big part in it, because the word that he used was, like, you're not gonna emasculate me, and it struck me wrong, because it's like, emasculate a man, I can't do that. And you can, with how you
Damn.
treat them, talk to them, you know what I'm saying? I mean, Lionel, shut up. I've been with him since I was 19. I don't know what I'm doing, but I did not know that, you, because my mom and I are totally different. She's, different, right?
I got you.
So for me, I realized that I took on a lot of how my fathers act, because I spent more time around my dad, because like I said, my stepfather, because my mom was at work, and he worked during the day, like, 9 to 5, and he would be at home with us because my mom worked overnight. And then once I became a teenager, I moved in with my father. So I have a lot of, you know, ways about myself that I got from my fathers.
I got you.
And I didn't realize that you can't be like that and want to have a man, because then they'll leave you.
All right, so we're quick on Vance. Let me show you the quick definition of to emasculate. It means to deprive a man of his male role or identity. Then also it means to make someone or something weaker or less effective. So based on what you just said a few months ago, is that considered emasculation or not?
Yes,
Based
yes,
on
it
the
is.
definition.
It based on the definition of what I described.
No, based on the definition I gave you about what masculinity means. I mean, to emasculate a man.
Yes, yeah, you're right. Yes, absolutely, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Because
sorry,
what it
wrong husband.
because shut up, Lionel. Because what it does is, it's like, you, what it really does is make the, like Mr. It makes the man feel like that's how you feel. You know what I mean? That's not good. Because you don't want a man to feel that way, because you want him to feel good about himself. You want him to be in that position of, like, the head. You know what I'm saying? Because if he doesn't feel that way, then he's not going to act that way, and then you're all in shambles. The whole house is going to be in shambles. Does that make any sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So thank God for therapy.
Mm-hmm. So one of the main key components about emasculate a man is this. It deals solely on feminism. The role of the modern feminism. I must be getting sleepy now. But on the role of the modern day feminism. All right, not the first or second wave, but the actual modern day feminism. The modern day feminism takes away the man role of actually being a man. That's why we asked the question earlier about what does it mean to be a man. You know what I'm saying? So that's what happening. Modern day feminism teach women that it's okay to not only be independent, but it's okay for you to be equal or have the same attributes as a man. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
When
I agree
that's
with
not
that.
true. When that's not true at all. We're both two totally different beings. A man is a man, a woman is a woman. But they say
Oh, I thought
otherwise.
you said not equal. I thought you said not equal to each other. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so
We're not equal. Hold on, we're not equal. I'm running the ship.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I am
That's
the
not cool.
captain of the helm.
Yeah,
Y'all
because the
can't
man,
survive without me.
yeah, because the man's supposed to be the leader, right?
Right.
So he's not equal towards that woman. No way. Matter of fact, we had this conversation on somebody else's channel also about this too, Von. So
Yeah. Right. I don't disagree. I agree. No, we're not equal. And sometimes, we ain't gonna get into that tonight, but maybe I'll do my own live on what I mean when I say
I'm
equal,
doing my
but
own
whatever.
live. All right, so real quick,
But yeah.
Joy Chitchat, she said, does a man choose the woman or the woman chooses the man? Only asked it because I was taught.
I feel like the man chooses the woman. Why do I say that? Because I'm gonna be honest, y'all. I didn't been through some things, right? Where it's like, so I just feel like, I mean, shit, he told me like, no, I chose you. And in my mind, it's like, no, I chose you. But I strongly believe the man chooses the woman that he wants to really be with,
So is it safe to say that the man is the prize?
Hell no.
Oh, why not, Vance?
I want to know what Joy said.
Damn.
Oh, by the way, Lionel, Mimi said you would make a good husband.
Well, thank you.
Miss Mimi, don't tell him that.
I mean, trust me, a lot of people tell me that. I just don't believe in marriage.
Yeah.
Miss Mimi, don't tell him that. You finna, boy, Miss Mimi, we need to talk. We need to go into prayer, okay? Because I need you to see.
So
no,
so we
don't tell
just
Lionel that.
we just a few seconds ago was talking about emasculated and look what she did.
And look what she did.
Oh, come on. Y'all can't do that. Y'all can't.
Look what she doing at every chance. These women swear they love competing with Jada Pinkett.
Wow.
They love competing with Jada.
Lionel, okay. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm gonna keep it all the way real. Somebody that's really close to me, they have, in my opinion, what I feel would be the perfect husband, right? But y'all don't want to get married. So I can't say
Urban
that
is married.
Mr. Lounge, he's senior, you're junior. That don't mean
I
y'all
guess
just
I'm
alike.
anomaly, huh? I'm an exception to the rule, huh?
You are absolutely right, Mr. Lounge. You're absolutely right. Lionel, y'all don't want to get married, so to say that y'all would be good husbands, no, because y'all don't want to be husbands. I feel like if anything,
you gotta sell it to me.
but see, if anything, I feel like because you don't want, now see, that can change. I'm not gonna do that because that can change, right? Women don't want to get married now. All of a sudden, they in their 40s and 50s and want to be wives, whatever, right? So I'm not gonna say that, but Lionel, right now, no, you don't. First of all, you got a problem. You got a problem.
What's my problem?
You got a problem with women.
Oh, how do I got a problem? What's my problem?
Lionel, you know the issues you got. We talked about this on SBK panel. Okay, we talked about
the issues.
Yes, you got issues. You want your significant other to be your therapist, and I
I never
no,
said that.
that's
No. I never said that. Y'all took it that way. I never said that. I
Mm-hmm.
told you I wouldn't share it with her. Y'all said, why not? Then when I'm explaining it, y'all are saying, how can you expect her to handle all of that? I said, that's why I'm
exactly
not going to say nothing.
it. But see, that's toxic because
You
then it's like
see, how do I
she
win in
goes
this
into a.
situation?
That's why y'all need to be no husband.
Hey, hey,
How do I win?
hey. So let me ask y'all this question. Not you, Lionel, but the women. Is marriage for the men or is marriage for the woman?
I'm not answering
Damn, not what you mean?
because I feel like
What
okay,
do you
so
mean
for
clarity?
example, I feel like it benefits both when you have kids. However, if you don't have children, I feel like yeah, because in a marriage where there's no children, once like the whole divorce thing goes down, everybody can just,
Damn, that's where you went with it. Divorce?
I'm keeping it real. I'm keeping it real. Like I feel like that's easier because you can just go your separate ways. However, when you have children, he got to pay child support and he got to make time to spend with these kids that he got to pay for outside of his new
I need.
home.
Hold on. I need you to stop.
What?
Want some real talk?
Okay, stop. Okay, okay. I'm just
I
gonna
need
hush.
you
Go
to reinterpret this without including divorce. I need to know the benefits or the issues without giving me divorce and what happens after divorce. Give me the benefits of
Okay.
this.
Okay,
Just
so stick to while being married.
Oh,
What are the benefits? Right?
real quick. Mimi said that marriage is for the man.
woo, I need her to explain.
Miss Mimi, why would you say that?
But it looked like Vaughn was about to explain.
Go ahead, Vaz. Go ahead.
Huh. I feel like it benefits me. You know, I have to be honest. I feel like
That's all we have.
yeah, that's it. Yeah, I feel like it benefits the women more.
How would it benefit a man?
Well, I feel like I don't even want to admit to that, but y'all just be wanting food, the
Get food.
peach,
I
you know
can
what I'm
get the peach.
saying? Somebody to, kick it with when they want to kick it with you,
I know
you
chicks on the
know.
corner that do that.
Hush, Lionel. I I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I don't know. I feel like men, y'all get a lot, and y'all got to keep in mind. I
That
really
does
be
not
listening to
sound
Miss.
like a lot.
No, wait, hold on. I really be listening to Mr. Lounge, and I listen to like other men and how they feel, not in their marriages, but how they feel about marriage. Period. Right. And then when I look at my own life, I kind of like weigh the scales. So, do I feel like y'all get a lot in return? Not so much. If we're talking about like monetary, you know what I
Damn.
mean? But
And she trying to tell me I should do this when I'm
I
not
didn't say
getting
you
nothing.
should. I didn't say that, Lionel. I said you don't need to get married.
That's why I keep saying people can't sell it to me because it never looked good for the man.
I mean, I will say on the flip side though, it does benefit y'all in a way because it kind of like not feeds your ego, but it can make a man feel good to have a woman, you know.
I'm trying.
What do you
I'm still trying to wait on you to tell us on how it benefit a man to be married.
I just said it.
see,
Like,
feed our ego?
I mean, yeah, cause
No,
yeah,
I can do that by myself.
I'm just saying that's how it looks to me. Like, a lot of men have wives and don't even want to get rid of them, but
Cheaper to keep her.
type shit, yeah.
But then that goes into the divorce. and I don't want to hear the divorce. I just want to hear what benefits do I get in the situation. But when I tell this to women, they feel some type of way because I tell them that essentially every married man tells me not to get married. It's not worth the headache. But then women will create the logic, but these guys are married. How can they be telling you not to get married?
I'm gonna keep it. I'm married, and I tell people not to do it all the time. Like I'm all the time. Don't do it.
That's why when we're asking how it benefits the guy in marriage, and you have the women trying to say something, but they end up like Vaughns. They fail. It brings up
Shut
that
up, Lion.
interesting situation because, again, society puts that in your head.
But see, no, because yes,
So
that is true.
So
Yes.
Miss Mimi, you said earlier that marriage is for the man, right? Could you explain why do you believe that marriage is for the man? Or you could come up here. I'll drop the link to it. If you want to come up here, you come up here and explain it, or you can explain it in the chat. It don't matter.
Because Vaughns definitely
Miss
can't.
Mimi, hit the link. Miss Mimi, hit the link. I need help.
Not I need help. Not the one who's been married for like a decade. I need help.
Yeah, this should be.
Lionel.
Hey, this should be a walk at the park with you, Vance.
No, Mr. Lounge, that's not fair because apparently marriage, really don't take off until you get to like 14 years and y'all done made it past all the possible divorce years. So
I thought it was 7.
I'm gonna be
Yeah, it was 7 years.
no, a lot of honest to God, y'all, a lot of people in my real life got divorced come the 13th year. 13th year they were divorced.
Sound like they was already successful then. Their license expired.
Yep, their license just expired. It was time for them to get. It was time for them to upgrade.
I've been told 5 years.
Contract
once
over.
you get past the 5 years, once you get past the first 3 years, that's what I've been told. So for me, it's like I want to make it past that 13th year.
I got you.
And then,
And then
that's
give
what I've been
advice.
told. Hush, Lionel. Okay,
But my thing about that is that, so I have grandparents. They've been married for 40 years. And I tell people point blank, they hate each other.
Facts.
They literally hate each other. And they both tell me, do not get married. I can't give you advice on marriage.
I'm sorry, that's just so funny.
That's what my grandparents are telling me for 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So how is... Go ahead.
Miss Mimi, she said, what would a man do without a woman?
That's not marriage.
Miss Mimi.
I can just go get a 304. I mean, damn.
I
mean, I can
what
just
would a
take
man do without a woman? Well, he wouldn't have nothing to stick his thing in. Okay, now that's fact.
That's a lie.
Right?
What you mean?
Yeah.
We got AI
Lionel.
bots. We got what do you call it? What's those things? Fleshlights. We have plenty of things to stick our things in now.
But there's nothing like the real thing.
Have you tried one of them fleshlights? Y'all got some competition.
But why would I need what? Huh, Lionel? What? What?
Oh man.
And they got the AI bots. Oh, they've made them. Man, they said it's better than the real thing.
That's insane. I don't believe that because women try to push. No, I don't believe that.
The worst case scenario is that he simply just jack off and be good, or have a wet dream. He'd be good too.
Get it off and keep the day going.
Get off and keep you going.
Shaking my head.
George Chitchat, she said this. She said, does the talk count after a man been through something with a woman? That's why I say a man does choose a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what?
She said, does the talk count after a man been through something with a woman? That's why I say a man does choose a woman.
Huh. You know, the way I look at this is the same way I look at sex. Because the man can't choose who he has sex with, essentially, since sex can't legally happen without a woman saying yes. As much as women try to say, no, 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 no,
Okay.
it's both of us, it's two adults.
Mm-hmm.
No, literally, it cannot happen unless she says yes.
Now, I am going to agree with that because a woman will make up her mind whether or not she wants to, go to bed with a guy right when she meets him. That is true. That is true. That's true.
Because how are we choosing if she can say no at any time?
But Lionel, over time,
Y'all
over
can't try me.
time, over time, a man will, yes, he does. He does. Like, y'all choose us because you can go to bed with us and still not like us, right? But you can go to
What the
bed
hell
with
does
us
that mean?
because think about it, right? Like you said, you can smash anything, fleshlight, whatever. But if you like
Y'all have
her,
way more options though than us.
we ain't talking about that. If you
Oh,
you can, okay, I'm gonna put it to you like this. You know
go
how
for it.
like how men be like, oh, don't give you a hoe if you sleep with a chick on the first, I mean a guy on the first night, and then there's other guys that's like, well, I
Give it
had sex
up.
with my wife. I had sex with my wife the first night I met her, right?
My man won in life.
I can bet that man probably had sex the first time with a lot of women, but
I
it never
actually,
crossed his mind.
you would lose that
Huh?
bet.
Whatever. That's what you said. She took his virginity and he decided to marry her. But how I look at it is, I'm pretty sure he had a lot of women to go to bed with. But when he got back up,
Why
he
are you
didn't
so
think.
sure of that?
Because it happened. Like Lionel, I'm just
So let me
sure.
say this: at the marriage, when you're the one buying the ring, you're the
Hmm.
one essentially finance. Unless her dad does it, you're the one financing the wedding. You're the one at the end of the day putting the ring on her finger. So it's looking like it gives you the illusion he chose you. She still has to say yes. If she don't say yes, you just wasted all that money at the altar.
But Lionel, if they didn't made it all the way to the altar and she buying rings and stuff, come on, Lionel. These women love that. Okay, if most of them went down and got back up, and the guy still wanted to be with them, it'd be a lot more married people. But that's not the reality. The reality of it is a man can sleep with whoever, but he'll feel a stronger connection. Or like I said, it's like, oh, okay, I like you. Next thing you know, them people married, they got kids, they happy. It
Why?
happens.
Why do you say they're happy?
And well,
Because in your
I don't
experience, you're not about to tell me all these couples are happy.
know. I just feel like, I don't know.
They're just married.
I'm gonna
Odds
say
are they're
this.
not happy.
I'm gonna say this. I read comments on Facebook a lot,
Yeah.
and there be guys, men and women. Oh,
Mhm.
I did this. Like I said, my wife gave it up the first night. I never left away. So to me, they come off as happy
Sound,
because
sound like
you
they
know,
paid.
father. I can't.
But
I mean,
you
I
have to
don't know.
understand why. Like this is just like a conversation y'all had in the chat the other week.
Hmm.
In that chat, y'all were sitting here telling Urban what he cannot say about women because he wasn't a woman. Then y'all were trying to also put in the outliers as well. Not all women are the same. So he can't talk about essentially how a woman's body would operate. So y'all are saying, listen to the women in the chat. But yet, when I'm telling you how men think and how we can tell you what these men are thinking, y'all don't want to accept it.
What? Mr. Okay, I got a question. Mr. Lounge, you're married, okay, many more years than me, okay? Lionel ain't got no experience in marriage.
What the
My
hell?
question to you,
Okay, go for it. Shoot.
Go.
Watch our
because
answers be the same.
I just want to know, Mr. Lounge, do you feel you chose, and I'm gonna keep it real with you, Mr. Lounge. I feel you chose your wife based on your story and how you wasn't even thinking about these heifers out here, right? And you came across your wife and
But
you
he
said, you know
was. What
what?
do you mean? He was out there being a hoe. He told
No,
me that.
but Lionel, he wasn't thinking about them in the long run, right? But then he came across his wife and something in his heart changed. It was like, you know what, I'm feeling her. So, Mr. Lounge, do you feel like she chose you or you chose her?
I came into her path, but in order for the relationship to happen, she had to choose me. So
Really?
same thing with marriage. Same thing with marriage.
Mm-hmm.
She had to choose to want to be married. Let's say that I wanted to marry her, right? And she said no.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what? Her no is no. That means it's not going to happen.
It's a
Period.
wrap.
It's a wrap. It's over.
Okay. So let me ask you this.
So hold
Based
on.
on Go
Let me
ahead.
on
Go ahead.
let me on land on this one too. So
Okay.
this is my point of view about the whole concept about is a marriage. You know, what I'm saying is a marriage either for a man or a woman. My whole perspective on that is that marriages is designed for women.
Mm-hmm.
However, but relationships is designed for men. Remember when I told you in the
Yeah.
past, but remember when I told you in the past that men love women unconditionally, but women love men
Mm-hmm.
with conditions?
Mm-hmm.
That marriage thing is part of that. See, a woman get married to a man out of conditions because the dude is there to protect, provide for her, give
Mm-hmm.
her resources and different things like that. That is her entire mindset. Matter of fact, that is how she been taught as a girl about marriage.
Mm-hmm.
The whole princess
Mm-hmm.
treatment. You know what I'm saying? But a man, we think differently about that. We think about unconditional love. We think about companionship. We're not too much thinking about sex because we know we could get that anywhere, but we choose
Right.
to be with that one person out of unconditional love. So that
Right.
whole concept about marriage is for women benefit. Even throughout history, marriage was for a woman's benefit. Throughout history, it's for woman benefit. Why you think they had a whole concept about a proposal? What do you think that means? A proposal is where two kings came together and they offered their virgin daughter and say, hey, I want my virgin daughter to be wed to your prince so we can merge our assets together. That's
Urban,
pretty much what it is.
what is a dude doing when he's proposing to a girl? Generally speaking, what is he doing? He's
Kneel-
getting on his knee
Kneeling
and
down
kneeling
as a knight.
like he's bowing to her.
But Mr. Okay, that Lionel, wait, pause. Mr. Lounge, I'm still on you. In your okay, based on how you told the story, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you honestly say that because you were completely closed off from, paying these heifers any attention long term, based on her actions, you knew it was, I'm gonna say, safe to be like, do you want to be my wife, knowing that she would say yes, based on how she was treating you in the relationship?
Now, hold on, Vaughns, to
No, 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 no,
intersect.
no, 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 no,
I
Lionel.
got because no, it's important. It's important that we say this because
Okay.
you're saying this, but he's been married twice.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said not paying. The reason he wasn't paying these heifers no attention because he was like, nope, I went through that. I'm not going through it again. But then came along a new woman
But he
who
was a
was.
hoe after the first wife.
But Lionel, you hush because you're not listening. Yes, he was a hoe. He laid down with all them different ones, right?
My
But
man.
then, and I'm not saying that you did anything with her prior to y'all
Send the
marriage.
boys
Or
up.
anything. I'm not trying to come at her like that.
That's where I
But
was going.
what, hush. But what I'm saying is, Mr. Lounge, it was something different. There was something that she was doing that allowed you to say, I want this woman to be my wife. Because you weren't thinking about it beforehand. You did not care. You probably, even, went into, the situation with her thinking, oh, I ain't thinking, about this. But then something changed because you was feeling her. You liked her. You wanted to kick it with her for the long
I actually
term.
don't know where you're going with this. If I can
I,
ask.
I'm waiting on Mr. Loud and I'm waiting on his answer.
I,
Because
I
if he
waiting on you to
says,
land the plane.
I mean, I just did. You was out here having fun, but then it was like, you know what? She do all these things for me. Matter of fact, you said it. You
But
said it. You
but
said
the
no. Wait, Lionel. Wait,
go ahead.
wait. You said, Mr. Lounge, if I remember right, and I hope this was you, but you said that. But you said that it was who she was as a person is what made you say, okay, I do this again. And that's why I'm saying that you chose, because Mr. Lounge, you didn't have to ask her. The thought wouldn't have crossed your mind if she wasn't that person.
But
You know
he
what I'm
still
saying?
have to ask her.
But she was gonna say yes. This is what I'm saying.
Well, she said no.
She didn't say no. We know that
But
she
what if
didn't
She
say
asked
no.
she
the
said
question.
no? But what she
What if
said no?
yeah?
Oh, if she would have said no, then in my opinion, she missed a good one because
That
Mr.
no,
Lounge,
no, no.
Mr. Lounge, just answer the question, please.
I did. I didn't choose her. She chose me.
Okay, whatever.
Because
Fine. She
regardless of
chose
how I
you.
felt, she had to choose to be in a relationship with me. She had to choose to pursue it further. Because you want to know how true that is? She could have simply just blocked my number. She could have simply said, look, I'm not feeling you at all. Like what
But
I
I'm
already
Right.
already.
do. And then had ended right then
Even
and there. So who's
even
choosing who?
after
Now I get you. Hold on. I understand the point that I have
mm-hmm,
to initiate it. I understand that point.
right.
But when it comes to the choosing part, I don't choose. She do. Men don't choose. Women do. In relationships, even
What?
with having sex, women choose that, not us.
What they
And
saying in the
and
chat?
and and hear this. It does the driving home right now. We can introduce the concept about divorce. Guess who chooses divorce more than men? Women,
Yup.
not men, because
So how?
men
Yeah.
love unconditionally.
Mr. Lounge, no, y'all, you can say that's an unconditional love all you want. Y'all have unconditional tolerance. Okay, let's keep it
Kind
real
of the same
because
thing.
It's love. Why are you playing semantics? Women
The
love
same
playing
thing.
semantics. I am an
because
English major. You're not gonna play that
uh,
with me. I write books.
Lionel, I don't like you anymore.
You're not gonna play this game with me. Like, come on. They do love unconditionally. This is why they tell you that number. It's 73% or 73 to 75%. Women initiate divorces, and that
Hmm.
doesn't include women in college and universities because then it goes up to 90 something percent. These women are initiating the crap out of divorces because he ain't funny. He ain't got no money. He was sick. He got a belly. They got every
Hmm.
excuse. No fault
So,
divorces. All type of reasons. We just not feeling it. I don't like
hmm
his energy. They got a laundry list of reasons. And it's like, didn't y'all not just say vows about how I'm gonna love this dude? You basically wrote your name in blood and told God, I'm being with this nigga. Then you say, you know what, God? I don't know. This ain't working. And it would be different if a lot of these divorces was because of abuse, but they're not.
Lionel, emotional abuse. Okay, that
Him
is
being
abuse. You know
broke,
that, right?
him being broke is an emotional abuse.
That's
Him, not,
financial abuse.
him not being funny is not emotional abuse. Watch some Dave
That
Chappelle.
now that's just wrong.
Like,
That's
god
just,
dang, y'all find all these excuses. Like, again, if he's physically abusing you or touching your children or something like that, he's gone. Throw him into the gallows. But him not being funny, him gaining a little weight, him going broke, him getting sick, you just not feeling his energy anymore. Come on now. And this is the majority of women getting rid of their dudes
mm,
because they think they can do better.
That must be white women because I don't see no black
What
girls
the
going through none of
hell?
that. It's gotta be. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Mm-mm-mm.
Okay, so we'll stick. Okay, so what do the black women really stick it out with their men? Do you see that in, let's say, the last 20 years?
Lionel, let me tell you something. I know someone who, and look, beautiful. Okay. Okay. Beautiful. I mean, man, beautiful. Right.
She
And
look
she
like
was
Maya.
married. She looked like, wait, who you say? Maya?
Yeah.
Yes.
Damn.
Exactly. Yes. Beautiful. Okay. Light skin, good hair. Yes. Right. When I tell you, her husband was out here doing all types of stuff, right? Bringing stuff home, not paying the bill. Like this chick told me, man, look, I can't
Why
even
y'all
go into it
always go to the bills? I
because
swear, he
Lionel,
men are just
Lionel, listen, he would literally he would go out of town with another woman and leave his home, no lights, no
Was she hotter?
gas, huh?
Was she hotter?
No, and I'm not
Oh
just saying that.
damn,
Swear to God,
Hey,
he got a
damn.
thing for ugly bitches. Because like the reason I kept saying beautiful is because his other choices. How you cheat on somebody
So I can
with
actually
somebody that
explain
look
that.
like a dog? Like
I
for
can
real?
explain that. One, she's more feminine. Two, she's willing to put in more work to make him
No,
happy.
Lionel,
I'm telling
listen
you.
to me. No, Lionel, listen. Did I
Mm-hmm.
also not tell you that this
She give
man
her
was
now.
a
Hey,
narcissist?
she give him that guap 2000. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I'm screaming. But listen, y'all. He, okay, he been the whole time they've been married, okay, come 13th year. All of a sudden he gets mad because his wife, who he always been left at home, he wasn't doing right. Now, mind you, they lived in a nice ass house. They had luxury cars, but he would go out and get that was his apology gift. I've got you a BMW, right? Wouldn't pay the car note, right? That was his apology. Luxury items and stuff, right? She finally was like, you know what? I want to go and do me, right? I'm not doing this no more. He goes and files for the divorce, all because, even though he don't sleep in the bed with her at night, none of this. They pretty much just show up at events together and put on the show. You know what I'm saying? So when he filed for divorce, all of a sudden, I want to keep my family. We was all like, is she serious? After all this stuff after everything that he did, now she all in her feelings. She want to keep her husband. Why would you want to keep this man when he's made you so miserable and you found somebody else that actually like you? So I don't believe that black women don't stick with their husbands through
Off
anything
of
because,
one girl.
huh?
Off of one girl.
Man,
Lionel, he
hey,
had
hey,
Lionel, he had, huh?
hey, check this out, bro. That lady fabricating the story. She told Vance that
Mr.
dude is.
Lounge.
She told Vance that dude is a narcissist, but that ain't true. She was the true villain in that story.
Mr. Lounge, I
She
swear
was
to
the true
you,
villain
it's
in that
not no
story.
lies.
Nah.
No,
Listen. She was the
no.
true villain in that story because of what she was doing to that dude.
Mr. Lounge,
She
was
wasn't being truthful to you, Vance. She was just only
okay. How
playing the
not?
victim. She
How
was
not?
playing the victim. I'm telling you, she was playing the victim role, so you could
Mr.
sympathize with
Lounge,
her.
Mr. Lounge. This man had other kids. Okay, other kids. They
So,
was a combined family.
so
Yes, that's one. They were not combined. What they call it?
blended
When the
family,
family come together. They was a
blended.
blended family.
Mm-hmm.
She took care of his kids like her own. She
So,
struggled with his kids like her own. Did you just say
so,
so? That's
so.
a narcissist. Oh my God. Okay, I'm done with y'all. Because if you gonna tell me that it was okay for him to be running around the streets, being a hoe,
Hold on, because none of
bringing
us said that.
diseases home, not paying, helping with and she worked full time and was in school when all of this was going
So,
See,
down.
Barnes, you got to understand how this story sounds.
Go
Just
ahead.
that's why I said going this off of one story where it's not even in the normal range of this.
How come?
Hey,
How come not when? How come not when both parties, right? Because in
hey,
this is
hey,
how he defends
hey,
himself.
Vance, hey,
Huh?
Vance. George said this. That did sound like a Tubi Tyler Perry movie.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I swear to y'all, I swear. His defense is
What's up,
I'm
Scorpio?
grown, I do what I want. His mother goes to bat for him and he be wrong.
There's
Do you
nothing
hear
wrong with
me?
that.
No, there is something wrong with it when he has no accountability and he feels like he can do whatever he wants. Because the only reason he went and filed for divorce is because she decided she was gonna find her a man too. When you didn't have the whole city.
City
When you
boy,
come
what?
on, y'all know somebody like that. I know y'all know somebody like that. You ain't say you got to be friends with them. They ain't got to be in your circle. But I know y'all know a man who feels like he can do out in the pub. How you out in public with your side chicks? How
What's that Wesley Snipes movie?
disrespectful?
Disappearing
I'm
acts.
I'm telling y'all, he's a whole narcissist and he don't care. And that's the only reason. But she still wanted to be with him, still wants to be with him. And they're divorced now. Why do you want to be with him?
So she had low self-esteem.
Thank
And
you,
don't
Lionel.
don't say
Yes,
she's okay.
yes, because
So
she
she
went
had
through a lot.
don't sound like she did. Sound like she had the world handed to her.
Mm-hmm.
Father God in heaven, I hate
Buying
that.
her gifts and stuff. He bought her gifts because that was her
Exactly.
love language.
You can just buy her a BMW and she's like, okay, you can cheat again.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Yes, but see, she's gone through therapy or whatever, and she recognizes where she went wrong. I think the messed up part about it is her that it's like with narcissism in marriages, man and women, it's like they leave a stain on you, right? And I feel like that's why they still want to keep up with what the other person is doing because they make it like the narcissist is the only one doing that, but both parties do that. They both want to know what the other one is doing because she still wants him to accept her and love her and be the man that she initially met, but that's not going to happen. That's never going to happen. But and then he still do weird stuff, like for example, he went and got a chick. We call her the broke down the person's name because it's like she light skinned, she got good hair, but she doesn't compare to Maya over here. She just doesn't. Like the whole shit is weird.
So you realize that again, you're still speaking on the minority though. Since we know only a
What's the
minority of
minority?
the
What's the
minority of
minority?
the minority of cases is that men initiate divorce. And you're speaking on a man initiating a divorce in the minority spectrum. Now, you are speaking of a black woman, or so you say, that decided to stick with this guy despite the emotional abuse she was taking.
Financial abuse,
So let
her health.
let me ask you this question. Let me ask you a question real quick. So if he were to cheat on her with an upgrade, would that be acceptable?
Absolutely not, because cheating is cheating, right?
Because
It just
I noticed that you kept reiterating that she was uglier than her, blah 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 blah. So if he cheated with a upgrade version, then sound like it would been better. Sound like that. Even
no.
though you cheat, I guess I could give you that one because she is fine
So
as
what? So
hell.
what you're so what you're saying is she's the narcissist because she was more focused on how they look. Is that what you're saying?
No, she toxic as hell. I don't know about being a narcissist because I don't know her, but she definitely is
I mean, but
toxic.
Mr. Lounge, women do that, period. Like real talk, real stuff. I got a buddy who really be obsessed with her boyfriend's girlfriends, right? And wives, because well, it's a long story. When I said wives, just understand it's a long story. But she really be thinking that she looks better than the women. And sometimes we got to keep it real with her. Like, girl, they not thinking about you. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like you're the side chick. Why would they be all up in what you got going on? No. You know,
Mm-hmm.
no. I mean, it depends though, because sometimes the side chick, is something to be mad at, and sometimes they're not. And in the case that I was telling y'all about, she's beautiful. Why would you want? Literally, I mean, their hair be bad, Mr. Miles. You should see their nails and toe. Like they don't even keep themselves up the way she
They
does.
tell you that those beautiful chicks are the most headaches. That's what the
Man,
dudes talk about. This is why I say if you listen to men, this is
Mm-hmm.
what men say.
Mm-hmm.
The beautiful hot chicks are the headaches. Y'all give the most stress.
so my question is,
why do you think that men always say that when they do get married they go for the average woman? Why do you think they say that?
okay, huh? Well, mhm,
There's a reason why we say that we
okay.
go for the average woman versus the woman who what every dude want. You know what I'm saying? Or she think that she's all that because we know that it's a headache, that she's high maintenance.
You can have her.
Yeah, by all means.
But so then why be attracted to that? Because like I said, his new chick is light skinned with good hair, but she not all that. And he still act the same way. He's still cheating.
Because the
So
dude
my
is
thing is,
look, because the dude is
Because he can.
mhm.
because what?
He can. Y'all women
Man,
haven't shown him that y'all worth it.
Mm-hmm. And
If
and
he
what?
he's
did,
a
if he
beta
wasn't
simp.
that too, if he was gonna be faithful, he would. It's literally that simple.
Right. So why leave your children who are yours with
F them
this?
kids.
Okay. Oh, I mean, that is his attitude. I ain't gonna stunt. That's his attitude. But it don't make sense to me because why would, like, let's say if I was, God forbid, I get a divorce, right? And then it's like, you know, I get with some dude that's not better than my current spouse,
I'm shaking my
and
head at.
then I leave my kids with my
Damn.
new man, right? I leave my kids with my new man and go be with somebody else and be like, well, he wasn't worth being a husband. And it's
And
like,
you
well, how
trifling?
not? That hello, dude is trifling too, Lionel.
Oh no, you're a woman though. It's different. Can't just be letting all type of dudes in you.
See, that's your see, Miss Mimi, do you hear this? This is why you
So
don't
she
need no
left.
wife.
She left. She went to bed.
She went to bed.
Yeah, she went
But
night
I'm
night.
just saying, like, both are trifling. Like that's trifling. If she's not worth, a wife, if she hasn't proven to him that
But
she's worth being a wife, why even pursue her
but
in the first place?
but Vons, you have to understand. This is where I said societal. They have put societal standards and expectations in our head. So it's not even about the vows because we have completely destroyed the vows. Divorce, and again, I'm going to blame that on the women on a statistical standpoint. Divorce has clearly showed those vows mean nothing
Mm-hmm.
because it's so quick to just, I'm done. And then
So
I'm going to punish you with the kids.
so
Lionel,
then on top of that, the state and the federal government don't even honor them vows. They don't care nothing about them
I'm a
vows whatsoever. That's why they have divorce. That's why they have
and,
no
and you know
contested
what?
divorces for that very reason. Because they don't care.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
say
give a
this
damn.
because when I say I really do respect y'all as men, right? On some real stuff. Y'all some pretty intelligent men, right? But let me say something. I am so glad y'all ain't religious because if y'all was leaders in the church, everybody would be miserable. Because based on
Why?
what y'all, because Lionel, you over here like you sound like them preachers. Divorce, they be getting that. You divorcing your
Hold
husband,
on
that's a
now.
sin.
If you
That's sinning
missing,
against
you're
God. That's how you
missing,
sound, Lionel.
you're misinterpreting what I'm saying though.
Mm-hmm.
And I got you. I got you. But you're
Mm-mm, mm-mm.
misinterpreting. The reality is that's why I said what I said. From a statistical standpoint, when you look at those numbers, it looks bad. It doesn't look like people are honoring their vows, especially women, through the good and the bad, through sickness and through health, through poor and the richer and whatnot. And then what happens? I'm done with this nigga. And it's like, if y'all are going to look at it from a statistical standpoint, the vows mean nothing. So how can we sit here and just have this conversation? Like, why would you get married anyway when society puts that on you? But yet women champion the wedding, not the marriage. And when women talk about the actual marriage, it just sounds like they're taking advantage of the guy. They sound like, you know what? This guy does so much for me. And then I'm sitting here like, God damn, what you do for them?
Hey, let me drive home the point too, bro. All right, so Vance, let's say that a situation where it happened to your husband where he get into a terrible accident, he ended up being paraplegic. And through his accident, he's no longer able to work, and you have to be his caretaker, meaning that you got to take him to his doctor's appointment. Shoot, you got to wipe his butt, clean his butt because he can't do it, and all these different things. Would you do that for him? Will you stick it out and do it for him, no matter what, knowing good and well that this situation is the new reality?
I'm just not gonna answer that question because I ain't gonna speak none of that into my life. I'm not answering that. However,
that drives the point about how marriage is towards a woman.
No, because you got to think about that, right? That does happen. It does happen.
Oh yeah,
right?
I know it happened. That's why I gave that example. And you want to know what most women do? They'll probably put up with it probably about a couple of months, probably 2 or 3 months. Maybe they'll probably survive maybe a year, but after that, guess what? They're going to say that they're not happy. They're going to say that they want to separate.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Irreconcilable differences.
I would not divorce him because obviously he's paraplegic. Okay.
Now keep in mind, he can't smash you. He can't make your coochie wet or nothing like that neither. Can't do none of that.
You making this real hard, Mr. Miles. You making this so hard. But I mean,
what's hard about that? Because you say that you say that you love that man, right? You say you love him, but this goes to my point earlier about what I made about how women are, how men are. Women love out of conditions. That's point blank. Because if you love him unconditionally, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter.
No, that's not true.
You're instantly saying, yeah, I'll do that because I love that man. You that's what you say. But you're thinking about it. You're like, well, I don't know.
No, because I'm thinking about a situation where a man's wife is currently, I guess you say transitioning, she's sick or whatever. And his daughter is okay with him having companionship, right? She wants him to have a girlfriend because he's lonely. So I just feel like, you don't leave the person hanging, like that's, to me, that don't even sound right to me, to just be like, what I'm like, no, that's not right. That's not the right thing to do. Of course I would take care of him. I would be there for him, but it's like,
but you're not going to be happy doing it.
It's not about being happy. It's about, what if I get lonely? What if I start to miss?
Hold on. Because that's a good point. I have to stop you, and I apologize. But when conversations have been happening in the last few years, women have been stressing the happiness part about marriage. That's why he's bringing this up, because that's what they stress. I wasn't happy in my marriage, so here's a divorce. Or they're questioning how happy are people in a marriage they are. So when that's
Because
one of the
mhm.
driving points of these conversations,
I
we
mean, because Lionel, in order, in order to
but you
be
before you
in a,
contradict yourself,
I'm
just
not.
said it's not about happiness.
I take that. I take that back. I take it back. I'm saying in that situation, it's not. How can you be happy when you can't go outside with your partner, spend quality time together and stuff? How can you be? In a situation like that. However, in a normal functioning marriage, the happiness does matter. It's very important. It's very important that you spend quality time, that you go out together. Those things do matter, that you have conversations. You know what I'm saying? Those things matter
But
for, for both parties.
is there any restrictions on conversations?
What do you mean restriction?
Like, is there certain conversations you can't have with your partner?
No, there shouldn't be any conversation you can't have with them.
So why is it that y'all told me I shouldn't be having certain talks with the girl I want to be with, that I should go see a therapist?
Oh, see, no, that's not what I meant. You should, Lionel, leave me alone. But
No,
listen,
I'm just going off. I'm listening to the women's advice.
okay, so it's not that you shouldn't tell her or you shouldn't be open. It should just be because what I said was you shouldn't go into it expecting the other person to just understand. That's
But
a
I
lie.
told y'all I don't.
To
I told
understand.
y'all they're not going to understand. But then I got
But how?
flat back on that. How do you know? I
Because
said
you
y'all
still
sound
gotta,
foolish.
you still have to, work towards it. Like that's what I'm saying, Lionel. See, this is why you don't need to be married because
How? But I have men who will agree with married men agree with me. It's the married women
no,
who have a
because
problem.
because you need what you don't. I'm gonna say this. I feel you don't have the patience, okay, to allow that person to work through their own feelings and emotions and be able to learn you and understand you because that you do that in a relationship even when people don't have trauma. You know what I'm saying? Even though they do have trauma, but the way you carry your trauma isn't the way that they carry theirs, right? So
Why do
however
y'all
your
call it
care,
trauma though?
because it what you went through is traumatizing. It's
I
trauma.
call it no. I survived and won a lot of victories.
Oh God. Okay, like okay. So your survival, if that sounds better, of your situation and how you operate, as a human being, may be hard for your partner to understand you when it comes to y'all being intimate. And I'm not talking about the actual sex stuff. I'm talking about the intimate conversations, knowing how to, you know, talk to you, how to meet you where you're at, to understand that you're having a bad day.
Whose fault is
That
that?
what
Doesn't that sound like a problem that she's having?
exactly you're not willing to understand that may be a problem for her if she doesn't just automatically get you.
But I
You know what I'm
already
saying?
do. Y'all hear what y'all want. I told y'all I listen to them. I don't expect them to automatically understand.
Okay. All right. So how long is that door open for them to understand before you say, nah, this ain't
They have 9 minutes.
I'm not gonna play with you.
How long should they have though? Let me ask a female. How long should
Jesus.
they have?
How long did it take you to get over your to get through and realize that you were a survivor? How long did it take you to climb them mountains and go through them
Damn,
jungles?
so they gotta wait 30 years? I might as well just get a blow up doll.
Ah,
That's a bad question to ask because they're a grown adult with their own mentality of things they've been through. You're supposed to meet me halfway. If you like a dude, you're gonna try to understand him, right?
true.
I gotta
Yeah.
sit here and understand you. I gotta know your shoe size, what shoes make you comfortable, your favorite food, what makes you mad, what triggers you when you get your period.
Exactly. The
So,
same thing with you.
but
The
it don't take
same
that
thing
long.
with you. Lionel.
But
It does.
y'all, ain't no way. Most dudes
Hey,
can get it very quickly. They just
hey,
choose to act.
hey, Vance,
Hmm.
what size pants do your husband wear?
I know the answer, but I'd rather not say. Miss Lounge, I be getting talked about. I ain't got time.
Oh,
But I know his pant size, I know his shoe size, his shirt size, I know his favorite color, I know his favorite foods, I know what he don't like. I know shoot, he got a whole hair routine because he decided to grow his hair out and he has beautiful hair by the way. But I know him. I know him very well. And he knows shoe size, everything. But why did you ask that?
I was curious.
Man, these
No, no,
girls
no.
can't even tell me my favorite anime.
No,
Let
wait,
alone-
no. Now I will say that. I don't know. I know he watches anime. I think I can probably name like one show that he watches because he
Damn.
watches like a series and stuff. But I do know his favorite movies. I know his me and his. It's funny because we both have music in common, but our like he likes a lot of R&B music. I prefer the stuff from the 80s and what do you call it? Like the Dusties. Mr. Lounge called it breakup songs and stuff like that. I prefer the Dusties, but you know what I'm saying? Like I know that stuff about him. But why you ask me his pant size? Like why is that important?
I was just curious.
He was trying to tell you that women don't generally pay attention to stuff about their spouses unless they're getting something out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Hmm.
small details women have a habit of not paying attention to.
See, I find that hard to believe because well, most women shop for everybody in the house. I do. I'm not saying I buy all his clothes because that's a lie. But before we had children, and I'm just gonna keep it real, yes, okay. If I like I'm lying. If you liked me, you was gonna do for me. But when I came across Jim, it was different. So and he took it was Miss Lounge, I told you about that. Like he took offense. Like don't be buying me stuff. And I had to work through that too. But
Mm-hmm.
I went out and I want to do something nice for him because it was like, I like him, I like how he's, nice to me and stuff. So it's like I would make up a conversation or something
So wait, he had to
and
be
ask.
nice to you first?
I mean, all men were nice to me first, Lionel. It was
Sounds
just
about right.
something different about him that made me say, I want to do something nice for him too.
Okay.
I don't,
Just
you know what
curious.
I'm saying? So I think I know with the shoes, I looked at his inside of his shoe, but I had to ask him, because I don't know if you know this, Lionel, but my husband's a heavier guy, right? And that's another reason why I didn't want to say his actual size because my ops be clowning me, even though
Fine.
they never
We
win.
understand.
But
You didn't have to say all
oh,
that.
okay,
We
okay, okay.
got
I just wanted to be,
Yeah, you could have left it that
but
like that a long time ago.
but Miss Lounge, I'm still healing. Okay, I went through a lot over there. I'm traumatized. But listen, so um, I did have to ask him his pant size, and I actually learned that no, you cannot go into Walmart and do something nice So for me, there's like a lot of uniqueness in our relationship. I had to go to higher end stores. And order stuff or go to like they have this one store that I love it. It's like everything is name brand and stuff and things are more expensive, right, because of his size. So that's why like you can't play with me when it comes to that because I had to learn a lot about being
Wait, are you
with
still doing it?
yeah. I mean it's an everyday
But that sounds
I
like it's coming out his pocket because you won't work.
no Lionel baby, oh I don't like you.
So essentially
uh,
he buying his own stuff and you just on delivering it to him.
I mean
Damn.
okay, yes. In today's time, yes. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, I do. I
Hey, bro,
surprise him with his
bro,
own money.
hey, bro, she Amazon like ain't nothing, bro.
Damn.
But in the past, I didn't mind coming up off $500 to get him an outfit. I
The
didn't
past
mind,
don't
and I
matter.
still don't.
You already
Like
won. The past don't matter though.
but Lionel, don't do that. Don't make it like I'm just broke around here because I ain't telling y'all all my business.
I'm not saying
But
that.
I don't mind buying him, because he well, I introduced him to, more expensive cologne because we live in the city. So
Damn,
he
she
was
ain't like
like,
how he dressed, so she said, "I got something better for you."
no, 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 Lionel, he dressed perfectly fine. It's just, when, and I'm not trying to make it like I made him or nothing like that because that's
It
not
sounds
true.
like that. You know how it sounds.
No, 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 no. I'm gonna give it to you. He liked to wear cologne and stuff. So for me, it was
Shit
like
expensive.
I wanted to do nice stuff for him. I wanted him to feel appreciated and not just go to Walmart and get some cologne. So I went to, and I don't even like have higher end perfume for myself like
So
that.
Vaughn,
But
Vaughn,
because, huh?
I
What?
get you. I get you.
Right,
You really don't have
right,
to explain yourself, but the
right.
conversation has to do with what men are going through. Do
That's
you
what I'm saying,
do
Lionel, because
you
of the way that I feel, about
stop
him and
going
what
with
he does for me.
stop
I
going on
want
how you
him.
feel?
Oh, okay. Well, how am I supposed to feel then?
You're supposed to look at what's happening. Are men getting the treatment that you're giving your husband? Do you see women giving that same treatment to the men out here? Because, or
Yeah.
do you hear men saying that they're
Hmm.
getting that treatment?
So I'm,
Yes.
so I'm,
Boy, she
And
froze.
yeah, I'm
hey,
gonna no, I'm gonna say yes and no.
hey,
I'm gonna say yes and no.
I want to know how much she charged for delivery for him. Do you take
Say
allowance out after you deliver his goods and services to him,
to
Vons?
himself.
I can't stand y'all.
So she
No, there
said
is
yes
no
and
delivery.
no. I need her to
No, yeah.
expound.
Because some people are much older than, they're older than me. Um and that this is their second marriage. And then I have like my young friends who do shower their baby daddy's boyfriends with stuff.
Baby daddy's boyfriend?
I have friends, Lionel. I have cousins, hush.
Oh, okay.
But because to me, I feel like some of the girls do too much for guys,
Okay.
some of them. And I feel like some people are blessed to have a husband that does so much for them that it's really hard for them to do anything in return because
Is he
the
but
the, hu-
then
the husbands don't want anything,
are
which
they
is weird to me.
no 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 no. So there's a reason why they have that mentality though. There's absolutely a lot of guys don't want you to do anything because that's their way of feeling like a man that they hold control over you. But that's their
Hmm.
way of feeling like a man because guess what? You can't do nothing for me, but I can do everything for you. That's one way to keep you subjugated. Um,
Hmm.
keep you in your place. Another reason, I mean, just being real. I mean, gotta look at the reality. Like, what really can you do?
What
Mm-hmm.
do you mean? What really can you do?
I mean, what can you do? Like, what can you do for the guy who's already doing everything? I mean, you already using his damn card to buy him shit. So what can
Hmm.
you really do?
See, I'm so glad I ain't with nobody like y'all, cause baby, y'all
No, I'm
y'all something else,
explaining.
man.
No, but
Y'all different.
I'm
um.
explaining it though. I'm not telling you that this is me, but I am
Hmm.
explaining this is how a mentality is. Because we know men. That's the thing.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So we're telling you how men are thinking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
like
Well.
I say over here, we talk about the things that men think about all the time, but they're afraid to say it. So we literally are the voice of the voiceless.
Okay. I mean, who told
But
y'all
you
it was okay to do this though? Like, where
but
where
y'all
where
are
the
telling
chairman?
you're telling me that you see young women doing too much for men. What men are they
Hmm.
doing it for? Are they doing it for men like your husband? Or are they doing it for the thug?
Okay, so, and I'm not trying to sound judgy or nothing, but like my reason for doing what I was doing is because, like I told you, I feel like he did a lot for me, right? I feel like these guys, like I said, they don't work. They want to be rappers, or they cheating all the time, or like sometimes I feel like women try to buy, the men, like, man, I got some stories, but it to me, I'm not saying that men don't deserve things. I'm saying that men who actually deserve it should get it. You know what I'm saying?
How do you know the men that deserve? How do you know they don't deserve it?
I just told you, Lionel, they don't work.
Maybe
they
I mean every guy. Why does every guy gotta have a basic job? Maybe they're looking for their future.
Oh, so Lionel, so you really telling me you on the side of men that don't work? Um, I mean, you're right. Who am I to say who deserves what? Which is why,
So okay, so Vaughn, you gotta hear me out though. My thing is, what if these guys have a dream, they have a vision, but they just can't get there? But here you come with a nice job, and you can help him get there. What's wrong with that?
Now let me ask you this: is that okay if a man do that for a woman?
What do you mean? That's all men do for women.
Okay, all right. Look, I just wanted to see what you was gonna say, real talk, because I know that already.
Men doing that crap for women.
I just feel like Lionel, they don't even want to be dads, but they got kids, man. Come on, why do they deserve?
What they want to be dads for? What they gonna get out of that? I mean, how I look having a broke best friend for 18 years?
So then why have unprotected,
What do you mean?
stuff?
It feels
Why?
good. It's natural.
Mr. Lyle, why you let him troll?
It feels good, and again, it's natural. It's the most when you literally are born. How are you born? From unprotected sex.
So then why not, if you know that you're gonna be selfish and you're not gonna actually be a father and you're not gonna, be a husband or even a good boyfriend,
Man.
why do it?
It
Why do it?
feels good, and you be walking around with the lingerie, the stilettos, open toe, the nails done, makeup. You eating the cake in the profile picture. He turned on.
What?
Be smelling all
Wow.
good, smelling like Bath and Body Works,
He can't
Sephora
even.
thing.
If you're looking good, what is he supposed to do? It's like you teasing him now.
I feel like men should have, thingy control, like y'all
Wait,
expect
no,
women to
no,
have.
no,
Yeah,
no.
yeah,
Because when
yeah,
you say
yeah.
that, I don't think that's a fair argument. Now, this time I'm being real. I don't think that's a fair argument if you got some Victoria's Secret pink lingerie, you walking around that look like a G-string, nothing but a tie that you got on, and you're just gonna sit down on his lap. But tell him you need to have some control.
I'm so mad. I am so mad. I actually started listening to you because really, Lionel, really,
That's what women. Am I wrong? Is that not what women do?
But it's a trap. It's a trap.
And the men go fall for the trap. You know they are.
And see that does a disservice to himself though too, Lionel. It does.
Damn, he's not even allowed to have pleasure. She's like, go
No.
to your hand.
Especially if you're not gonna
Do
what's right.
Go to your hand.
Hey, she said, "Look, but don't touch on them
Don't
boys."
touch. Bang. Look, but
I'm
don't.
just saying.
And then the girls be saying the worst things to you too. They'd be like, I'm wet right now. What are he supposed to do? They'll bend over backwards, but have a plate in your hand.
Oh my goodness.
So the women will do everything possible to get you to jump them. But they'll be like, it's your fault you jumped me. You should have controlled yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying.
Like you had a nun outfit on or something.
I'm just saying, Lionel.
Don't forget the perfume. They put that aroma on.
You have to have self-control.
Hey, they whisper in your ear to you this coochie is yours, right?
Exactly.
Y'all ridiculous.
But no, wrong. Am I wrong though? Because this is the truth. This is what the women be doing, but then telling the dudes to have control. And they're like, well, because you didn't want kids, that means you are regulated to your hand.
I don't know, because I ain't never did
that. You do know. You in this sector, y'all talk all type of dirty crap. Ain't nothing but women talking dirty, talking about all the things they do to their husband.
I'm screaming. Well, Lionel, now I know you lying because everybody in my sector ain't married.
Well, I mean, you don't have to be
Mm-mm.
married. I'm just saying. They swear they be getting dudes.
I'm cracking up.
I'm just
Mm-mm.
saying, how do you say have control like it's simple when these dudes are just ready to explode? Or when they're calling,
Exactly.
or when they're telling,
They're
go ahead.
exactly. They are ready to explode.
So
They
why
are
should they have discipline? Because of the
because
consequences?
the same way we have to be disciplined, and we just can't be out here doing whatever. Same way.
So it's different. It's really different when it comes to y'all.
No, it's the same.
No,
Everybody should
no,
have self
and
control.
I get that, but I'm saying it's different, more of a biological perspective, because
Mm-hmm.
biologically, they straight, they tell you, let's say if a man ejaculates inside of you, you still hold that in you 3 to 7 days later. So Brandon is still inside of you.
Mm-hmm.
But then
Mm-hmm.
let's say you go and mess with Chad, Ryan,
Excuse
Zach,
me.
Ezekiel, all of them now is inside of you. The man, he could just wash off, take a shower, comes right off.
On to the
See,
next one.
On to the next one.
y'all, Lord. Okay, y'all can have it. Y'all lost me.
How did we lose you though? Because we're literally telling you biology. No different than how a woman
because
can have one child a year.
Lionel,
Yeah.
the same way if a woman was to, because she's so ready and hot and ready like Little Caesar's pizza, okay, if she's not ready to be a mother and carry that responsibility, self-control,
You know what you're
period.
about to say. No, no, no. Because you know that's not true. You know
What?
for a fact that if she's not ready to be a mother, she can either abort the baby. But then y'all can say you don't believe in abortion. Closed adoption. You don't believe in that. They have bins now. You can drop the baby off, protective bin, and then someone to come pick them up. You can literally just drop the kids off somewhere. You have absolute control during and after that situation. The
No, because you
man
still, no,
does
Lionel,
not.
because we still have to go 9 whole months of our bodies changing, our minds changing, our whole entire everything
But you still have,
changing.
that doesn't negate what I said
No,
though. You
no,
still have
it does.
control. Do you
I
not
said
have
that.
control? But that's all I said. You have
Oh, you're
complete
saying
control. The man does not have control over that. His actions don't have no control. He can say get an abortion, and unless he does something negative, you can tell him no. And it doesn't matter if you're married or not.
mm-hmm.
So you have absolute control. And women love trying to argue this, but they have all the power, but they're telling the man to be responsible. And the only reason the man is being told to be responsible is because women have weaponized pregnancy.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Wow. Okay, Lionel.
Tell me where I'm wrong. I'm
You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. I just feel like everybody should have control because now, okay, I'm gonna give you this example, right? So you know how the basketball player recently got the girl pregnant, and he told her he ain't want to have no baby. She went on and had the baby anyway,
yeah.
right? You know who I'm talking about?
Mhm. I heard it.
That entire situation is jacked up.
It is
Why?
because
Because
of the woman.
that yeah, because that little baby got two stupid parents. Okay,
Sounds like
two.
one.
No, two
One had
stupid
all the
parents.
rights though.
I'm screaming.
He
I'm
was immoral.
screaming.
He immorally decided to go through with it
Hmm.
after confirming, yeah, he ain't want it. She basically says, so what?
Because she don't believe in abortion. Even though that's not true.
Just
Her
put it in
whole
context.
oh well, I'm not gonna like I take that back. I don't know if that's true or not.
I'm done.
I know that there was like malicious intent is I guess that's how I'm gonna say it, because that's true. She want to get a bag or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, I feel like him being in the position that he's in, he got something going for himself. He makes good money. He's a star. He should have protected himself from trifling females like that. Real shit. So if we have to, have self-control of ourselves, so do y'all men, because women be trapping y'all. They
Mhm.
do. And they do it maliciously. And I do not think that that's right at all.
So
I don't.
were you here when we showed the video of the 6 men and they were having a counseling session? And between these 6 men, they had 87 children.
What?
And they had 87 children because, and the reason we're bringing this up is because they will talk about men just be sleeping with anything, men just be creating these broken homes, men don't have penis discipline. But we argued most men aren't even getting vagina. Most men ain't
What?
even getting booty like that.
How
And
you
then
not getting booty like that? And you said there were 6 men in the room and 87 children between the six of them?
because the women were sharing the same man. That's where a lot of guys are talking about. They're telling you that women are sharing the same man. They're passing these men around.
Mm-hmm.
This is why a lot of men say, hey, women go for the thugs majority. But women be like, I don't know
Mm-hmm.
where you're getting that from. Because these pookies, the thugs, all have 10, 15, 16 kids. And it's like, most of these guys around ain't even getting booty. They're telling you that on record, 46% of men have ever fathered kids.
What?
46%
Is
of
this,
men.
wait, Lionel,
Mm-hmm.
is this black men only?
No, in total.
No, men, period.
Men,
Get
period.
out of here.
46, that's recorded since we were recording records. And again, so the number, which makes this even better, y'all can't even bring up old people because they don't count. They're dead.
Mm-hmm.
46% of men on record have ever fathered kids because women are sharing the same men. Look at what's his
Wow.
name? Genghis Khan, the Chinese emperor. Dude literally has a lineage that spans hundreds of years at this point. But he was getting all the vagina. Nobody was
What?
trying to get vagina but him. He had like
Mm-hmm.
hundreds of wives, probably even underselling that number. But
Mm-hmm.
it's just an example. Women swear thinking dudes are pimps, dudes are hoes, dudes are getting all the women. Guess what? They're not. They tell you that most dudes' body count on average is between 6 to 8. That's how many women he's probably slept with.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
So
our
when
body
you're
count being
seeing
pretty low.
exactly, so when you're seeing that these women, but the women, they're telling you numbers like 21, 50.
Yeah, be celebrated. A girl, I just made 100.
But the men are the hoes. When only a
Miss
when
Lounge, I ain't never had a conversation like that. I am cracking up. I'm cracking
but
up.
we have. I've literally been around women and they're literally talking like this.
Lionel, who do you be around?
I
Because I'm around women all the time,
Vaughn.
and I'm gonna be and we talk, but
You're in
like
your
none of us.
Vance, you're in your bubble. That's why.
Vaughn, how often do you travel? I'm just curious.
I don't,
I
not
travel.
like that.
So I travel. I've essentially been in every state up and down the East Coast. I've been a little bit on the
Mhm.
West. I travel. I've lived in these cities. I talk with these people. Not only
Mhm.
that, I also talk with women who have issues. I'm
Right. Right.
around conversations and these women talk. I'm around young people when I go to work. These
Mhm.
girls talk. I'm telling you, these conversations are happening.
So women are literally being like, "Oh, I just smashed my 55th guy."
Yes,
Man, please. Nah, like
I was
what?
around girls when I was a child and they were hyping up smashing these dudes. Or I'm around this toxic nigga. Why are you around him? Because he got a big penis.
I mean, okay, yeah, conversations like that, yes, we have. But I ain't heard. Now, I will say this. I know some people you kind of know when that they be doing some stuff, right? But nah, I haven't that I'm let me hush. Ooh, child, that's a lot.
See?
Like, mm-mm, mm-mm, that's a whole lot.
Because these women
That's
want
a
it,
lot.
but yet, when the women get upset, what they call each other, you a hoe, you a slut.
I mean, I'm gonna keep it real with you, like I'm gonna keep
so
it
so
real.
y'all be
If
knowing.
me if my home okay, if my home girl and we just talking and she like, yeah, Vaughn, first of all, I'm gonna have concern. Like my first question is you good? Do you like doing this? Is there anything I can do to help you stop doing that? Because 55 guys is a lot, right?
I know
Excuse
girls
me.
who tell me how their homegirl's vagina smells like fish or it stinks in certain type of way. These girls
Yes, yeah,
absolutely, again, there's nothing off limits when these girls get together and talk, or if they want to
right,
gossip.
Hmm.
right.
And they'll sit
True,
here and tell
facts.
you, I've watched women tell me, give me a roster of men they slept with. But then they'll go back and be like, I didn't mean that number. And they'll start subtracting dudes because she didn't like him. Or that one didn't count. I only count
Hmm.
the guys that were my boyfriend.
Right.
Now you forgot the favorite part on Lionel. They'll say body count don't matter.
Body count
I
don't
mean, I
matter.
mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you've been like with 4 or 5 guys, no, that don't matter. Who cares? Like
We care.
nobody cares, right? Now let's say you got us somebody in the bed, and I know and maybe now that I think about it, maybe she has been with like 55 niggas, but I hope she would
Damn.
never tell me that because I would have to go into deep prayer. But listen, so my thing is that's unhealthy. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna cheer my girl on no mess like that. You know, I'm just not because that's not good. I'm not gonna look down on her or anything, but she better not ever call me a hoe because we gonna have a real bad argument. Like no, because that's a lot. Why would
Hmm.
you even want to put your body through that? And I'm just looking at it from not necessarily like judgment like she nasty, but how because to me that's something in the mind, right? And honestly, I'm not gonna even say that would be the first thing I would drag her with because just thinking about the people that I love, that I do know have, you know, certain ways about themselves. That's trauma. Something's not clicking up there if you you know what I'm saying? That's not nah, no.
Hmm.
But yeah, but women celebrate this. You do know
Well,
that,
they
right?
Lionel, them people need is you they friend that hold them accountable? Please tell me you do.
It don't matter if I hold them accountable though,
Why not?
because they're gonna do what they want to do.
But that don't bother you? Like it don't
What am I supposed to do? I can't
I would
like staple them.
hmm
I can't
I
put
would
holy
tell you to
water on
pray
them.
for them, but
So
yeah,
he could buy them a chastity belt, but they're just gonna break it.
A lot of them already praying for themselves.
that's a lot. Mm.
That's why they got that stigma on church girls. How they like some of the biggest hoes.
Hmm.
I mean, because it's true because they teach us that sex is bad and all this kind of stuff, and
So
then
why
once
don't
you
y'all
get to
listen?
because that's not true. I mean, it's true,
Now,
but the
you just
way
told me how bad it is. Now all of a sudden it's not bad.
because the way the church make it sound like you have sex, you're going to hell. You have these lustful thoughts. You a sexual demon. You're perverted. Wait till you get married, and it's like naturally, you're gonna want to, you know, get jiggy with it. So why not do it? But I feel like do it in a healthy way,
Why not
you
wait till
know.
marriage?
Because why would I marry you and see Lionel? No, no, no.
Bring
We're
shame
not
back.
doing that.
Bring shame back.
Hmm.
Nah. So y'all, so you mean to tell me that y'all feel like y'all gonna wait until y'all get married to do it? I doubt it. That don't even sound like no, no. Mm-mm,
So we're not supposed to
mm-mm.
because we're men.
Well then, if y'all don't have to wait, neither do we. How about that?
Nah, y'all women. Y'all supposed to wait.
Nah. Well, why? So when we get with y'all and y'all are horrible at it, or we don't like what we see, then we stuck with it. Absolutely not. But I will say
Yep.
this: for a woman to be a virgin before she gets married, I do feel that it's kind of in her benefit because then she has nothing to compare it to. At the same time, okay, I don't like as saved as I call myself want to be, okay, and others say so-called saved. We not doing that because I didn't already been married. I'd had my kids. I wish I would wait until I got married again. Nah, we gonna do it. I need to I need to make sure what I'm finna be with is what I got. But a virgin, yes, absolutely. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. But
Hmm.
and I'm gonna keep it real because women, I actually feel for women who get saved and they're single and they really want to wait till they get married because there's a lady in a group that I'm in on Facebook, and she posted anonymously telling us like, I did what God wanted me to do, and I'm miserable. And it's like, baby, see, this why some things you just gonna have to ask forgiveness for because
Dawn, do y'all talk to men? I'm just curious because a lot of men already say that women don't know how to pleasure them correctly. Hence why a lot of men just try to get theirs and then get out.
um no, no, because I do talk to my grandfathers and my father, but we don't talk about stuff like that. That's weird. No.
I bring it up.
No, do we? But what I will say, that
Grandma, how you be
Lionel,
getting down?
Hmm.
what I feel,
Yeah,
I feel
explain it.
like my father or my grandfather would like slap me if I asked that. That's weird. Why would I
Nah.
want to know what
Uh,
they? That's weird.
well, how else you gonna
Now,
learn? Because
now my grannies, yes. Do we talk? Do sometimes I need to tell my granny? I don't need to know that about granddaddy. Keep that to yourself. Mama, I don't want to know that. Stepmama, auntie, girl, hush. But
nah, tell
to
me
just
because I mean no one else is teaching you.
what?
Who's
I,
teaching you
who taught me what?
how to get down?
OnlyFans, Pornhub.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Lounge, for answering that.
Because that's who your teachers are.
Because why?
That's who's hey, that's supposed to be her teachers. The elder's
I was
supposed to be
finna
the teacher.
say.
Even that says in the Bible that the elder's supposed to be your teachers, right?
So I'm supposed to go to my mom and say, now I'm gonna say this. Will I talk to my mother, in the past or whatever, about marriage and stuff? Yeah, because she's my mom, right? Will I talk to her, but to talk to her about doing it, that like, oh, I'm having an issue, you know, you don't go to your mama about that. You talk to like your girlfriend or somebody, you know, you know,
So so
that's
why
weird.
so why do women feel that way, but men we don't? We go and talk to our fathers about women who we slept with or whatever. We have no issue about it whatsoever. Or uncles or anybody.
I mean, okay, I'm gonna say this. I haven't had, let me think. Yes. Have I had like an issue or something? Yeah. But I didn't think to call my mother or my granny. I thought to call a friend or even ask a coworker. Shit. Like, why would
See,
that's weird.
see, them are the two worst people you could ask about your sex life because 9 times out of 10 they either attracted to you or your husband or they're trying to sabotage your relationship.
What?
What?
Well, okay.
Yeah. Well,
I,
why the hell you would go and talk to your coworker or about your love life?
I mean, because it's like, huh? Okay. Okay. I just think that's weird to go and say, hey, mom, um, he not getting it up, or hey mom, he doing it too hard. Like
Then,
that's weird.
then mom gonna sit up and say, baby, go get the cucumber. I'm gonna show you a trick.
If my mother said that, I would be embarrassed to even just. I mean, because don't get me wrong, did my mom teach me the basics? STDs, say no, save yourself. Yes, like I said, some mama, I don't want to hear that. Did she share stories? Yes, but I think because first of all, she looks at Jim as like her son. So why am I gonna go tell her that he got something going on, or even a boyfriend of mine? Like she don't need to be looking and knowing. You know what I'm saying? That's her like son-in-law, right? That's weird.
So it's better
That's
her
weird.
than them people outside your relationship. Unless your
True, but
mom's attracted to your boyfriend, then that's different. But
no, I just don't. I don't really want her to have that, image. Like for example, when she I don't need that image of what you be doing. That's nasty.
what you
What's
talking
the
about? This
problem?
natural. This is what she's supposed to do. She's grounded up, just like you are.
No, Mr. Lounge. And then no. Mm-mm. I mean, I think it depends because my sister, but I'm older than my sister. So she'll, tell me stuff and I'm the same way. But I will be honest and tell her. Now my sister, on the other hand, her and my mother, and my sister's not married, but my
hmm
sister tells my mom stuff all the time. Me, myself, I don't want to like embarrass him. Cause me and my family, we some jokesters, man. Like some shit might fly out somebody's mouth and then I'd be in trouble. So I can't I can't
mm
do that. You know what I mean?
mm
So I don't know. But I will say I know I would not ask my father or my grandfather. That's just weird, Mr. Lounge. I'm sorry. That's weird. Hey dad, can you help me? No. I feel like they like
hmm
a slap fire for me or something. The hell you want to know that for? You doing that even though I'm grown, right? Like, nah, we cool. So you telling
hmm
me you have had that like those kind of conversations with your dad
So when I
or
was
your
younger,
mom?
well, when I was younger, yeah, I had them conversations with my father.
All right, what y'all talking about?
If my kid see
Wait, what happened?
Yeah, yeah, till my father passed away. But yeah, we not told him everything about stuff that was going on with me.
Talking about
well
like
that's
losing
that's
virginity and
nice. I didn't
stuff?
know I didn't know your
Yeah,
dad passed away, Miss Lounge. My
the
bad,
sex
but
life and everything.
Cause yeah, I told my mom.
Miss Lionel, you too?
Why wouldn't I?
Boy, if my son, I would flip out. I would be like, go talk to your dad. Like, I don't.
Heck
What?
no, girl, you need to hear this.
Mm-mm.
He gave me a
That's
stellar review too.
what?
I'm talking about the
See,
girl. Actually talking about the girl.
Lionel.
And the girl said,
So,
he said, I felt like a porn star.
okay,
That fool
so
got a 5-star rating on Yelp.
y'all are
Yes,
something else.
man.
So let me get this straight. If your kids, Mr. Lounge, come and have that conversation with you, you gonna be okay with it? You're not gonna flip. You seem like the type that's gonna flip out. I'm just gonna
No,
be honest.
no, I'm not.
What?
I'm
Why he
Oh,
flipping out? It's
yeah,
natural.
yeah. And how you gonna assume that that's how the way I'm going to be? I ain't gonna
It's
I
flip
don't
out.
know, cause I don't know.
natural.
I don't know.
Now I feel some type of way if they're young right now, like they teenagers right now. You know what I'm saying? I feel some type of way
Right.
if they talk about that at this stage of their life. Yeah, absolutely. They're gonna get cussed the hell out.
Right.
But if they grown adults and all that good old stuff, why not?
My
Hey,
mom
hey,
started
dad.
asking me.
Like, hey, dad. I gotta talk to you about this. Okay.
Yeah, I was 12 when she started asking me.
You what? See,
Yeah.
nah.
She was
Mm-mm.
like, yo, you smashing? Here's a
Excuse me.
condom.
I don't even. I don't even want. I'm not gonna even want to know. Like,
It's
Nah, I'm good.
natural. You should know if your son is being reckless or not, because it's not even the boys, it's the girls also that you gotta worry about.
I'm gonna teach them just like I was taught, the basics, okay? What to look for, what not to do, when to say no, when to say yes, all of that, right?
That doesn't
How
matter. That's the
it does
thing.
matter.
It doesn't matter because you have to hear me out now because it's not all. So my sister, seventh, eighth grade, and she's coming home telling me what these girls are talking about. These
Hmm.
girls are horny as hell. They're reading the dirtiest books. They're talking the dirtiest of things. They are talking about the dudes they're giving blowjobs to, the dudes they backing it up for, the different type of dudes they trying to try out. Now, don't get me wrong. I think half of them were lying, but this is how they were talking. If middle school kids are talking like this, it's gonna influence. So it's better that the parent is warning the child, yo, this is what might happen. This is what the kids might be talking about. Why wouldn't you have these conversations? It's better to hear it from the parent than to hear it from the homie.
But that's what I said though, that the basics. I'm gonna teach them
What,
that part. But
what
when
the hell
but
is the
when they're
basic?
actually doing it, no.
What the hell are the basics? You need to get
Like
to the
you
nitty gritty.
the basics are, like
Let
I
me
said,
show you some Riley
STDs.
Reid. Oh, let me show you Riley Reid, some Adriana Checkett. Let me show you that. This is what you should expect from your girl.
No. See, that's weird. That's taking it too far. The
What?
basics
That ain't
is
far enough.
no, the basics is when they start, get the feeling of ways and stuff like that. You talk them through that. You get them through that. You teach them about STDs. You teach them about predators. You teach them about how to control themselves, all that kind of stuff, right? But when it actually comes to doing it, the actual act, that ain't got nothing to do with me. I don't have nothing to do with that.
So you
Nobody taught.
so
Nobody sat me down and gave me a sex
so
class.
bomb. So now
Okay.
I'm about to I have to throw this at you. Now this becomes a serious conversation women are having because women, and let me stress this, women are talking and they're like, if the guy don't know what he can know what he's doing, I'm sending him off. I can't have a man who don't know how to work it. I'm
And
not
she said
his
that earlier.
mother.
Yep.
I'm
He
not
need
his mother. That's
he
what
Boss
they
need
said that
said.
earlier.
no. If
Listen
you
to what
come
I said
across a
though.
go
I'm
ahead, Lionel.
not his mother. That's what they
No.
say every time. I'm not his mother. But yet the women are saying it's not my job to teach him. They're telling their sons it's not their job to teach them. But then the girls behind the back who gets a bad rap are saying I'm not his mother, implying that the mom should have taught him how to please a girl.
I ain't never heard no woman say that
You a
ever.
lie.
I swear I haven't. What I have heard them
Urban,
say
you've
is
heard it.
he don't have no
Mm-hmm.
experience. He don't know what he doing. I've heard those kind of complaints. What
I
I
love
have
the
not heard
sisterhood coming together.
when it comes to sex, I ain't never heard no woman say, I ain't my responsibility to teach him. I ain't never heard that now.
What they
Mm-mm.
say, because they damn
Mm-mm.
sure not saying I'm gonna teach him.
Because nobody sits a child down and said, or a teenager, or even an adult and say, baby, I'm gonna show you how to ride this thing. Nobody says that.
Nobody's
Nobody's
forcing it over
parents.
me.
Okay. You do that with your friends. Okay. Because anything that I wanted to do or get better at, I asked my friends.
The dudes who
Okay.
weren't
Uh,
experienced,
huh?
the people that weren't experienced.
No, because I've always had older friends. I've always hung around older people. So, yeah, everybody knew what they was doing.
Not my child.
And for me, as far as my best friends and I
Yeah,
go,
yeah, I wouldn't have my daughter around older people.
I'm gonna say this. As far as my best friends and I go, I'm the oldest, so
That's
I was
how.
the one. I
Oh,
was the one
wait,
that
you
taught
just said
them.
you hung around older people. You young as crap.
Me?
You
You said
just said
what?
that. You young as hell though. You just said you hang around older people.
Yeah, but my best friends and I are all in the same age group, but I'm the oldest by a year or a couple months, however you want to
So
say
who
it.
was teaching you this? How older were these people teaching you?
In their 20s. Yep,
And
everybody was either in their 20s.
and you was what?
Shut up.
This is how you get assaulted. My sister would not.
No, okay, so I've said this on my own live before, but when I started to, get into things, I was 18. So and honestly, I didn't even know that I lacked experience because I thought I knew what I was doing because
I
of
could
what
have
I
told
saw.
you that.
Hush. But it
No,
wasn't until
no, that wasn't a joke.
what?
That wasn't a joke that time because there's talk to porn stars. They will tell you that they thought they knew what they were doing before they got into porn, and so many of them have expressed they realized they didn't know how to satisfy a man until they
But
learned
see,
what they learned.
when I'm gonna say this, when you say satisfy a man, I there was no unsatisfying because the feedback that I got was, this is your first time, so you'll I don't expect you to know things. However,
That's a bad
not
review.
shut up, Lionel. However, when I
she
got
got
around
she
other
got a 1 star for yep.
No, that's a bad
y'all,
review.
but
She got
no,
reported
seriously,
to the Better Business Bureau, bro.
yeah.
Damn.
But when I would go to my older friends, because it was like, well, how do I get better? They would tell me. And then when my girlfriends, they got, you know, the next year or whatever, they was 18, 19, whatever, everybody was ready to do it, they would ask me and I would tell them what I was told. So, whatever. But nah, ain't no going to all of that. Not going, but ain't no all of that asking your parents. That's just I'm 30 years old, 31 years old, and ain't no way I'm finna go. Nah, that's too much. Mm-mm.
I didn't say you had to do it at 30. I was saying as a teen.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well, I mean, I feel like
I
even if
mean,
I was 25, like,
I
no,
mean,
why
me and
would
my
I
mom,
ask
I mean, she told me about her sex life.
who?
My mom.
But see, Lionel, y'all gotta do. Lionel, Mr. Lounge, man, this dude is so funny. I can't, I can't,
Hey,
I can't.
hey, but we're gonna go ahead and end it right here, man. Cause yeah, we've been live for like almost like 6 hours, y'all.
Good combo.
Wow.
Good
Okay.
conversation. I know time flying by fast, man. But damn. But yeah, good conversation. A lot to
Well,
clip.
great live, Mr. Lounge, and I think this was pretty cool.
Go
Lionel, I'm
live,
pray for
Vaughn.
you.
What you mean? Go live, Vaughns.
Go live about what?
I bring up something part
Shoot.
of the Bible.
I've been on
Or
YouTube all day today. This my
or y'all can have a
hmm.
continuation of this crazy debate.
Yeah.
Okay, fine, Lionel. If that's what you want, that's fine. Okay, I'll go live for 30 minutes. But great live, Mr. Lounge. Great live.
No problem at all. Appreciate
Have
y'all
a
while
good
I'm
night,
pulling it
man.
up. Y'all have a good morning. That's where we at now.
Yeah,
Shoot.
good morning.
All right, y'all. Salute to everybody who tuned in this long to the stream. Appreciate you a whole lot. Make sure you sub up to the channel if you haven't already. And other than that, y'all have a good night and morning. Peace out.